Think and Do Rich, Napoleon Hill. Welcome. Let's get down to business. Wealth is a consequence. First you think, then you act, then the result arrives. 3 rules for this journey: clear desire, daily discipline, and the right people by your side. Today, you're going to choose a goal that burns within you, translate it into simple steps, and commit to concrete action every day. No endless theories, just idea, decision, and movement. Before we begin, leave the phrase, "I have a burning desire in a plan," in the comments. Why this phrase? Because it sets the course in your mind, activates self-suggestion, and compels you to move from someday to today. By writing it down, you make your commitment public and train your most valuable muscle, your focus. If you want to amplify it, add another line. What is your goal in 1 sentence, and what will your first step be today? Make it simple, measurable, and achievable. Now, think with intention, decide without fear, and move. Wealth follows clarity and sustained action. In every chapter of this book, which has made fortunes for hundreds of extraordinarily wealthy men whom I have analyzed for many years, the secret of making money is discussed. Andrew Carnegie revealed this secret to me more than half a century ago. The astute and charming old Scotsman casually shared it with me when I was just a boy. He then leaned back in his chair, a twinkle of joy in his eye, and looked at me intently to see if I had grasped the full meaning of what he had just told me. Seeing that I had understood, he asked if I would be willing to spend 20 years or more preparing myself to offer it to the world, to men and women who, without this secret, might lead lives of failure. I said yes, and with Mr. Carnegie's help, I have kept my promise. This book contains that secret, tested by hundreds of people from nearly every walk of life. It was Mr. Carnegie's idea that this magic formula, which brought him immense wealth, should be made available to people who don't have time to research how men make money. It was also his wish that I test and demonstrate the formula's effectiveness through the experiences of men and women from all walks of life. He felt the formula should be taught in every school and university, and believed that if taught properly, it would revolutionize the education system to such an extent that the time we spend in school would be reduced by more than half. In the chapter on faith, you will read the astonishing story of the organization of the giant United States Steel Corporation, as conceived and implemented by one of the young men through whom Mr. Carnegie demonstrated that his formula would work for anyone prepared for it. This single application of the secret, implemented by Charles M. Schwab, brought him immense wealth, both in money and opportunities. That particular application of the formula earned him $600 million. These facts, well known to those who knew Mr. Carnegie, give you a good idea of what reading this book can do for you, provided you know what you want. The secret was revealed to hundreds of men and women who have used it for their personal benefit, just as Mr. Carnegie intended. Some have made fortunes with it. Others have successfully applied it to create harmony in their homes. A priest used it so effectively that it brought him an income of over $75,000 a year. Arthur Nash, a tailor from Cincinnati, used his nearly bankrupt business as a guinea pig to test the formula. The business rebounded and allowed him to make a fortune. It continues to thrive even though Mr. Nash has passed away. The experiment was so surprising that newspapers and magazines gave it free publicity worth over $1 million. The secret was revealed to Stuart Austin Weir of Dallas, Texas. He was so prepared to receive it that he abandoned his profession and went on to study law. Was he successful? We will also tell that story. When I was working as the Extension Publicity Director for Salt University, which was then little more than a name, I had the privilege of seeing J. Chaplin, the university's president, use the formula so effectively that he made Salt one of the leading extension schools in the country. The secret I'm referring to is mentioned no fewer than 100 times throughout this book. It isn't named directly, as it seems to work most successfully when discovered independently. That's why Mr. Carnegie pointed it out to me so quietly without giving it a specific name.
If you are ready to put it into practice, you will recognize this secret at least once in every chapter. I would like the privilege of telling you how you will know if you are ready, but that would deprive you of many of the benefits you will receive when you make the discovery on your own. If you have been discouraged or have had to overcome extraordinary difficulties, if you have tried and failed, if you have been afflicted by illness or physical limitations, the story of my son's discovery and application of the Carnegie formula may be the oasis you have been seeking in the desert of lost hope. This secret was used by President Woodrow Wilson during World War I. It was revealed to every soldier who fought on the front lines, carefully disguised in the training they received before going into combat. President Wilson told me that this was a significant factor in obtaining the necessary funds for the war. A peculiar feature of this secret is that those who acquire and employ it are literally swept toward success. If you doubt this, read the names of those who have put it into practice wherever they are mentioned, observe their accomplishments, and convince yourself. You will never get anything for nothing. The secret I'm referring to cannot be obtained without paying a price, even if that price is far less than its true value. It cannot be attained by those who are not intentionally seeking it. It is impossible to know it lightly, and it cannot be bought with money because it comes in two parts. One of them is already in the possession of those who are prepared to receive it. The secret serves equally those who are prepared to receive it. Education has nothing to do with it. Long before I was born, this secret came into the possession of Thomas Edison, who used it so intelligently that he became the most important inventor in the world, even though he attended school for only 3 months. The secret was also passed on to Edwin C. Barnes, Edison's partner, who used it so effectively that although he earned about $12,000 a year, he accumulated a great fortune and retired from the business world while he was still young. You will find this story at the beginning of the first chapter. You will be convinced that wealth is not beyond your reach, that you can still achieve what you desire, and that money, fame, recognition, and happiness belong to anyone who is prepared and determined to obtain these benefits. How are these things? You will know before you finish this book. Perhaps you will discover it in the first chapter, or perhaps on the last page.
Among these men were Henry Ford, William Wrigley Jr., John Wanamaker, James Jade Hill, George S. Parker, E. M. Statmer, Henry L. Doherty, Cyrus H. K. Curtis, George Eastman, and Charles M. Schwab, as well as Theodore Roosevelt, John W. Davis, Albert Hubbard, Wilbur Wright, William Jennings Bryan, Dr. David Starr Jordan, J. Ogden Armour, Arthur Brisbane, Harris F. Williams, and Dr. Frank Gonzalez. These include Daniel Willard, King Gillette, Ralph A. Wicks, Judge Daniel T. Wright, John D. Rockefeller, Thomas A. Edison, Frank A. Vanderlip, F. W. Woolworth, Colonel Robert Audelaar, and Edward A. Phelan. Also included are Edwin C. Barnes, Arthur Nash, Clarence Darrow, Woodrow Wilson, William Howard Taft, Luther Burbank, Edward W. Boak, Frank A. Mancy, Elbert H. Gary, and Dr. Alexander Graham Bell. Other notable figures include John H. Patterson, Julius Rosenwald, Stuart Austin Wire, Dr. Frank Crane, George M. Alexander, J. G. Chaplin, and U.S. Senator Jennings Randolph. Each of these individuals applied, in their own way, the same secret revealed in this book. These names represent only a small fraction of the hundreds of famous Americans whose achievements, whether financial or otherwise, demonstrate that those who understand and apply Carnegie's secret attain high positions in life. I have never known anyone who, inspired by the secret, did not achieve remarkable success in their chosen field. I have never known a distinguished person, nor anyone who amassed wealth of any kind, who did not possess the secret. From these two facts, I have concluded that the secret is more important as part of the essential knowledge for self-determination than any other concept one receives through what is known as education. What is education? In any case, this has been explained in detail. Somewhere in the book, as you read,
The secret I am referring to will stand out on the page and become evident to you if you are prepared for it. When it appears, you will recognize it, whether you perceive the sign in the first chapter or the last. Pause for a moment when it appears and celebrate it, for that occasion will represent the most important milestone of your life. Remember as you read that this is all about facts, not fiction. Its purpose is to convey a great universal truth through which those who are prepared will learn what to do and how to do it. They will also receive the necessary encouragement to begin. As a final recommendation for preparation, before we begin the first chapter, let me offer a brief suggestion that may give you a clue to recognizing Carnegie's secret. Every achievement, every wealth gained, begins with an idea. If you are prepared for the secret, you already possess half of it. Therefore, you will easily recognize the other half the moment you grasp your thoughts. Napoleon Hill. Chapter 1. Thoughts are Things. The man who figured out how to partner with Thomas Edison. Indeed, thoughts are things, very powerful things, when combined with precision of purpose, perseverance, and a compelling desire to turn them into wealth or other material goals. Some years ago, Edwin C. Barnes discovered just how true it is that men really do think and become rich. His discovery didn't come suddenly, but rather emerged gradually, beginning with a burning desire to become a partner of the great Edison. One of the main characteristics of Barnes's desire was his total determination. He wanted to work with Edison, not for him. Observe closely how he turned his desire into reality, and you will better understand the principles that lead to wealth. When it first appeared in his mind, Barnes wasn't in a position to act on that desire or impulse of thought. Two obstacles stood in his way. He didn't know Edison, and he didn't have enough money for the train fare to Orange, New Jersey. These difficulties would have been enough to discourage most people, but his was no ordinary desire. The inventor and the tramp. Barnes showed up at Edison's laboratory and announced that he was there to do business with the inventor. Speaking of his first meeting with Barnes, Edison commented years later, "He stood before me looking like a vagrant, but there was something in his expression that conveyed a sense of determination to achieve his goal. I had learned through years of experience that when a man desires something so intensely that he is willing to stake his entire future on achieving it, success is assured. I gave him the opportunity he requested because I saw that he was determined not to give up until he succeeded. Subsequent events proved that I was right. It couldn't have been the young man's appearance that gave him his chance in Edison's office, as that was definitely working against him. What mattered was his mindset. Barnes didn't secure his partnership with Edison in his first interview. He got the opportunity to work in his office for a paltry salary. Months passed. On the surface, nothing seemed to be happening that brought him closer to the grand objective Barnes had in mind. But something very important was happening within him. Every day, his desire to become Edison's partner intensified. Psychologists have rightly stated that when one is truly ready for something, that something appears. Barnes was ready to partner with Edison and determined to keep trying until he succeeded. He didn't tell himself, well, maybe this isn't for me, I'll try something else. Instead, he resolutely repeated, I came here to partner with Edison, and that's what I'm going to do, even if it takes me the rest of my life. He was convinced of it. What a different story people would tell if they adopted a definite purpose and stuck to it until time turned it into a powerful obsession. Perhaps young Barnes didn't know it then, but his unwavering determination and perseverance were destined to overcome all obstacles and give him the opportunity he so desperately sought. The cunning disguises of opportunity. When opportunity arose, it appeared in a different form and from a different direction than Barnes had expected. That's one of the tricks of opportunity. It has a curious habit of sneaking in through the back door and often comes disguised as misfortune or temporary frustration. Perhaps that's why so many people fail to recognize her. Edison had just perfected a new invention, known at the time as the Edison dictating machine. His salespeople showed no enthusiasm for the device. They didn't believe it could be sold without great effort. Barnes saw his opportunity. She had discreetly slipped in, hidden within a strange machine that interested no one but Barnes and the inventor himself. Barnes knew she could sell Edison's dictating machine. She set her mind to it and immediately got her chance. She sold the machine, and she did so with such success that Edison gave her a contract to distribute and sell it nationwide. From that partnership, Barnes became rich, but she also achieved something far more important. She proved that one can truly think and become rich. I have no way of knowing how much cash Barnes gained from her ambition. Perhaps it was $2 or $3 million, but the amount, whatever it was, pales in comparison to the possession she acquired. The knowledge that an intangible impulse can be transformed into material wealth through the application of defined principles. Barnes literally envisioned himself in partnership with the great Edison. He imagined himself the owner of a fortune, yet he had nothing to begin with, except the clarity of knowing what he desired and the determination to remain true to that desire until he had brought it to fruition. Nearly 1 meter from gold.
One of the most common causes of failure is the habit of giving up when faced with temporary frustration. We are all guilty of this mistake at one time or another. An uncle of R.U. Darby was caught up in the gold rush during its endemic days and went west to strike it rich. He had never heard that more gold has been extracted from people's thoughts than from the earth. He obtained a license and went to work with a pick and shovel. After several months of labor, he was rewarded with the discovery of the glittering ore. He needed machinery to extract the ore to the surface. Discreetly, he covered up the mine, retraced his steps to his home in Williamsburg, Maryland, and told his relatives and some neighbors about the find. They all raised the money needed for the machinery and shipped it to the mine. Darby and his uncle went back to work. They extracted the first car of ore and sent it to a smelter. The profits showed they owned one of the richest mines in Colorado. With a few more carloads of ore, they would pay off all their debts. Then they would start making big money. Down went the drills, up went Darby and his uncle's hopes. Then something happened. The vein of glittering ore disappeared. They had reached the end of the rainbow, and the pot of gold wasn't there. They drilled in a desperate attempt to find the vein again, but it was no use. Finally, they decided to quit. They sold the machinery to a scrap dealer for a few $100s and took the train back home. The scrap dealer called a mining engineer to look at the mine and do some calculations. The engineer informed him that the project had failed because the owners were unfamiliar with the fault lines. His calculations indicated that the vein would reappear almost a meter from where the Darbys had stopped drilling. That's precisely where it was found. The scrap metal dealer extracted millions of dollars worth of ore from that mine because he knew to seek expert advice before giving up. I'll never stop because people say no. Much later, Mr. Darby more than recovered from his loss when he discovered that desire can be transmuted into gold. This happened after he entered the life insurance business, remembering that he had lost a vast fortune by stopping drilling almost a meter from the gold. Darby used that experience in his chosen profession with the simple method of telling himself, "I stopped almost a meter from the gold, but I'll never stop because people say no when I ask them to buy insurance." Darby became one of the few men who sell $1 million worth of insurance annually. His tenacity stemmed from the lesson he had learned from giving up in the gold mining business. Before success appears in any man's life, he is sure to encounter many temporary frustrations and perhaps even some failures. When frustration takes hold, the easiest and most logical thing for him to do is quit. That is what most men do. More than 500 of the most successful men in the United States have told the author that their greatest successes arose just one step beyond the point where frustration had taken hold. Failure is a trickster with a keen sense of irony and cunning. It delights in tripping us up when success is almost within our grasp. A 50-cent lesson in perseverance. Shortly after Darby earned his doctorate in the School of Hard Knocks and decided to put his experience to good use in the gold mine affair, he had the good fortune to be present on an occasion that proved to him that no doesn't necessarily mean no. One afternoon, he was helping his uncle grind wheat at an old mill.
His uncle ran a large farm where several black tenant farmers lived. The gate opened quietly, and a little girl, the daughter of one of the tenants, came in and stood by the door. The uncle looked up, glanced at the girl, and shouted harshly, "What do you want?" "My mother says to send her 50 cents, the girl replied meekly. "No way," the uncle retorted. "Now go home." "Yes, sir," the girl said, but she didn't move. The uncle went on with his work, so engrossed that he paid no attention to the girl and didn't notice that she hadn't left. When he looked up again and saw her standing there, he yelled, "I said go home. Now leave or I'll beat you up." "Yes, sir," the girl said, but she remained motionless. The uncle dropped a sack of grain he was about to pour into the mill hopper. He picked up a barrel stave and started walking toward the girl with a look on his face that said trouble. Darby held his breath. He was sure he was about to witness an assault. He knew his uncle had a ferocious temper. When his uncle reached the girl, she took a quick step forward, looked him in the eye, and screamed at the top of her lungs, "My mom needs that 50 cent." The uncle stopped, looked at her for a few moments, and then slowly set the barrel stave aside. He reached into his pocket, took out $1, and gave it to the girl. She took the money and walked slowly toward the door, her eyes never leaving the man she had just beaten. After the girl had left, the uncle sat on a box and stared out the window for more than 10 minutes. He was reflecting in astonishment on the defeat he had just suffered. Darby was also deep in thought. This was the first time in his life he had seen a child of color overpower a white adult. How had she done it? What had happened to his uncle to make him lose his ferocity and become as docile as a lamb? What strange power did this child use to take control of the situation? These and similar questions flashed through Darby's mind, but he didn't find the answers until many years later when he told me the story. Curiously, I heard the account of this unusual experience at the old mill, the very place where his uncle had learned this lesson, the strange power of a child. In that dusty old mill, Mr. Darby told me the story of his strange triumph and ended by asking me, "How do you make of this? What strange power did that child have to completely overpower my uncle?" The answer to that question lies in the principles described in this book. The answer is categorical and complete. It contains sufficient detail and instruction for anyone to understand and apply the same force she accidentally encountered. Remain alert, and you will observe the strange power that came to the girl's aid. You will have a glimpse of that power in the next chapter. Somewhere in the book, you will find an idea that will sharpen your receptive powers and make that same irresistible power available to you for your own benefit. The understanding of it may appear to you in the first chapter, or perhaps it will arise in your awareness later. It may present itself as a single idea, or perhaps you will find it in the nature of a plan or a purpose. Once again, it may lead you back to your past experiences of frustration or failure to provide some lesson by which you can recover all that you had lost in your failure. After explaining to Mr. Darby the power that the black girl had perhaps unknowingly employed, he immediately reviewed his 30 years of experience selling life insurance and readily agreed that his success in that field was largely due to the lesson he had learned from the little girl. Mr. Darby noted, "Whenever a prospective buyer tried to get rid of me without purchasing the insurance, I would picture the little girl standing in the old mill with her defiant leaves and say to myself, 'I have to get this sale.' The best sales I've ever made have been to people who had previously told me no." Mr. Darby also recalled his mistake of stopping just a meter from the gold, but he told me, "That experience was a blessing in disguise. It taught me to keep at it no matter the difficulties, and it was a lesson I needed to learn before I could succeed in any field." This story of Mr. Darby and his uncle, of the little girl in the gold mine, will no doubt be read by hundreds of men who make a living selling life insurance. The author wishes to suggest to all of them that Darby owes his ability to sell over $1 million a year in life insurance to those two experiences. Mr. Darby's experiences were quite common and trivial, and yet they contain the answer to his destiny in life. Therefore, they were as important to him as his life itself. He profited from them because he analyzed them and saw what they taught him. But what about the man who doesn't have the time or the inclination to study failure in search of the knowledge that can lead him to success?
Where and how will he learn the art of turning failures into stepping stones to opportunity? This book has been written to answer those questions. All you need is a good idea. The answer is presented in a description of 13 principles. But remember, as you read, that the answer you may be seeking to the questions that have made you ponder the mysteries of life may be found within your own mind through some idea, plan, or purpose that may arise during your reading. A good idea is all that is needed to achieve success. The principles described in this book contain means and methods for creating useful ideas. Before proceeding with our approach to describing these principles, we believe this important suggestion is worth considering. When riches begin to appear, they do so quickly and in such abundance that one wonders where they have been hidden during all those years of need. This is a surprising statement, especially considering the popular belief that wealth rewards only those who work hard for a long time. When you begin to think about becoming rich, you will observe that wealth begins with a state of mind, with a definite purpose, with little or no hard work. You and anyone else may be interested in learning how to acquire the mindset that attracts wealth. I've spent 25 years researching because I, too, wanted to know how the rich get rich. Observe very carefully. As soon as you master the principles of this way of thinking and begin following the instructions for applying them, your financial situation will begin to grow, and everything you touch will begin to transmute into assets for your own benefit. Impossible? Not at all. One of the greatest weaknesses of the human species is the typical familiarity of man with the word impossible. He knows all the rules that won't work. He knows all the things that can't be done. This book was written for those who seek the rules that have made other people successful and are willing to risk everything on those rules. Success comes to all those who strive to be successful. Failure comes to those who indifferently allow themselves to fail. The purpose of this book is to help anyone who wants to learn the art of transforming their mindset from failure to success. Another weakness that is found in too many people is the habit of measuring everything and everyone by their own impressions and beliefs. Those who read this will believe they can never think and become rich because their thought habits have become mired in poverty, desire, misery, mistakes, and failure. Ford's impossible V8 engine. These unfortunate people remind me of a distinguished Chinese man who came to America to receive an American education. He attended the University of Chicago. One day, President Harper encountered this young man on campus, stopped to chat with him for a few minutes, and asked him what had impressed him most as a remarkable characteristic of the American people. "Well," replied the student, "the strange shape of their eyes. They have very strange eyes." What do we say about the Chinese? We refuse to believe what we do not understand. We foolishly think that our own limitations are the proper standard of limitations. Of course, other people's eyes are strange because they are not the same as ours. When Henry Ford decided to manufacture his famous V8 engine, he wanted to build an engine with 8 cylinders housed in a single block, and instructed his engineers to produce a prototype of the engine. The project was already on paper, but the engineers agreed that it was utterly impossible to fit 8 cylinders into a single block engine. "Produce it anyway," Ford said. "But it's impossible," they replied. "Go ahead," Ford ordered, "and don't stop working until you've got it, no matter how long it takes." The engineers got to work. They had no choice if they wanted to remain part of Ford's team. 6 months passed without results. Another 6 months went by, and they still hadn't achieved anything. The engineers tried every conceivable plan to carry out the project, but it seemed unquestionably impossible. After a year, Ford met with the engineers, who again informed him that they had found no way to fulfill his orders. "Keep working," Ford said. "I want that engine, and I'll have it." They continued testing, and then, as if by magic, the magic was revealed. Ford's determination had triumphed once again. Perhaps this story isn't described with perfect detail, but the circumstances and the outcome are accurate. If you wish to think and become wealthy, you can deduce that the secret to Ford's millions is within reach. You won't have to look far.
Henry Ford succeeded because he understood and applied the principles of success. One of these is desire, knowing what you want. Recall this story of Ford as you read and point to the lines that describe the secret of his extraordinary feat. If you can do this, if you can pinpoint the specific set of principles that made Henry Ford rich, you can match his achievements in almost any profession you are prepared for, because you are the master of your own destiny. When Henley wrote his prophetic words, "I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul," he should have informed us that we are the masters of our fate, the captains of our souls, because we have the power to control our thoughts. He should have told us that our brains become magnetized by the dominant thoughts we hold in our minds, and that through mechanisms no one fully understands, these magnets attract to us the forces, people, and circumstances of life that harmonize with the nature of our dominant thoughts. He should have told us that before we can accumulate abundant wealth, we must magnetize our minds with an intense desire for wealth, and we must become aware of wealth until the desire for money drives us to make definite plans to acquire it. But being a poet and not a philosopher, Henley was content to state a great truth poetically, leaving his readers to interpret the philosophical meaning of his lines. Little by little, the truth has been revealed. Until now, it seems certain that the principles described in this book hold the secret to mastering our economic destiny, principles that can change your fate. Now, we are ready to examine the first of these principles. Maintain an open mind and remember as you read that they are not anyone's invention. They're principles that have worked for many people. You can put them to work for your own lasting benefit. You will see how easy it is. Some years ago, I gave the commencement address at Salem College in Salem, West Virginia. I emphasized the principle described in the next chapter with such force that one of the graduates embraced it and made it part of his way of life. That young man went on to become a member of Congress and an important figure in the Franklin Roosevelt administration.
He wrote me a letter in which he so clearly states his opinion of the principle we will discuss in the next chapter that I've decided to publish it as the introduction to that chapter. It will give you an idea of the benefits that await you. Letter from Jennings Randolph. Dear Napoleon, since my service as a member of Congress has given me some insight into the problems of men and women, I am writing to offer you a suggestion that may be helpful to thousands of people. In 1922, you delivered a commencement address at Salem College when I was a member of the graduating class. In that address, you planted an idea in my mind to which I owe the opportunity I now have to serve the people of my state, and which will be largely responsible for any success I may achieve in the future. I remember, as if it were yesterday, your wonderful description of the method by which Henry Ford, with very little schooling and no influential friends, rose so high. I then resolved, even before you had finished your address, that I would make a place for myself in life, no matter how many difficulties I might face. Thousands of young people will be completing their college studies this year and in the years to come. Each of them will be looking for a message as encouraging as the one I received from you. They will want to know where to go, what to do, and how to get started in life. You can tell them because you have helped solve the problems of many people in the United States. There are thousands of young people today who would like to know how to turn their ideas into money. People who have to start from scratch with no money and recoup their losses. If anyone can help them, it is you. If you publish the book, I would like to have the first copy off the press, autographed by you with my best wishes. Yours sincerely, Jennings Randolph. 35 years later. 35 years after I read that speech, it was a pleasure for me to return to Salem College in 1957 to give the commencement address. At that time, I received an honorary doctorate of literature from Salem College. Since that occasion in 1922, I have watched Jennings Randolph prosper and become an executive with one of the nation's leading airlines, a highly inspired speaker, and United States Senator from West Virginia. Chapter 2. Desire, the starting point of all achievement, the first step toward wealth. When Edwin C. Barnes stepped off the freight train in Orange, New Jersey more than 50 years ago, he may have looked like a bum, but his ideas were those of a king. As he made his way from the railroad tracks to Thomas A. Edison's office, his mind worked tirelessly.
He saw himself standing in Edison's presence. He heard himself asking for the opportunity to pursue the one imperious obsession of his life, the burning desire to become a business partner with the great inventor. Barnes's desire was not a mere hope or a petty wish. It was a vehement, throbbing desire that transcended everything. It was a firm resolve. Some years later, Edwin C. Barnes stood before Edison again in the same office where he had first met the inventor. This time, the wish had become reality. He was Edison's partner. His life's dominant dream had come true. Barnes succeeded because he chose a definite goal and poured all his energy, willpower, and effort into achieving it. It took 5 years before the opportunity he'd been seeking finally appeared. To everyone but him, he seemed like just another cog in the Edison business machine. But inside, he was Edison's partner every minute of every moment, from the very first day he started working there. It's a remarkable example of the power of a desire you're certain of. Barnes achieved his goal because he wanted to be Edison's partner more than anything else. He created a plan to reach his purpose, but he burned every bridge in his wake. He remained steadfast in his desire until it became his life's dominant obsession and ultimately a reality. When he traveled to Orange, didn't he say to himself, "I'll try to convince Edison to give me some kind of job. If not, I'll go to Edison and explain that I've come to do business with him." He didn't say to himself, "I'll be on the lookout for any other opportunities in case I don't get what I want from Edison's organization. If not, there is only one thing in this world I am determined to achieve, and that is to partner with Edison in his business. I will burn all bridges behind me and stake my future on my ability to get what I want." He never considered backing down. He had to succeed or die. That is the whole story of Barnes' success, the incentive that leads to wealth. Long ago, a great warrior faced a situation that required him to make a decision that would guarantee his success on the battlefield. He was about to send his troops against a powerful enemy whose men outnumbered his own. He embarked his soldiers, sailed to the enemy country, landed troops and equipment, and gave the order to burn the ships that had brought them there. Addressing his men before the first battle, he said, "See how the ships turn to smoke. That means we will not be able to leave these beaches alive unless we win. Now we have no choice. Will we win or die?" They won. Every person who succeeds in any endeavor must be willing to burn their bridges and eliminate all possibilities of retreat. Only in this way can they be sure of maintaining that state of mind known as the burning desire to win, essential to success. The morning after the Great Chicago Fire, a group of merchants stood on State Street, watching the smoldering remains of what had been their stores. They held a meeting to decide whether they would try to rebuild or leave Chicago to start over somewhere more promising in the country. They came to a decision, all but one, to leave Chicago. The merchant who decided to stay and rebuild his business pointed at the remains of his store and said, "Gentlemen, on this very spot, I will build the greatest store in the world, no matter how many times it may burn down." That was almost a century ago. The store was built. A tower still stands, a monument to the power of that state of mind, known as the burning desire. The simplest thing Marshall Field could have done was to emulate his colleagues. When the outlook looked bleak, and the future looked bleak, they retreated to where things seemed easier. Pay close attention to the difference between Marshall Field and the other traders, because it's the same difference that distinguishes almost everyone who succeeds from those who fail. Every human being who reaches the age of understanding the purpose of money wants money. Wanting it isn't enough to accumulate wealth, but desiring wealth with a state of mind that becomes an obsession and then planning definite ways and means to acquire it and executing those plans with a perseverance that doesn't accept failure will attract wealth. 6 ways to turn desire into gold. The method by which the desire for wealth can be transmuted into its monetary equivalent consists of 6 practical and definite steps, which are as follows. First, determine the exact amount of money you want. It's not enough to say, "I want a lot of money." Be specific about the amount. There's a psychological reason for this precision, which we'll describe in a later chapter. Second, determine exactly what you intend to give in exchange for the money you desire. You don't get something for nothing. Third, set a specific time frame by which you intend to possess the money you desire. Fourth, create a precise plan to accomplish your desire and begin immediately, regardless of whether you have prepared or not, to put the plan into action. Fifth, write a clear and concise statement of the amount of money you intend to acquire.
Note the time limit for this acquisition. State what you intend to give in exchange for the money, and accurately describe the plan by which you intend to accumulate it. Sixth, read your statement aloud twice a day, once before going to bed and once upon waking. While you read, see, feel, and imagine yourself already in possession of the money. It is important that you follow the instructions described in these 6 steps. In particular, observe and follow the instructions in the 6th step. You may complain that it is impossible to see yourself in possession of the money before you actually have it. This is where burning desire will come to your aid. If you truly desire the money so vehemently that your desire has become an obsession, you will have no difficulty convincing yourself to who will acquire it. The point is to desire money and become so determined to possess it that you convince yourself you will have it. Can you imagine yourself as a millionaire? To the uninitiated, who has not been educated in the fundamental principles of the human mind, these instructions may seem impractical. For those who fail to recognize the validity of these 6 points, it may be helpful to know that the information they convey was revealed by Andrew Carnegie, who started as an ordinary steel worker, but despite his humble beginnings, managed to amass a fortune of over $100 million using these principles. As an additional aid, it may be useful to know that the 6 points recommended here were carefully studied by the late Thomas A. Edison, who endorsed them as essential not only for accumulating money, but for achieving any goal. These steps require no hard work or sacrifice. They do not require one to become ridiculous or gullible. Higher education is not necessary to use them, but their effective application requires enough imagination to understand that accumulating money cannot be left to chance, luck, or fate. One must realize that all those who have amassed great fortunes first dreamed, desired, yearned, thought, and planned before acquiring the money. At this point, you will also know that you will never have great wealth unless you become the living embodiment of a burning desire for money and truly believe you will possess it. The power of big dreams. Those of us in this race for wealth should be encouraged by the knowledge that this changing world demands new ideas, new ways of doing things, new leaders, inventions, teaching methods, sales techniques, books, literature, television programs, and film ideas. Behind all this demand for new and better things, there is one quality one must possess to win: clarity of purpose, precise knowledge of what one wants, and a burning desire to possess it. Those of us who wish to accumulate wealth must remember that the true leaders of the world have always been those who knew how to harness for their practical use the invisible forces and intangible aspects of opportunity, transforming those impulses of thought into skyscrapers, factories, airplanes, automobiles, and every form of resource that makes life more enjoyable. As you plan to acquire your share of wealth, do not be swayed by those who belittle your dreams. To achieve great gains in this changing world, one must capture the spirit of the great pioneers of the past, whose dreams have given civilization everything of value. The spirit that energizes our own country, your opportunities, and mine, to nurture and sell our talent. If what you want to do is right and you believe in it, go ahead and do it. Pursue your dreams and pay no attention to what others may say if you encounter difficulties, for they may not know that every failure carries within it the seed of an equivalent success. Thomas Edison dreamed of a lamp that ran on electricity. He began to put his dream into action, and despite more than 10,000 failures, he persevered until he made it a physical reality. Practical dreamers don't give up. Willen, who dreamed of a chain of cigar stores, turned his dream into action, and now United Cigar Stores occupy some of the best corners in American cities. The Wright brothers dreamed of a machine that would fly through the air. Today we can see all over the world that their dreams have come true.
Marconi dreamed of a system to harness the intangible forces of letter. Evidence that he wasn't dreaming in vain can be found in every radio and television set in the world. You may be interested to know that Marconi's friends had him taken into custody and he was examined in a psychiatric hospital when he announced that he had discovered a principle by which he could send messages through the air without the aid of wires or any other physical means of communication. Today's dreamers fare better. The world is filled with an abundance of opportunities that dreamers of the past never knew. How do you get dreams off the launch pad? A burning desire to be and to do is the starting point from which the dreamer must take the plunge. Dreams are not born of indifference, laziness, or a lack of ambition. Remember that everyone who succeeds has a difficult start and goes through many hardships before arriving. The turning point in the lives of successful people often comes at a time of crisis through which their other self is revealed. John Bunyan wrote The Pilgrim's Progress, one of the most remarkable works of English literature, after being imprisoned and severely punished for his religious beliefs. O. Henry discovered the genius that lay dormant within him after experiencing great misfortune and being imprisoned in Columbus, Ohio. Forced by advocating for his other self and using his imagination, he discovered he was a great author rather than a criminal or outcast. Charles Dickens began by pasting labels on tins of shoe polish. The tragedy of his first love pierced the depths of his soul and transformed him into one of the greatest authors in the world. That tragedy first produced David Copperfield, and then a succession of works that enriched the world and improved the lives of those who read them. Helen Keller became deaf, mute, and blind shortly after birth. Despite her terrible misfortune, she wrote her name in indelible letters on the pages of history. Her entire life demonstrates that no one is defeated until they accept defeat as a reality. Robert Burns was an illiterate peasant. He suffered the curse of poverty and grew up a drunkard. Yet the world was a better place because of his life, for he clothed his poetic thoughts in beauty, uprooting a thorn bush to plant a rose bush in its place. Beethoven was deaf and Milton blind, but their names endure because they dreamed and translated their dreams into organized ideas. There is a difference between yearning for something and being prepared to receive it. No one is ready for anything until they believe they can acquire it. The state of mind must be conviction, not mere hope or longing. An open mind is essential for belief. A closed mind inspires neither faith nor courage nor conviction. Remember, it requires no more effort to aim high in life and claim abundance than to accept misery and poverty. A great poet expressed this universal truth in a few lines. I made a pact with life for a penny, and life gave me no more. Yet I begged the night as I counted my meager possessions. For life is a fair employer, it gives you what you ask, but when you have fixed the price, you must bear the task. I labored for a pittance's wage, only to discover to my bewilderment that whatever pay I had asked of life, it would have gladly given me. Desire is cleverer than Mother Nature. As a fitting culmination to this chapter, I want to introduce one of the most exceptional people I have ever known.
I first saw him just minutes after he was born. He came into this world without any physical trace of hearing, and the doctor admitted when I asked his opinion on the case that the child would be deaf and mute for life. I disagreed with the doctor's opinion. I had the right to do so. I was the child's father. I made a decision, informed an opinion, but I expressed it silently, deep in my heart. Inside, I knew my son would hear and speak. How? I was certain there had to be a way, and I knew I would find it. I thought of the words of the immortal Emerson. The course of events happens to teach us faith. We need only be attentive. There are key indicators for each of us, and if we listen with humility, we will hear the right word. The right word I desire. Much more than anything else, I desired that my son would not be deaf and mute. I never wavered from that desire, not for a second. What could I do? Could I find a way to transplant into that child my own burning desire to discover ways and means of bringing sound to his brain without the aid of his ears? As soon as the child was old enough to cooperate, I would fill his head with that burning desire so that nature would translate it into reality through its own methods. All these thoughts passed through my mind, but I didn't speak of them to anyone. Every day I renewed the promise I had made to myself. My son would not be deaf and mute. When he grew up and began to perceive the things around him, we noticed that he showed faint indications that he could hear. When he reached the age when children usually begin to speak, he made no attempt to utter words, but from his actions we could deduce that he perceived certain sounds. That was all I needed to know. I was convinced that he could hear, even faintly. He would be capable of developing greater hearing ability. Then something happened that filled me with hope. It arose from something completely unexpected, an accident that transformed a life. We bought a phonograph. When the boy first heard music, he was ecstatic and very soon took possession of the device. On one occasion, he played a record over and over for almost 2 hours, standing in front of the phonograph and biting the edge of the case. The significance of this habit he acquired didn't become clear to us until years later, as we had never heard of the principle of bone conduction. Shortly after he took possession of the phonograph, I discovered that he could hear me clearly when I spoke to him with my lips against his mastoid bone at the base of his skull. Once I had discovered that he could hear my voice perfectly, I immediately began to transfer my desire for him to hear and speak to him. I soon discovered that the boy enjoyed it when I told him bedtime stories, so I set to work devising tales that would stimulate his self-confidence, his imagination, and a keen desire to hear and to be normal. There was one story in particular that I emphasized, giving it a renewed dramatic flair each time I told it to him. I had invented it to plant the idea in his mind that his difficulty was not a heavy burden, but an advantage of great value. Despite the fact that every way of thinking I had examined indicated that any adversity contains the seed of an equivalent advantage, I must confess that I hadn't the slightest idea how that difficulty could be turned into an advantage. He gained a whole new world for 6 pence. Looking back on the experience, I can see that his faith in me had a great deal to do with the astonishing results. He never questioned anything I told him. I sold him on the idea that he had a unique advantage over his older brother, and that this advantage would manifest itself in many ways. For example, the teachers at school would notice that he was deaf and would therefore give him special attention and treat him with extraordinary kindness. They always did. I also sold him on the idea that by the time he was old enough to sell newspapers, his older brother was already a paperboy. He would have a great advantage over him because people would pay him more for his merchandise when they saw that he was a bright and enterprising child despite his deafness. When he was about 7 years old, he showed the first evidence that our method of support was working. For several months, he begged for the privilege of selling newspapers, but his mother wouldn't give him permission. So he took matters into his own hands. One afternoon, while at home with the servants, he climbed out the kitchen window, slid down to the street, and set up shop on his own. He borrowed 6 cents from the neighborhood shoemaker, invested it in newspapers, sold them, reinvested the capital, and repeated the process until nightfall. After accounting for his business and repaying the banker the 6 cents he had borrowed, he found himself with a profit of 42 cents. When we returned home that night, we found him asleep in his bed, clutching the money in his fist. His mother opened his hand, took the coins, and began to weep. I was surprised. Crying over her son's first victory seemed out of character. My reaction was the opposite. I laughed heartily because I knew my endeavor to instill self-belief in my son had succeeded. His mother saw a deaf boy who on his first business venture had run away and risked his life to earn money. I saw a brave, ambitious, and self-assured little businessman whose intrinsic value had increased 100% by going out and trading on his own and winning. The transaction pleased me because it demonstrated a wealth of resources that would serve him throughout his life. The little deaf boy who heard. The little deaf boy attended school, high school, and university without being able to hear his teachers, except when they shouted loudly and at close range. He didn't attend a school for the deaf. We didn't allow him to learn sign language. We had decided that he should live a normal life, and we stuck to that decision, even though it led to many heated arguments with school officials. When he was in high school, he tried an electrical hearing aid, but it didn't work. During his last week at university, something happened that marked the most important turning point of his life.
In what seemed like pure chance, he came into possession of another electrical hearing aid, which had been sent to him to try. He hesitated to use it because of his disappointment with a similar one. Finally, he took it, put it on his head, connected the batteries, and, as if by magic, his lifelong desire to hear normally became a reality. For the first time, he could hear as well as anyone with normal hearing. Overflowing with joy at the different world he had just perceived through this hearing aid, he rushed to the telephone. He called his mother and heard her voice perfectly. The next day, he clearly heard his teachers' voices in class. For the first time, he could also converse with people without them having to speak to him in a booming voice. He had truly entered a different world. Desire began to pay dividends, but the victory was not yet complete. The young man had to find a definite and practical way to turn his disadvantage into an equivalent advantage. Ideas that work miracles. Hardly aware of the significance of what he had just gained, but intoxicated by the joy of having discovered this world of sound, he wrote an enthusiastic letter to the hearing aid manufacturer recounting his experience. Something in it prompted the company to invite him to New York. When he arrived, he was taken to visit the factory, and while talking with the chief engineer, telling him about his newly discovered world, a hunch, an idea,
or an inspiration flashed in his mind. It was that impulse of thought that would turn his difficulty into an advantage destined to pay dividends in money and happiness by the thousands for years to come. The essence of that impulse was simple. He thought he could be of great help to the millions of deaf people living without the benefit of hearing aids if he found a way to tell them the story of his transformation. For an entire month, he conducted intensive research, analyzed the manufacturer's entire sales system, and devised ways to communicate with people with hearing difficulties around the world, determined to share his newfound world with them. Once he finished, he wrote down a well-structured plan based on his research. When he presented it to the company, they immediately offered him a position to carry out his ambition. Little did he imagine when he started working that he was destined to bring hope and relief to thousands of deaf people who, without his help, would have been condemned to silence forever. I have no doubt that Blair would have been deaf and mute his entire life if his mother and I hadn't shaped his mind the way we did. When I planted within him the desire to hear and speak and to live like a normal person, some strange influence on that impulse caused nature to build a bridge across the chasm of silence that separated his brain from the outside world. Truly, burning desire has mysterious ways of transforming itself into its physical equivalent. Blair desired normal hearing. Now he has it. He was born with a disability that would easily have diverted someone with a less defined desire toward begging, with a handful of pencils in one hand and an empty can in the other. The little white lie I planted in his mind when he was a child, leading him to believe that his defect would become a great advantage he could capitalize on, justified itself. Certainly, there is nothing right or wrong that confidence combined with burning desire cannot make real. These qualities are within everyone's reach. Mental chemistry works magic. A brief paragraph in a news report concerning Madame Schumann-Heink holds the key to this woman's tremendous success as a singer. I quote the paragraph because the key it contains is none other than desire. At the beginning of her career, Madame Schumann-Heink visited the director of the Vienna Opera to have her voice tested, but he did not test her. After glancing at the lanky, poorly dressed girl, he exclaimed, "Not at all cordial. With that face and no personality whatsoever, how do you expect to succeed in opera? Miss, forget that idea. Buy yourself a sewing machine and get to work. You'll never be a singer. It's never too long." The director of the Vienna Opera knew a great deal about the technique of singing, but he knew very little about the power of desire. When desire takes on the proportions of an obsession, if he had better understood that power, he wouldn't have made the mistake of condemning genius without giving it a chance. Several years ago, one of my associates fell ill. He got progressively worse as time went on, and finally he was taken to the hospital for surgery. The doctor warned me that there was very little chance I would ever see him alive again, but that was the doctor's opinion, not the patient's. Shortly before he was taken into the operating room, he whispered to me in a weak voice, "Don't worry, boss. In a few days, I'll be out of here."
A nurse gave me a pitying look, but the patient made a full recovery. When it was all over, his doctor told me nothing saved him but his will to live. He would never have come out of this ordeal if he hadn't refused to accept the possibility of death. I believe in the power of desire backed by faith because I have seen how that power has lifted men from humble beginnings to positions of power and wealth. I have seen it plunder the graves of its victims, how it has served as a means for men to carry out their rehabilitation after failing in 100 different ways. I have seen it give my own son a normal, happy, and successful life, even though nature sent him into this world without hearing. How can the power of desire be mastered and used? That is explained in this chapter and the following ones in this book. Through some strange and powerful principle of mental chemistry that it is never revealed, nature envelops in the impulse of burning desire that something that does not recognize the word impossible, nor accept failure as reality. Chapter 3. Faith, Visualization and Belief in the Fulfillment of Desire. The second step toward wealth. Faith is the primary chemical element of the mind. When faith is combined with thought, the subconscious mind captures the vibration, translates it into its spiritual equivalent, and transmits it to universal intelligence, as in the case of prayer. The emotions of faith, love, and sex are the most powerful among the primary positive emotions. When these three are combined, they color thought in such a way that it instantly reaches the subconscious mind and is transformed there into its spiritual equivalent, the only way to elicit a response from infinite intelligence. Regarding how to develop faith, we have an approach that will help you better understand the importance of the principle of autosuggestion in transmuting desire into its physical or monetary equivalent. Faith is a state of mind that can be induced or created through affirmation or repeated instructions to the subconscious mind via the principle of autosuggestion. As an example, consider the purpose for which you were presumably reading this book. The goal, of course, is to acquire the ability to transmute the intangible thought of the impulse of desire into its physical counterpart, money. By carrying out the instructions described in the chapters on autosuggestion and the subconscious, summarized in the chapter on autosuggestion, you can convince your subconscious that it believes it will receive what it is asking for. It will act on that belief, which your subconscious will return to you in the form of faith, accompanied by precise plans to procure what you desire. Faith is a state of mind that you can increase at will once you have mastered the 13 principles, because it is a state of mind that grows voluntarily through the application of those principles. Repeating affirmations of commands to your subconscious is the only known method of increasing the emotion of faith. Perhaps the concept will become clearer with the following explanation of how people sometimes become criminals. To paraphrase a famous criminologist, when people first come into contact with crime, it repulses them. If they remain in contact with it for some time, they become accustomed to it and tolerate it. And if they remain in contact with crime long enough, they eventually accept it and are influenced by it. This is equivalent to saying that any thought impulse repeatedly channeled into the subconscious is accepted and influences the subconscious, which then translates that impulse into its physical equivalent by the most practical means available. In connection with this, reconsider the proposition that all thoughts that have been emotionalized and mixed with faith immediately begin to translate into their physical equivalent or counterpart. Emotions, or the sentimental portion of thoughts, are the factors that give them vitality and action. Mixed with any thought impulse, the emotions of faith, love, and sex add more energy than it would have on its own. Not only thought impulses mixed with faith, but also those mixed with any positive or negative emotions can reach and influence the subconscious mind.
No one is condemned to bad luck. From this statement, you will understand that the subconscious mind will translate a negative or destructive thought impulse into its physical equivalent just as easily as it would positive or constructive thoughts. This explains the strange phenomenon that millions of people experience, called misfortune or bad luck. There are millions of people who believe they are condemned to poverty and failure because of some external force they believe they cannot control. They are the creators of their own misfortune because of this negative belief that their subconscious mind adopts and translates into its physical equivalent.
This is an appropriate time to suggest again that you can benefit by transmitting to your subconscious mind any desire you wish to translate into its physical or monetary equivalent in a state of hope or conviction that the transmutation will take place. Your conviction or faith is the determining factor in the actions of your subconscious mind. There is nothing to prevent you from deceiving your subconscious mind by giving it instructions through autosuggestion, just as I deceived my son's subconscious mind. To carry out this deception more realistically, when addressing your subconscious mind, behave as if you were already in possession of the material object you are requesting. Your subconscious mind will translate any command given to it into its physical equivalent by the most practical and direct means, in a state of conviction or faith that the command will be carried out. Surely enough has been said to point to a starting point from which one can, through experimentation and practice, acquire the ability to blend faith with any command given to the subconscious mind. Perfection will emerge through practice. It cannot appear simply by reading the instructions. It is essential for you to cultivate your positive emotions as the dominant forces of your mind and to diminish and eliminate negative emotions. A mind dominated by positive emotions becomes a favorable dwelling place for the mental state known as faith. Such a dominated mind can willingly give the subconscious instructions that it will immediately accept and execute. Faith is a mental state that can be induced through autosuggestion. Throughout history, religions have exhorted conflicting humanity to have faith in this or that dogma or creed, but they have failed to explain to the masses how to have faith. They have not stated that faith is a mental state that can be induced through autosuggestion. In language that any normal human being can understand, we will describe all that is known about the principle by which faith can appear where it does not yet exist. Have faith in yourself, faith in the infinite. Before we begin, you should remember that faith is the eternal elixir that gives life, power, and action to the impulse of thought. It is worthwhile to read the previous statement a second, a third, and a fourth time. It is worthwhile to read it aloud. Faith is the starting point of all wealth accumulation. Faith is the foundation of all miracles and all mysteries that cannot be analyzed using the parameters of science. Faith is the only known antidote to failure. Faith is the element, the chemical component, that combined with prayer provides us with direct communication with infinite intelligence. Faith is the element that transforms the ordinary vibration of thought created by the finite mind into its spiritual equivalent. Faith is the only agent through which a person can master the power of infinite intelligence and use it. The magic of autosuggestion. The proof is simple and easy to demonstrate. It is linked to the principle of autosuggestion. Therefore, let us focus our attention on this topic to discover what it is and what can be achieved with it. It is known that one eventually comes to believe anything one repeats to oneself, whether the statement is true or false. If a person repeats a lie over and over, they will eventually accept that lie as truth. Moreover, they will believe it to be true. Every person is what they are because of the dominant thoughts they allow to occupy their mind. The thoughts a person deliberately adopts, enthusiastically encourages, and combines with one or more emotions constitute the motivating forces that direct and control their every move, action, and deed. Here we have the statement of a very important truth. Thoughts combined with any emotion constitute a magnetic force that attracts other similar or related thoughts. A thought thus magnetized with emotion can be compared to a seed that, when planted in fertile ground, germinates, grows, and multiplies again and again until what was initially a tiny seed becomes countless millions of seeds of the same kind. The human mind is constantly attracting vibrations that harmonize with its dominant vibration. Any idea, plan, thought, or purpose one harbors attracts countless similar ideas. Attach these ideas to your own strength, and they grow into the master purpose that dominates and motivates the individual in whose mind they have taken root. Let us now return to the starting point to learn how the original seed of an idea can be planted in the mind. The information is easy to understand. Any idea, plan, or purpose can be fixed in the mind through repetition of thought. Therefore, we instruct you to write down a precise statement of your main purpose or primary objective, memorize it, and repeat it aloud every day until the auditory vibrations have reached your subconscious. This helps you to set aside the influences of any unfavorable environment in order to build your own life as you see fit. By taking stock of your mental resources and capabilities, you may discover that your greatest weakness is a lack of self-confidence. This disadvantage can be overcome and timidity transformed into courage through the help that the principle of autosuggestion provides. The application of this principle can be accomplished by simply writing down your thought impulses, memorizing them, and repeating them until they become part of the toolkit of your unconscious mind. Formula for self-confidence. First, I know that I have the capacity to achieve the object of my defined life purpose. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent and continuous action until I achieve it. And here and now, I promise to perform such action. Second, I realize that the dominant thoughts in my mind will, over time, reproduce themselves in external physical acts to become a tangible reality. Therefore, I will concentrate my thoughts for 30 minutes each day on the task of thinking about the person I intend to become, thus creating a clear mental image. Third, I know that through the principle of autosuggestion, any desire I persistently hold will seek to express itself through practical means to obtain the object behind it. Therefore, I will dedicate 10 minutes each day to developing self-confidence. Fourth, I have clearly written a description of my life's primary goal, and I will never cease striving until I have gained sufficient self-confidence to achieve it. Fifth, I clearly understand that no wealth or position can last long unless it is built on loyalty and justice. Therefore, I will not engage in any transaction that does not benefit all those it affects. I will succeed by attracting the forces I wish to employ and the cooperation of others. I will induce others to serve me through my willingness to serve them. I will eliminate contempt, envy, jealousy, selfishness, and cynicism, and I will cultivate love for all humanity because I know that a negative attitude towards others will never bring me success. I will make others believe in me because I believe in them and in myself.
I will sign this formula with my name, memorize it, and repeat it aloud once a day, with absolute faith that it will gradually influence my thoughts and actions so that I become a self-confident person who enjoys the privilege of success. Behind this formula lies a law of nature that no one has yet been able to explain. The name by which this law is known is of little importance. What matters is that it works for the glory and progress of the human race if used constructively. On the other hand, if used destructively, it will destroy just as easily. In this statement, we can find a very important truth. Those who sink into frustration and end their lives in poverty, misery, and anguish do so because of the negative application of the principle of autosuggestion. The cause can be found in the fact that all thought impulses tend to manifest themselves in their physical form. The realm of negative thinking, the subconscious, does not distinguish between positive and negative thought impulses. It works with the material we supply it through our mental impulses. The subconscious will translate a fear-driven thought into something real as easily as it would a thought driven by courage or faith. Just as electricity turns the wheels of industry and provides useful services when used correctly, or ends life when misused, so the law of autosuggestion will lead us to peace and prosperity or drag us into the valley of misery, failure, and death according to our level of understanding and application of it. If one fills their head with fears, doubts, and mistrust in their ability to connect with and use the power of infinite intelligence, the law of autosuggestion will adopt that spirit of mistrust and use it as a pattern by which the subconscious will translate it into its physical equivalent. Just as the wind carries one ship east and another west, you will be lifted or sunk by the law of autosuggestion according to how you set the sails of your thoughts.
The law of autosuggestion, which can raise anyone to astonishing levels of achievement, is well described in the following verses. If you think you are beaten, you will be. If you think you dare not, you will not dare. If you like to win, but think you cannot, you almost certainly will not win. If you think you will lose, you are lost. For in the world, we find that success begins in the will of man. It is all in the state of mind. If you think you are inferior, you are. You have to think big to rise. You have to be sure of yourself before you can win. The battles of life do not always favor the strongest or the fastest, but sooner or later the one who wins is the one who believes they can. Observe the highlighted words and you will grasp the profound meaning the poet expresses. What genius lies dormant in your brain? In some corner of your character lies latent, asleep, the seed of fulfillment that, if it were to germinate and be put into action, would elevate you to levels you may never have dreamed of reaching. Just as a virtuoso can coax the most beautiful melodies from the strings of their violin, you can awaken the genius that lies dormant in your mind and have it guide you upward toward any goal you wish to achieve. Abraham Lincoln was a failure at everything he attempted until after he turned 40. He was a nobody everywhere until a great experience entered his life and awakened the dormant genius in his heart and mind, giving the world one of its truly great works. That experience was combined with the emotions of grief and love. It happened to him through Anne Ruddle, the only woman he ever loved. It is well known that the emotion of love is linked to the state of mind known as faith, and this is because love comes very close to translating one's thought impulses into their spiritual equivalent. During his research, the author has discovered, through the analysis of the lives and accomplishments of hundreds of men in prominent positions, that behind almost every one of them lay the influence of a woman's love. If you want proof of the power of faith, examine the accomplishments of the men and women who have made use of it. The Nazarene tops the list. The foundation of Christianity is faith. It doesn't matter how many people have perverted or misinterpreted the meaning of this great force. The essence of Christ's teachings and accomplishments, which may have been interpreted as miracles, are nothing more and nothing less than faith. If there are miraculous phenomena, they occur only through the state of mind known as faith. Let us consider the power of faith as demonstrated by a man well known to all humanity, Mahatma Gandhi of India. In this man, the world witnessed one of the most striking examples of the possibilities of faith known to humankind. Gandhi possessed more potential power than any of his contemporaries, despite lacking any of the orthodox tools of power, such as money, warships, soldiers, or war materiel. Gandhi had no money, no house, not even clothes, yet he had power. How did he acquire it? He created it through his understanding of the principle of faith and his ability to transplant that faith into the minds of 200 million people. Gandhi achieved the astonishing feat of influencing 200 million minds to form a human conglomerate that moved in unison as one. What other force in this world, apart from faith, can accomplish so much? How did an idea build a fortune? Because of the necessity of faith and cooperation in the operation of business and industry, it will be both interesting and beneficial to analyze an event that provides an excellent example for understanding the method by which industrialists and businessmen accumulate great fortunes by giving before seeking to receive. The event chosen for this example dates back to the beginning of the century, when the United States Steel Corporation was being formed. As you read the story, keep these fundamental facts in mind, and you will understand how ideas have been transformed into immense fortunes. If you are one of those who have often wondered how great fortunes have been accumulated, this story of the creation of the United States Steel Corporation will be enlightening. If you have any doubt that people can think and become rich, this story will dispel that doubt because you will clearly see in it the application of a significant portion of the principles described in this book. The astonishing tale of the power of an idea was spectacularly written by John Lowell of the New York World, and a fine $1 billion dinner party speech is transcribed here with his courtesy. On the evening of December 12, 1900, some 80 members of the Financial Society gathered in the banquet hall of the University Club on Fifth Avenue to pay homage to a young man from the American West. Not half a dozen of the guests suspected they were about to witness the most important episode in the history of American industry. S. Edward Simmons and Charles Stewart Smith, filled with gratitude for the generous hospitality Charles M. Schwab had shown them during a recent visit to Pittsburgh, organized the dinner to introduce the 38-year-old steel entrepreneur to the Eastern Bankers Society, but they did not expect him to magnetize the audience in such a way. In fact, he was warned that the hearts beating beneath the shirts of New Yorkers would not react to oratory, and that he would not wish to bore the Steelmans, Harrimans, and Vanderbilts, that he would be better off limiting himself to about 15 or 20 minutes of pleasant but superficial remarks. Even John Pierpont Morgan, seated to Schwab's right, as befitted his imperial dignity, had planned to grace the table with his presence only very briefly.
And as far as the press and the public were concerned, the matter seemed so unimportant that the next day's papers did not even mention it, so that the two hosts and their distinguished guests sampled the customary 7 or 8 courses. There was little conversation, and whatever it was about, Versara was discreet and terse. Although some of the bankers and stockbrokers had seen Schwab before, whose career had flourished in the banks of Monongahela, none knew him well. But before the evening concluded, they and the powerful money master Morgan would be left in awe, and a billion-dollar baby, the United States Steel Corporation, would be born that night. Perhaps it's a shame for history that no recording was made of Charlie Schwab's speech at that dinner. However, it was probably a simple speech with grammatical errors, since linguistic perfectionism never interested Schwab, full of proverbs and delivered with wit. But aside from that, it had an impressive force and effect on the estimated $5 billion of capital the diners represented. When he finished, the meeting was still buzzing with his words. Although Schwab had spoken for 90 minutes, Morgan led the speaker to a secluded window where, swinging his legs on a high, uncomfortable seat, they talked for another hour. The magic of Schwab's personality. The magic of Schwab's personality had been unleashed in full force, but what was most important and lasting was the detailed and explicit program he presented for the aggrandizement of the steel industry. Many other men had tried to interest Morgan in forming a steel trust together, modeled on the companies that produced biscuits, wire, strapping, sugar, rubber, whiskey, oil, or chewing gum. John W. Gates, the gambler, had urged him to do so, but Morgan hadn't trusted him. The Moore brothers, Bill and Jim, Chicago wholesalers who had merged a match factory and a biscuit corporation, had also tried to convince him, but failed. Elbert Heggery, the sacrosanct state attorney, tried to entice him onto his side, but he didn't manage to make it big enough to impress him. Until Schwab's eloquence propelled J.P. Morgan to the heights from which he could envision the solid results of the most audacious financial project ever conceived, the idea was considered a delusional dream of naive speculators. The financial magnetism that a generation earlier had begun to attract thousands of small companies, sometimes ineffectively steered toward larger, more competitive combinations, became operative in the steel world thanks to the machinations of that jovial business pirate, John W. Gates. He had already formed the American Steel and Wire Company from a chain of small firms, and, together with Morgan, had created the Federal Steel Company. But next to Andrew Carnegie's gigantic vertical trust, managed by its 53 shareholders, these other combinations were insignificant. They could join together however they saw fit, but even all of them together wouldn't make a dent in Carnegie's organization, and Morgan knew it. The eccentric old Scotsman knew it too. From the majestic heights of Skybow Castle, he had observed first with amusement and then with resentment the attempts by Morgan's smaller companies to encroach on his business. When these attempts became too significant, Carnegie's bad temper turned to anger and a desire for revenge. He decided to duplicate each of his factories for every one his rivals possessed. Until then, he had had no interest in wire, pipe, strip, or plate. He was content to sell them raw steel and let them specialize. But now, with this capable entity, he planned to corner his enemies. This is how Morgan saw the solution to his combinations problem in Charles M. Schwab's speech: a trust without Carnegie. The giant would be no trust at all. It would be a plum pie without plums. Schwab's speech that evening of December 12, 1900, offered the suggestion, not the request, that the vast Carnegie empire could come under Morgan's shadow.
He spoke of the global future of steel, of reorganization for the sake of efficiency, of specialization, of getting rid of unproductive companies, of concentrating efforts on flourishing properties, of saving on raw ore traffic in management and administrative departments, and of capturing foreign markets. More than anything else, he told the buccaneers among them where the errors of their habitual piracy lay. Their aims, he supposed, had been to create monopolies, raise prices, and pay themselves exorbitant dividends beyond all justification. In his folksy style, Schaub condemned this system. He explained that the narrow-mindedness of such a policy lay in the fact that it restricted the market at a time when everything was striving for expansion. By lowering the cost of steel, he said, an expansive market would be created, more uses of steel would be devised, and a considerable portion of the industrial world would be captured. In reality, though he didn't know it, Schaub was an apostle of modern mass production. Thus ended the dinner at the University Club. Morgan went home to ponder Schaub's predictions of progress. Schaub returned to Pittsburgh to manage the steel business for W. Andrew Carnegie, while Gary and the others went back to their tickers, speculating and anticipating the next move. It didn't take long for Morgan, it took him about a week, to digest the feast of reasoning Schaub had laid before him. When he was sure he wasn't going to suffer any financial indigestion, he called Schaub and found a rather timid man. Mr. Carnegie, Schaub told him, might not be too pleased to discover that the chairman of his conglomerate had been flirting with the emperor of Wall Street, the neighborhood Carnegie had resolved never to set foot in. Then John W. Gates, acting as an intermediary between Morgan and Schaub, suggested that if Schaub happened to be passing through the Bellevue Hotel in Philadelphia, J.P. Morgan could meet him there. However, when Schaub arrived, Morgan was ill at his home in New York, and pressured by the magnate's invitation, Schaub traveled there and presented himself at the door of the financier's library. Currently, some economic historians have expressed suspicion that this story, from beginning to end, was orchestrated by Andre Carnegie, that the dinner in Schaub's honor, the famous speech, and the Sunday night meeting between Schaub and the King of Money were events that the shrewd Scotsman had prepared beforehand. The truth, however, is precisely the opposite. When Schaub was called upon to close the deal, he didn't even know if the little boss, as Andrew was called, would pay any attention to a sales offer, especially from a group of men whom he considered to be endowed with something less than bliss. But Schaub arrived at the meeting with 6 handwritten pages filled with data that, according to him, represented the physical value and potential earnings of each steel company he considered an essential star in the new metal firmament. 4 men weighed these schemes throughout the night. The leader, of course, was Morgan, firm in his creed of the divine right of money. With him was his aristocratic partner, Robert Bacon, a scholar and gentleman. The third was John W. Gates, whom Morgan dismissed as a gambler and used as a tool. The fourth was Schaub, who knew more about the process of making and selling steel than any group of men of his time. Throughout that conference, the schemes of the Pittsburgh man were never questioned. If he said a company was worth a certain amount, that was it, period.
He also insisted on including in the mix only the companies he had nominated. He had envisioned a straightforward corporation where there wasn't even room to satisfy the greed of friends who wanted to offload their companies onto the broad shoulders of Morgan. At dawn, Morgan got up and stretched. Only one question remained. "Do you think you can persuade Andrew Carnegie to sell?" he asked. "Can I try?" replied Schaub. "If you can get him to sell, I'll be fully committed to this whole thing," Morgan assured him. So far, so good. But how much would Carnegie sell for? Schaub was thinking around $320 million. How would the payment be made? In common or preferred stock? In cash bonds? No one could come up with $320 million in cash. In January, they went to a round of golf on the frozen greens of St. Andrews in Westchester. Andrew, bundled up in sweaters, and Charlie chatting about trivialities to keep the mood light. Not a word about business was spoken until the pair sat down in the warm living room of the cottage Carnegie owned nearby. Then, with the same power of persuasion with which he had mesmerized 80 millionaires at the university, at the club, Schaub floated glittering promises of retirement and comfort from the countless millions that would satisfy the old Scotsman's social whims. Carnegie agreed, scribbled something on a piece of paper, and said,
Very well, we'll sell for that price. The figure was about $400 million and came from the $320 million Schaub had estimated as the base price, adding $80 million to reflect the expected increase in value over the past 2 years. Later, on the deck of an ocean liner, the Scotsman said regretfully to Morgan, "I wish I had asked you for $100 million more." "If you had asked, I would have paid you," Morgan replied politely. There was some uproar, of course. A British correspondent sent a cable saying that the foreign steel world was terrified of the gigantic corporation. President Haile Dejal declared that unless trusts were regulated, the country would have an emperor in Washington for the next 25 years. But that skilled agent of the stockbroker, which Ken was, applied himself to his work of pushing the new shares so vigorously to the public that all the excess liquidity, estimated by some at nearly $600 million, was absorbed in the blink of an eye. In this way, Carnegie made his millions. Morgan's syndicate got $62 million for all their troubles, and all the guys from Gates to Gary also made their millions. Schaub, 38, got his reward. He was named president of the new corporation and held the position until 1930. Wealth begins with thought. The impressive story of the great business you just read is a perfect example of the method by which desire can be transmuted into its physical equivalent. That gigantic organization was created in the imagination of one man. The plan to provide the organization with steel furnaces that ensured its financial stability was conceived by one person. His faith, his desire, his imagination, and his perseverance were the true essential ingredients that shaped the United States Steel Corporation. The furnaces and mechanical equipment acquired by the company after its legal incorporation were secondary elements. However, careful analysis reveals that the increased value of the assets acquired by the corporation rose by approximately $600 million simply from the transaction that consolidated them under a single management. In other words, Charles M. Schaub's idea, coupled with the faith he instilled in J.P. Morgan and others, generated profits of approximately $600 million. This is not an insignificant sum for a single idea. The United States Steel Corporation prospered to become one of the richest and most powerful companies in the United States, employing thousands of people, developing new applications for steel, and opening new markets. In this way, he demonstrated that the $600 million profit that Schaub's idea produced was well-deserved. Wealth begins in the form of a thought. The amount is limited only by the person in whose mind that idea is set in motion. Faith removes limitations. Remember this when you are ready to bargain with life for the price you desire for having passed through it. Chapter 4. Autosuggestion. The vehicle for influencing the subconscious. The third step to wealth. Autosuggestion is a term that applies to all self-administered suggestions and stimuli that reach one's mind through the 5 senses. In other words, autosuggestion is self-suggestion. It is the agent of communication between that part of the mind where the conscious mind operates and that part that serves as the seat of action for the subconscious. Through the dominant thoughts one allows to remain in the conscious mind, whether positive or negative, the principle of autosuggestion voluntarily reaches the subconscious and influences it with those thoughts. Nature has created man in such a way that he has absolute control over the material that reaches his subconscious through his 5 senses. However, this does not mean that man always exercises that control. In almost all cases, he does not, and that explains why so many people live in poverty. Recall what has been said about the likeness of the subconscious to a fertile garden where weeds grow abundantly if seeds of more desirable plants are not sown. Autosuggestion is the controlling agent through which an individual can voluntarily feed his subconscious with thoughts of constructive nature, or, by negligence, allow destructive thoughts to infiltrate that rich garden of the mind. See and feel the money in your hands. In the 6 steps described in the chapter on desire, you are instructed to read aloud twice a day the written statement of your desire for money, and to visualize and feel yourself already in possession of it. By following these instructions, you communicate the object of your desire directly to your subconscious mind in a state of absolute faith. Through the repetition of this procedure, you create through your will thought habits favorable to your efforts to transmute the desire into its monetary equivalent.
Go back to those 6 steps described in Chapter 2 and reread them carefully before proceeding. Then, when you reach that section, carefully read the 4 instructions for organizing your mastermind group explained in the chapter on organized planning. By comparing both sets of instructions, you'll realize that they are both based on the principle of autosuggestion. Remember, therefore, when you read aloud the statement of your desire, by which you strive to develop an awareness of money, that merely reading those words will have no effect unless you imbue them with emotion and with the meaning of your words. Your subconscious mind recognizes and acts only on thoughts that you have combined with emotion, with feeling. This is such an important fact that it deserves to be repeated in almost every chapter. For the lack of understanding of this principle is the primary reason why most people who attempt to apply autosuggestion fail to achieve the desired results. Indifferent words, recited without emotion, do not influence the subconscious. You will not obtain appreciable results until you learn to reach your subconscious with thoughts or spoken words that have been charged with the emotion of conviction. Don't be discouraged if you can't control your emotions. Don't be discouraged if you can't control and direct your emotions the first time you try. Remember that there is no such thing as getting something for nothing. No matter how much you want to, you cannot deceive yourself.
The price of the ability to influence your subconscious is tireless perseverance in applying the principles described here. You cannot develop this ability for less. Only you must decide if the reward for which the money consciousness is striving is worth the effort you must invest. Your ability to employ the principle of autosuggestion will depend largely on your capacity to concentrate on a desire until that desire becomes a burning obsession. How do you strengthen your powers of concentration? When you begin to follow the instructions of the 6 steps described in Chapter 2, you will need to make use of the principle of concentration. So here are some suggestions for developing effective concentration. When you begin to execute the first of the 6 steps, which are, determine the exact amount of money you desire. Keep your thoughts focused on that amount, fixing your attention on it with your eyes closed until you can actually see the physical appearance of the money. Do this at least once a day. As you progress through these exercises, also follow the instructions given in the chapter on faith and see yourself in possession of the money. Here is a very important fact. The subconscious mind accepts any command given to it in a state of absolute faith and acts upon those commands, even if they must be presented to it often and again through repetition before it will interpret them. With this in mind, consider playing a perfectly legitimate trick on your subconscious mind. Make it believe, because you believe it, that you must obtain the amount of money you are visualizing, that this amount is already waiting for you to own it, and that the subconscious mind must provide you with practical plans for acquiring the money that is already yours. Introduce the idea suggested in the previous paragraph into your imagination and observe how it can create practical plans for accumulating money through the transmutation of desire. Do not expect a definite plan by which you will exchange services or goods for the money you visualize. Instead, begin to see yourself in possession of the money, waiting and demanding, meanwhile, that your subconscious mind provide you with the necessary plans. Be alert for these plans and put them into action immediately when they arise. When they appear, they will flash into your mind through your 6th sense in the form of inspiration. Treat it with respect and act upon it as soon as you receive it. In the 4th of the 6 steps, you are instructed to create a precise plan to accomplish your desire and immediately begin putting it into action. You must follow this instruction in the manner described above. Do not rely solely on reason when creating your plan to accumulate money through the transmutation of desire. Your reasoning faculty can be lazy, and if you depend entirely on it, you may be disappointed. When visualizing the money you intend to accumulate with your eyes closed, see yourself providing the service or supplying the goods you intend to give in exchange for that money. This is important. 6 steps to stimulate your subconscious mind. We will now summarize the instructions given in connection with the 6 steps in Chapter 2 and combine them with the principles presented here. First, choose a quiet place, preferably your bed at night, where you will not be distracted or interrupted.
Close your eyes and repeat aloud so that you can hear your own words the written statement of the amount of money you intend to accumulate, the time frame for acquiring it, and a description of the services or goods you will offer in exchange for the money. As you carry out these instructions, see yourself already in possession of the money. For example, suppose you intend to accumulate $50,000 by January 1st in 5 years and plan to obtain it through personal services as a salesperson. The written statement of your purpose might be as follows. On January 1, 1900, I will be in possession of $50,000, which will flow to me in various sums during that 5-year period. In exchange for that money, I will provide the most efficient services I am capable of, generating the greatest possible amount and providing the highest quality service as a seller of, describe the service or merchandise you intend to sell. I am confident that I will possess that money. My faith is so strong that I can see it now before my eyes. I can touch it with my hands. It is now waiting to be mine at the time and in the proportion that I provide the service I am willing to give in return. I expect a plan with which to accumulate that money, and I will execute it as soon as it appears. Second, repeat this program night and morning until you can visualize the money you have decided to accumulate. Third, place a copy of your written statement where you can see it night and morning and read it just before falling asleep and before waking up until you have memorized it. By following these instructions, remember that you are applying the principle of autosuggestion to give orders to your subconscious mind. Remember also that your subconscious will only obey instructions that are emotionally charged, directed toward it with feeling. Faith is the strongest and most productive of emotions. At first, these instructions may seem abstract. Don't let that trouble you. Follow the instructions without paying attention to how abstract or impractical they may seem. Soon the time will come when, if you have done what has been indicated, both in spirit and in deed, a whole new universe of power will unfold before you. The secret of the power of the mind. Skepticism regarding new ideas is a characteristic of all human beings, but if you follow the instructions given, your skepticism will soon be turned into conviction, which in turn will crystallize into absolute faith. Many philosophers have stated that man is the master of his own earthly destiny, but almost none have succeeded in saying why. The reason why man can be master of himself and his environment is explained in detail in this chapter. A person can become the master of themselves and their environment because they have the power to influence their own subconscious mind. Transmuting desire into money involves using autosuggestion as the agent through which one can reach and influence the subconscious. The other principles are simply tools with which to apply autosuggestion. Treasure this idea, and you will always be mindful of the importance of the autosuggestion principle in your efforts to accumulate money using the methods described in this book. Once you have read the entire book, return to this chapter and, in both spirit and in deed, follow these instructions. Each night, read the entire chapter aloud once until you become fully convinced that the autosuggestion principle is based on truth and sound judgment, and that it will bring you everything you have asked for. As you read, underline with a pencil every sentence that favorably impresses you. Follow the above instructions to the letter, and the path will open to a complete understanding and mastery of the principles of success. Chapter 5. Specialized Knowledge. Personal Experiences or Observations, the fourth step towards wealth. There are two kinds of knowledge. One is general knowledge, the other is specialized knowledge. General knowledge, however vast and varied it may be, is not very useful in accumulating money. The faculties of large universities collectively possess almost every form of general knowledge within the reach of civilization. However, most professors do not have much money. They specialize in teaching knowledge,
but not in organizing or practically applying it. Knowledge will not attract money unless it is organized and intelligently directed through practical plans of action with the precise objective of wealth accumulation. The lack of understanding of this fact has been a source of confusion for millions of people who mistakenly believe that knowledge is power. It is not. Knowledge is only power in potential form. It only becomes power when it is organized into definite plans of action and directed toward a specific purpose. The missing link in all educational systems lies in the failure of institutions to teach their students how to organize and use that knowledge once they have acquired it. Many people mistakenly assume that because Henry Ford had little formal education, he wasn't an educated man. Those who think this way don't understand the true meaning of the word educated. That word comes from the Latin educo, which means to evolve, draw out, or develop from within. An educated man is not necessarily someone with an abundance of general or specialized knowledge. An educated man is one who has cultivated the faculties of his mind in such a way that he can acquire anything he sets his mind to, or its equivalent, without violating the rights of others. The ignorant man who amassed a fortune. During World War I, a Chicago newspaper published certain editorials that, among other things, called Henry Ford an ignorant pacifist. Mr. Ford objected to these claims and sued the newspaper for defamation. When the trial took place, the newspaper's lawyers demanded justification and called Mr. Ford himself to the witness stand to demonstrate to the jury that he was ignorant. They asked Ford a wide variety of questions, all aimed at proving that while he possessed specialized knowledge in automobile manufacturing, he lacked general knowledge. Among the questions they asked him were, who was Benedict Arnold? And how many soldiers did the British send to the American colonies to quell the rebellion of 1776? In response to the latter question, Ford replied, I don't know the exact number of soldiers the British sent, but I have heard it was a considerably larger number than those who returned. Chapter 5. Specialized Knowledge. Finally, Mr. Ford got tired of those kinds of questions. To answer a particularly offensive question, he leaned forward, pointed his finger at the lawyer who had asked it, and said, If you really wanted to answer the silly question you just asked me, or any of the others you have asked, let me remind you that on my desk I have a row of buttons. By pressing the right one, I can call upon men capable of answering any question I might ask them concerning the business to which I have devoted almost all my efforts. Now tell me, why do I need to fill my head with general knowledge in order to answer questions when I have men around me who can provide me with any knowledge I ask for? Undoubtedly, this was a very logical answer that left the lawyer bewildered. Everyone in the room realized that this was not the answer of an ignorant man, but of an educated man. Anyone is educated if they know where to acquire knowledge when they need it and how to organize it into definite plans of action. Through the assistance of his mastermind groups, Henry Ford had all the knowledge at his fingertips that he needed to become one of the richest men in the United States. It wasn't essential that he possess that knowledge in his own mind. You can acquire all the knowledge you need before you are confident in your ability to transform a desire into its monetary equivalent. You will need specialized knowledge about the service, merchandise, or profession you intend to offer in exchange for your fortune. You may need far more specialized knowledge than you have the capacity or inclination to acquire, and in that case, you can overcome your weakness with the help of your mastermind group. Accumulating great wealth requires power, and power is obtained through specialized knowledge, intelligently directed and organized. But that knowledge doesn't necessarily have to be possessed by the person accumulating the wealth. The preceding paragraph should give encouragement and hope to those who wish to achieve wealth but haven't had the formal education necessary to employ specialized knowledge. Many people live with an inferiority complex because they believe they are not educated enough. However, someone who can organize and lead a mastermind group of people with knowledge useful for accumulating money is just as educated as any of the group's members. Thomas Edison had only 3 months of schooling throughout his life. He was not uneducated, nor did he die poor. Henry Ford did not reach the 6th grade of elementary school, yet he amassed an extraordinary fortune. Specialized knowledge is one of the most abundant and inexpensive services available. If you don't believe this, review the payroll of any university. It is useful to know how to purchase knowledge. First of all, decide what kind of specialized knowledge you need and why you need it. To a large extent, the main purpose of your life, the goal you are striving for, will help you determine what knowledge you lack.
With this question posed, the next step is to obtain accurate information about the most reliable sources of knowledge. The most important are A. Your own experiences and education, B. The experience and education available through cooperation with others, C. Technical schools and universities, D. Public libraries with books and publications containing all the organized knowledge of civilization, and E. Specialized learning courses at night schools and correspondence academies. Particularly, as knowledge is acquired, it should be organized in order to use them for a defined purpose through practical plans. Knowledge has no value other than that which can be gained from its application toward a worthwhile goal. If you are considering further studies, determine the purpose for which you want the knowledge you are seeking and then find out where it can be obtained, always from reliable sources. In all occupations, successful people never stop acquiring specialized knowledge related to their main objective, business, or profession. Those who are not successful often make the mistake of believing that the knowledge acquisition stage ends when one leaves school. The truth is, school merely shows us the path to acquiring practical knowledge. Specialization is the order of the day. This truth was highlighted by Robert P. Moe, former director of employment at Columbia University, in a newspaper article. The most sought-after specialists. The candidates most sought after by employment agencies are people who have specialized in some field, graduates of business schools with experience in accounting and statistics, engineers of all kinds, journalists, architects, chemists, and also outstanding leaders, senior managers, energetic and active. The man who has been active during his studies, whose personality allows him to relate to all kinds of people, and who has done adequate work with his studies, has a more favorable profile than the strictly academic student. Some, thanks to their multiple qualifications, have received several job offers, even up to 6. In a letter to Mr. Murr, one of the largest leading industrial companies in its field, stated, "We are interested above all in finding men capable of making exceptional progress at management levels. For this reason, we pay a special attention to qualities of character, intelligence, and personality over specific educational backgrounds."
Application for apprenticeship. In proposing an apprenticeship system for students in offices, shops, and industrial occupations during the summer holidays, Mr. Moore stated that after 2 or 3 years of university studies, each student should be asked to choose a specific course for the future and to slow down if he has done nothing more than drift aimlessly through a curriculum lacking academic specialization. Colleges and universities must face the practical consideration that all professions and occupations today require specialists, he said, promoting the idea that educational institutions should more directly accept responsibility for vocational guidance. One of the most reliable and practical sources of knowledge available to those needing specialized education is night schools, which operate in many large cities. Correspondence courses offer specialized knowledge anywhere the mail reaches and on all subjects that can be covered by distance learning. One of its advantages is the flexibility of the program, which allows studying during free time. Another advantage of studying at home, if a suitable academy has been chosen, is that most correspondence courses include extensive consultation privileges, which can be very valuable for those needing specialized knowledge. No matter where one lives, one can always take advantage of all these benefits. A lesson from a debt collection agency. We generally never appreciate what we acquire effortlessly and at no cost. Perhaps that is one of the reasons why we take such little advantage of the wonderful opportunity that schools represent. Public. The self-discipline developed by following a specialized course of study compensates to some extent for the missed opportunity when knowledge was freely available. Correspondence schools are highly organized commercial institutions. Their tuition and fees are usually so low that they are forced to insist on the punctuality and mandatory nature of payments. The obligation to pay, regardless of whether one gets good grades or not, has the effect of keeping the student on track with the course, even when they would prefer to drop out. Correspondence schools have not sufficiently emphasized this point, but the fact is that their collection departments provide an excellent training ground in matters such as decisiveness, promptness, and the habit of finishing what one starts. I learned this lesson firsthand more than 45 years ago. I enrolled in a correspondence course on advertising.
After completing 8 or 10 lessons, I stopped studying. However, the school continued to send me invoices. Moreover, it insisted that I make my payments, whether I continued with the course or not. I decided that since I had to pay for a course I had legally committed to anyway, I would finish it to get my money's worth. At the time, I thought the school's payment system was too well organized, but I later realized that the experience was a very valuable part of my training and that I hadn't had to pay anything extra for it. Forced to make the payments, I went ahead and finished the course. Over time, I discovered that the school's efficient payment system also benefited me, as I more than recouped my investment thanks to the profits from the advertising course I had so reluctantly completed. The path to specialized knowledge. It is said that the United States has the largest public school system in the world. One of the strangest things about human beings is that we only value what has a price. Precisely because public schools and libraries are free, they don't impress most people. That is the main reason why many people feel the need to acquire additional knowledge after leaving school and starting life. Workplace education is also one of the reasons why employers value workers who enroll in correspondence courses more highly. They know from experience that anyone willing to dedicate some of their free time to studying at home possesses the qualities necessary for leadership. There is a weakness in people for which there seems to be no remedy, a lack of ambition. People, especially salaried employees, who use their free time to study and develop themselves, rarely remain in lower positions. This action opens the path to advancement, removes obstacles, and allows them to gain the interest of those who have the power to offer opportunities. The method of studying at home to acquire knowledge is especially useful for those who work and feel the need to acquire specialized knowledge but do not have enough time to return to school. Stuart Austin Wire trained as a construction engineer and worked in that field until the Great Depression reduced the market so that he could no longer maintain the income he needed. He then decided to take stock of himself and change course. He opted to study law, returned to school, and enrolled in special courses to prepare himself to become a lawyer, commercial law. He completed his studies, passed his final exams, and earned his degree. Shortly afterward, he began a successful career in legal practice. To clarify and anticipate those who might say, "I can't go to school because I have to support a family," or "I'm too old for that," I should add that Mr. Wire was over 40 and married when he returned to his studies. By choosing highly specialized courses at suitable universities, he completed in 2 years what most law students take 4 to achieve. It's worth knowing how to acquire knowledge. A simple idea that worked. Let's consider a specific case. A supermarket clerk lost his job. Since he had some accounting experience, he enrolled in a specialized course. He updated himself on the latest accounting tools and the use of modern office equipment. Then he decided to work for himself. He started by offering his services to the same supermarket where he had worked and gradually signed contracts with over 100 small businesses to handle their bookkeeping, charging a low monthly fee. His idea was so practical that he soon outfitted a mobile office inside a small delivery truck, complete with modern accounting machines. Today, he has a fleet of these mobile offices and a large team of assistants, allowing him to offer small business owners high-quality accounting services at an affordable price. Specialized knowledge combined with imagination was the essential ingredient of this unique and profitable business. Last year, the owner of this venture paid almost 10 times more in income tax than the supermarket where he had worked paid for the same thing. The beginning of this thriving business was an idea. I had the privilege of providing that idea to the unemployed salesman, and now I have the even greater privilege of suggesting another idea with even higher earning potential. This second idea was inspired by the same salesman who left sales to go into the wholesale accounting business. When I proposed this plan to him as a solution to his unemployment, he immediately exclaimed, "I like the idea, but I wouldn't know how to turn it into money." In other words, he complained about not knowing how to market his accounting knowledge after acquiring it. Thus, a new problem arose that needed solving. With the help of a young typist who was tasked with writing down the entire idea, he prepared a very attractive little book describing the advantages of the new accounting system. The pages were carefully typed and pasted into a scrapbook that served as a kind of silent salesman. It told the story of the new business with such clarity and effectiveness that its creator soon began to have more clients than he could handle. A proven plan for landing the ideal job.
There are thousands of people across the country who need the services of a sales specialist capable of preparing an attractive resume to offer their personal services. The idea described here was born out of the need to overcome an emergency, but it didn't only benefit its creator. The woman who conceived it possessed a brilliant imagination, and thanks to it, she gave rise to a new profession that could serve thousands of people in need of practical advice on selling their talents and skills. Spurred by the immediate success of her first plan to sell personal services, this energetic woman decided to apply the same method to help her son, who had just graduated from college but couldn't find a job. The plan she developed for him was, without a doubt, the best I've ever seen for selling personal services. The final resume contained 50 pages of carefully typed and organized information detailing the young man's natural abilities, education, personal experiences, and a wide range of supplementary information. The book also included a detailed description of the position her son wanted and a structured plan to get it. Preparing this resume took several weeks. During that time, the mother sent her son to the public library almost every day to gather the necessary information. She also sent him to visit other candidates competing for similar jobs, from whom she obtained valuable insights into their presentation and sales techniques, information that was essential for refining the plan. When the project was complete, it contained more than half a dozen excellent suggestions that could directly benefit the potential employer. You don't have to start from the bottom. Someone might ask, why complicate things so much to get a job? The answer is simple. Doing something well is never complicated. The plan that this woman designed for her son allowed him to get the job he wanted in the first interview with the salary he himself had proposed. And most importantly, that position didn't require him to start from the bottom. He was hired as a junior executive with a salary equivalent to that of an executive. Why go through so much trouble? For one very clear reason. The well-planned presentation this young man used to apply for the job saved him no less than 10 years of efforts, the time it would have taken him to climb from a lower position if he had followed the traditional path of starting from the bottom. The idea of starting from the bottom may seem sensible, but it has a major drawback. Too many people start at the bottom and never manage to rise high enough to be noticed. They remain stuck in a rut. The perspective from the bottom is rarely inspiring. It tends to kill ambition. It's what's known as getting stuck in a rut, accepting one's fate because one has become so accustomed to the daily grind that one stops trying to escape it. That's why it's always preferable to start a few rungs higher. In this way, one develops the habit of observing one's surroundings, analyzing the progress of others, looking for opportunities in seizing them at the right moment, and making dissatisfaction work in one's favor. Dan Halpin is a perfect example of what I'm trying to explain. During his university years, he worked as manager of the famous Notre Dame football team, national champions in 1930 under the legendary Knute Rockne. Halpin finished his studies during a difficult time as the Great Depression had created a severe job shortage. After trying his hand at investing in the film industry, he accepted the first opportunity that came his way, selling electric hearing aids on commission. It was a job anyone could do, but he understood that it could serve as a stepping stone to something better. He stayed in that job for almost 2 years, albeit without enthusiasm. However, instead of succumbing to his discontent, he decided to use his dissatisfaction as motivation to improve. He aspired to the position of sales manager within his company and got it. This promotion placed him above others in a position where he could see new opportunities and where opportunities could also see him. Halpin achieved such an impressive sales volume that A.M. Andrews, president of Dictograph Products Company, a competitor, wanted to meet the man who was taking away so many of his sales. He summoned him, and at the end of the interview, Halpin was hired as the new sales manager for the Acosticon division. To test his abilities, Andrew went to Florida for 3 months, leaving him in charge. Halpin didn't falter. On the contrary, he thrived. Inspired by the philosophy of his former coach, Knute Rockne, who said that everyone loves the winner but has no time for the loser, Halpin gave it his all. In just over 6 months, he was promoted to vice president of the company, a position that would have taken others 10 years to reach.
One of the key points I want to highlight with this story is that we rise to the highest levels or remain at the bottom, depending on conditions we can control if we truly decide to do so. Your partners can be priceless. I also want to emphasize another fundamental aspect. Both success and failure are largely the result of habit. I have no doubt that Dan Halpin's close relationship with the best football manager of his era instilled in him the desire to excel, the same desire that transformed Notre Dame into a legendary team. There is something very powerful in admiring a hero, provided that hero is a true winner. My conviction that the right partnerships are decisive factors for success or failure was confirmed when my son Blair was negotiating a position with Mr. Halpin. He was offered an initial salary of almost half of what he would have earned at another company. Even so, I encouraged him to accept it because I knew that the value of working alongside a man like Halpin, someone who refuses to settle for mediocrity, cannot be measured in money. Being at the bottom is a heavy, monotonous, and unproductive place for anyone. That is why I have taken the time to show how to avoid that starting point through intelligent planning and a determined attitude. Make your ideas pay off through specialized knowledge. The woman who prepared the personal services sales plan for her son now receives letters from all over the country requesting her cooperation in developing similar plans for others who want to sell their personal services at a better price. It shouldn't be thought that her method consists solely of a clever sales strategy that helps men and women ask and receive more money for the same services they previously offered for less. She also considers the employer's interests and designs each plan so the client receives real and measurable value for the additional money they pay. If you have imagination and are looking for a more profitable way to offer your personal services, this suggestion may be the stimulus you need. An idea like this can provide you with a higher income than the average doctor, engineer, or lawyer. Even if they have spent years studying at university, there is no fixed price for good ideas. Behind every great idea is specialized knowledge. Unfortunately, for those who fail to achieve wealth, specialized knowledge is much more common and easier to obtain than the ideas themselves. That is why there is enormous demand and a growing opportunity for people who can help others sell their personal services to their advantage. This ability requires imagination, the skill of combining specialized knowledge with ideas to transform them into organized plans that lead to wealth. If you have imagination, this chapter can provide you with an idea capable of kickstarting the wealth you desire. Remember, the idea is the key piece.
Specialized knowledge can be easily found around any corner. Chapter 6. Imagination, the workshop of the mind. The fifth step to wealth. Imagination is the workshop where all plans created by humankind are formed. It is there that the impulse of desire takes shape, definition, and action through the help of the mind's imaginative faculty. It has been said that humans are capable of creating anything they can imagine. Thanks to this faculty, humankind has discovered and mastered more forces of nature in the last 50 years than in all of previous human history. We have conquered the airspace to the point that birds are poor competitors. He has analyzed and weighed the sun from millions of kilometers away and determined its constituent elements. He has increased the speed of transportation to over 1,000 kilometers an hour. The only reasonable limitation of man is the degree of development of his imagination and how he uses it. He has not yet reached the peak of his creative potential. He has barely discovered that he possesses this faculty and has only begun to use it in an elementary way. Two forms of imagination. The imaginative faculty works in two ways. One is called synthetic imagination, and the other creative imagination. Synthetic imagination. Through this faculty, one can combine old concepts, ideas, or plans into new forms. It does not create anything new, but rather reorganizes what already exists. It works with material from experience, education, and observation. It is the faculty most used by inventors, except for those geniuses who resort to creative imagination when synthetic imagination is insufficient to solve a problem. Creative imagination. Through this faculty, man's finite mind communicates directly with infinite intelligence. It is the channel through which hunches, intuitions, and inspirations are received.
Through creative imagination, a person can connect with the subconscious mind of others. This faculty operates automatically, especially when the conscious mind is working at a high pace, as when stimulated by intense emotion or a burning desire. Creative imagination becomes more sensitive and powerful with constant use. Great leaders in business, industry, and finance, as well as great artists, musicians, poets, and writers, have achieved their success because they developed their creative imagination. Both synthetic and creative imagination sharpen and strengthen with practice, just like any muscle or organ in the body. Desire is just a thought, an impulse. It is nebulous, ephemeral, and abstract. It has no value until it is transformed into its physical counterpart. Although synthetic imagination will be the one you use most often to turn the impulse of desire into money, you must remember that you may also face circumstances that demand the use of creative imagination. Exercise your imagination. Your imaginative faculty may have weakened from lack of use, but it can be reactivated and strengthened through practice. This faculty never dies, although it can become dormant if not used. For now, concentrate your attention on developing synthetic imagination, as this is the tool you will most often employ to transform desire into money. Converting the intangible impulse of desire into a tangible reality, money, requires the use of one or more plans. Such plans must be developed with the help of imagination, especially the synthetic faculty. Read this entire book and then return to this chapter to begin actively working with your imagination. Use this faculty to construct one or more plans that will turn your desire into wealth. In almost every chapter, you will find detailed instructions on how to do this. Put your plan in writing if you haven't already. The moment you commit it to paper, you will have given definitive and concrete form to an intangible desire. Read this statement again, aloud and slowly. Remember, when you write down your desire and the plan to achieve it, you have taken the first in a series of steps that will enable you to convert that thought into its physical equivalent. The laws that lead to fortune. The earth you live on and everything on it is the result of an evolutionary process in which tiny particles of matter were precisely organized and arranged. Every cell in your body, every atom in the universe, and this planet itself began as an intangible form of energy. Desire is a thought impulse, and thoughts are forms of energy. When you begin to accumulate money from the impulse of desire, you are using the same material that nature used to create the world and all life forms, including your body and mind, where those impulses operate. You can create a fortune by applying universal and immutable laws, but first, you must know them and learn how to use them. Through repetition and by presenting these principles from different perspectives, the author seeks to reveal the secret behind all great fortunes. And although it may seem mysterious or paradoxical, this secret is not really hidden. It is present in everything around us, on Earth, in the stars, in the planets that revolve in perfect harmony, in the natural elements, and in every form of life. The principles that follow will open the path to understanding the imagination. Assimilate as many concepts as you can on your first reading. Then, when you reread the text, you will discover that something has changed within you. Your understanding will be clearer and deeper. But above all, do not stop, do not hesitate or interrupt your study of these principles until you have read this book at least 3 times. Because when you do, you will realize that you will no longer want to stop. How can we make practical use of the imagination? Ideas are the starting point of all fortunes. Ideas are products of the imagination. Let us look at some famous examples that gave rise to great wealth in hopes that they will serve as a practical guide to understanding how to use your imagination to accumulate prosperity. The Enchanted Kettle. 50 years ago, an old country doctor rode his horse to the village. He tied up his horse, crept into the drugstore through the back door, and began haggling with the young clerk. For over an hour, behind the counter, the old doctor and the clerk spoke in hushed tones. Then the doctor left, went to his horse, and returned to the store with a large antique kettle and a wooden paddle used to stir its contents. He placed it in the back of the store. The clerk inspected the kettle, reached into his inside pocket, pulled out a roll of bills, and handed it to the doctor. The roll contained $500, all the clerk's savings. The doctor gave him a slip of paper on which the secret formula was written. Those magic words were worth a king's ransom, but not to the doctor. Those magic words were necessary to make the kettle boil, but neither the doctor nor the young clerk knew what fabulous fortunes were destined to flow from it. The old doctor was happy to sell the items for $500. The shopkeeper took a huge risk, betting all his savings on a scrap of paper and an old kettle. He never dreamed that his investment would begin with a kettle overflowing with gold, and that one day it would surpass the miraculous phenomenon of Aladdin's lamp. What the shopkeeper had actually bought was an idea. The old kettle, the wooden spoon, and the secret message written on the scrap of paper were incidental. The curious qualities of that kettle began to manifest themselves after its new owner mixed in, according to the secret instructions, an ingredient about which the doctor knew nothing.
Try to discover what the young man added to the secret message that made the kettle overflow with gold. This is a story of events stranger than fiction, of events that begin in the form of an idea. Let's take a look at the vast fortunes that this idea has produced. It has yielded and continues to yield immense fortunes to men and women around the world who distribute the contents of the kettle to millions of people. The old kettle is now one of the largest consumers of sugar, guaranteeing permanent employment to thousands of men and women who cultivate sugarcane and refine and market the sugar. The old kettle consumes millions of bottles annually, providing work for a vast number of glass workers. It employs an army of clerks, stenographers, writers, and advertising experts across the nation. It has brought fame and fortune to countless artists who have created magnificent paintings depicting the product. The old kettle has transformed a small town in the southern United States into the business capital of the South, where it now directly or indirectly benefits every business and nearly every resident of the town. The influence of this idea now benefits all civilized cities in the world, pouring a continuous stream of gold for all who touch it. The gold from the kettle builds and maintains one of the most prestigious universities in the southern United States, where thousands of young people receive the essential training for success. If the product of this old bronze kettle could speak, it would tell us chilling stories worthy of a novel in every language. Novels of love, of business, of professional men and women who are stimulated daily by this product. The author is certain of at least one of those novels, for he has a part in it. And it all began not far from where the clerk bought the old kettle from the doctor. It was there that the author met his wife, and she first told him about the enchanted kettle. It was the product of that kettle they were drinking when he asked her to marry him. Whoever you are, wherever you live, and whatever your occupation may be, remember in the future, every time you see the words Coca-Cola, that its vast empire of wealth and influence sprang from a single idea, that the mysterious ingredient with which the drugstore clerk Asa Candler mixed the secret formula was imagination. Stop and think about that for a moment. Remember also that the steps to wealth described in this book have been the means by which Coca-Cola's influence has spread to every city, town, village, and crossroads in the world, and that any idea you can come up with, as good and worthwhile as Coca-Cola, has the potential to double the record of that world-renowned thirst-quenching beverage. What would I do if I had $1 million? This story proves the truth of that old adage, where there's a will, there's a way. This was told to me by that beloved educator and clergyman, the late Frank D.W. Gonzalez, who began his preaching career in the cattle yards of the Chicago region. While studying at university, Dr. Salas observed many flaws in our educational system, flaws he believed he could correct if he were a school principal. He resolved to establish a new school where he could implement his own ideas without the constraints of orthodox educational methods. He needed $1 million to launch his project. Where would he need to turn to obtain such a sum of money? This question consumed most of the young and ambitious preacher's thoughts, yet he seemed to make no progress.
Every night he went to bed thinking about the same thing, and the next day he woke up with the same idea. He kept turning it over in his mind until it became an obsession. As a philosopher as well as a preacher, Dr. Gonzalez recognized, as do all those who achieve success in life, that a defined purpose is the starting point from which to begin. He also recognized that this defined purpose acquires animation, life, and power when it is backed by a burning desire to translate that purpose into its material equivalent. He knew all these great truths, and yet he didn't know where or how to find $1 million. The natural course would have been to give up and forget about it, saying, "My idea is good, but I can't do anything with it because I'll never be able to procure the $1 million I need to execute it." That's exactly what most people would have said. But it's not what Dr. Gonzalez said. What he said and did are so important that I now present them to the reader for them to explain. One Saturday morning, I sat in my room thinking of ways to get the money necessary to carry out my plans. For almost 2 years I had been thinking, but I hadn't done anything but think. The time for action had arrived. At that moment, I decided that I would raise that $1 million within a week. How? That didn't concern me. The most important thing was the decision to get it within a certain time frame, and I want to emphasize that the instant I reached that decision, a strange sense of security came over me in a way I had never experienced before. Something inside me seemed to say, "Why haven't you made that decision sooner? That money has been waiting for you all this time." Events moved quickly. I called the newspapers and announced that the next morning I would deliver a sermon entitled, "What Would I Do If I Had $1 Million?" Immediately I set to work on the sermon, but I must say frankly that the task wasn't difficult because I had been preparing it for almost 2 years. Well before midnight, I had finished it. I went to bed and fell asleep with a feeling of confidence because I could see myself in possession of the $1 million. The next morning, I got up early, went into the bathroom, read the sermon, and knelt down to ask that my sermon would attract the attention of someone who would provide me with the money I needed. While I was praying, I again felt the certainty that the money was about to appear. In my excitement, I left without the sermon and didn't discover my oversight until I was in the pulpit ready to read it. It was too late to go back for my notes, and it was fortunate that I couldn't. Instead of notes, my own subconscious provided the material I needed. When I stood up to deliver my sermon, I closed my eyes and spoke with all my heart and soul about my dreams. I didn't just speak to my audience, I also addressed God. I said what I would do with $1 million if someone placed that sum in my hands. I described the plan I had devised to organize a great educational institution where young people would learn to do practical things while simultaneously developing their minds. When I finished and sat down, a man slowly rose from his seat about 3 rows back and approached the pulpit. I wondered what he planned to do. He entered the pulpit, extended his hand, and said, "Reverend, I liked your sermon. I believe you can do everything you said you would do if I had $1 million. To prove to you that I believe in you and your sermon, if you come to my office tomorrow morning, I will give you the $1 million. My name is Philip Armour." Young Gonzalez went to Mr. Armour's office and was given the $1 million. With that money, he founded the Armour Institute of Technology, which is now known as the Illinois Institute of Technology. The necessary $1 million came as a result of an idea. Behind that idea was a desire that young Gonzalez had harbored for almost 2 years. Note this important fact. He obtained the money within 36 hours of making the firm decision to acquire it and devising a definite plan to do so. There was nothing new or unusual about young Gonzalez's vague idea regarding the $1 million and his faint desire to obtain it. Others before him, and many more since, have had similar thoughts. But there was something very special and different about the decision he made that memorable Saturday when he set aside all indecision and said to himself convinced, "I will get that money within a week." Furthermore, the principle by which Dr. Gonzalez obtained the $1 million is still valid. It is available to you. The universal law works today as effectively as when the young preacher employed it so successfully. How to transmute ideas into money. Notice that Asa Candler and Dr. Frank Gonzalez had one characteristic in common. They both knew the astonishing truth that ideas can be transmuted into money through the power of a definite purpose and concrete plans. If you are one of those who believe that hard work and honesty alone will bring you wealth, you are very wrong. Wealth, when it appears in large quantities, is never solely the result of hard work. When it appears, wealth is the result of definite demands based on the application of definite plans and is never due to luck or chance. An idea is a thought impulse that prompts action by appealing to the imagination. All skilled salesmen know that when merchandise can't be sold, ideas can. Ordinary salesmen ignore this, and that's precisely why they are ordinary. A publisher of cheap books made a discovery of great value to all publishers in general. He learned that many people buy the title, not the content of the books. By simply changing the title of a book that wasn't selling, his sales increased by more than 1 million copies. The inside, as it's called in publishing jargon, the part between the covers, hadn't changed. They simply tore off the covers with the unsold title and applied new covers with a more marketable title. Simple as it seems, that was a real idea.
It was imagination. There is no standard price for ideas. The idea creator sets their own price, and if they are clever, they can command it. The story of almost every fortune begins the day the creator and the seller of ideas meet and begin working in harmony. Carnegie surrounded himself with people capable of everything he couldn't do, people who created ideas and people who put those ideas into practice. Both he and the others became fabulously wealthy. There are millions of people who spend their lives waiting for a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps that might provide an opportunity, but the safest plan is not to depend on luck. A stroke of good fortune was what offered me the greatest opportunity of my life, but I had to dedicate 25 years of concrete efforts to make that opportunity a reality. The stroke of luck was meeting Andrew Carnegie and gaining his cooperation. On that occasion, Carnegie suggested to me the idea of organizing the principles of achievement and triumph into a philosophy of success. Thousands of people have taken advantage of the discoveries made during these last 25 years of research and have accumulated several fortunes by applying this philosophy. The beginning was simple. It was an idea anyone could have put into practice. The stroke of good fortune came with Carnegie, but what about the determination? The definition of purpose, the desire to achieve the goal, and the persistent effort of 25 years. It wasn't an ordinary desire that survived setbacks, discouragements, temporary failures, criticism, and constant reminders that it was a waste of time. It was a burning desire, an obsession. When Carnegie first suggested the idea to me, it was nurtured, encouraged, and cherished to keep it alive. Gradually, the idea grew gigantic in its own right, and then it nourished me, encouraged me, and guided me. Ideas are like that. First, we give them life, action, and direction, and then they acquire their own power and sweep away any kind of opposition. Ideas are intangible forces, but they have more power than the physical brain in which they are born. They have the power to continue living even after the brain that created them has returned to dust. Chapter 7. Organized Planning, the Crystallization of Desire into Action, the sixth step toward wealth. You have learned that everything a person creates or acquires begins in the form of a desire that is assumed from its first appearance and moves from the abstract to the concrete in the workshop of the imagination, where plans are created and organized for its transformation. In the second chapter, you are instructed to take 6 very definite steps as the first movement toward transmuting the desire for money into its physical equivalent. One of those steps is the formation of a definite and practical plan or plans through which that transformation can be accomplished. You will now receive instructions on how to construct plans that are practical. For example, ally yourself with as many people as you may need for the creation and execution of your plan for accumulating money, making use of the mastermind principle described in a later chapter. Submission to this principle is essential. Do not disregard it. B. Before forming your mastermind, decide on the advantages and benefits you can offer each member of your group in exchange for their cooperation. No one will work indefinitely without some form of compensation. No intelligent person will demand or expect another to work without adequate compensation, even if it isn't always in the form of money. C.
Agree to meet with your mastermind members at least a couple of times a week, and more often if possible, until you have finalized the plan necessary for accumulating money. D. Maintain perfect harmony between yourself and your team members. If you fail to adhere to this instruction to the letter, you will encounter failure. The principle of mastermind work cannot be achieved where perfect harmony does not reign. Keep these facts in mind. First, you are engaged in an undertaking of great importance to you. If you want to ensure success, you must have flawless plans. Second, you must have the advantage of the experience, education, innate ability, and imagination of other minds. This aligns with the methods used by all those who have amassed great fortunes. No single individual possesses sufficient experience, education, innate ability, and knowledge to guarantee the accumulation of a large fortune without the cooperation of others. Every plan you adopt in the enterprise of wealth accumulation must be a joint creation of you and the other members of your mastermind. You may originate your own plans, either partially or entirely, but ensure that these plans are reviewed and approved by your mastermind. If your first plan fails, try another. If the first plan you adopt is unsuccessful, replace it with a new one. If this new plan also fails, replace it with another, and so on, until you find a plan that works. Right here lies the main reason why most people stumble upon failure: their lack of perseverance in creating new plans to replace those that don't work. Even the smartest person cannot succeed in accumulating money or in any other endeavor without practical and viable plans. Keep this in mind, and when your plans fail, remember that a temporary failure is not the same as a permanent one. A failure simply indicates that the plans weren't good. Make new ones. Start all over again. Temporary failure should mean only one thing: the certainty that something is wrong with the plan. Millions of people spend their lives in misery and poverty because they lack a good plan to accumulate wealth. Their achievements can only be as good as the effectiveness of their plans. No one is defeated until they give up in their own mind. James J. Hill encountered temporary failures the first time he set out to raise the capital needed to build a railroad across the United States, but he also turned failure into victory by using new plans. Henry Ford experienced temporary failure not only at the beginning of his automotive career, but also after he had advanced far toward the greatest heights of success. He devised other plans and continued moving toward financial victory. We see people who have amassed great fortunes, but we often only acknowledge their triumphs and overlook the temporary failures they had to overcome before reaching the top. No follower of this philosophy can reasonably expect to accumulate a fortune without experiencing temporary failures. When failure occurs, accept it as a sign that your plans are not good. Make others, and set out again toward your desired goal. If you lose interest before you have reached your goal, you are a quitter. Remember that quitters never win, and a winner never quits. Copy this sentence onto a piece of paper in large letters and put it where you can see it every night before going to bed and every morning before going to work. When you begin selecting members for your mastermind team, try to choose those who don't take failure too seriously. Some people foolishly believe that only money can generate money. This is not true. Desire, transmuted into its monetary equivalent through the principles presented here, is the agent through which money is made. Money itself is nothing more than inert matter. It cannot move, think, or speak, but it can hear when someone who desires it calls out to it. Planning the sale of personal services. Intelligent planning is essential for the success of any enterprise designed to accumulate wealth. Here you will find detailed explanations for those who must begin accumulating wealth by selling their personal services. It should be encouraging to know that almost all great fortunes began in the form of compensation for personal services rendered or the sale of ideas. What else besides ideas and personal services does someone without property have to offer in exchange for wealth? Almost all leaders begin as followers. Generally speaking, there are two types of people in the world. Some are known as leaders and others as followers. Decide from the outset whether you intend to become a leader in your chosen profession or whether you will remain an assistant. The difference in compensation is enormous. The assistant cannot reasonably expect to receive the same compensation as the leader, although many followers make the mistake of expecting the same remuneration. It is not a misfortune to be an assistant, but there is no merit in remaining one. Almost all great leaders began as followers. They became great leaders because they were intelligent followers. With very few exceptions, the person who cannot intelligently follow a leader will never become an effective leader. On the other hand, the person who can intelligently follow a leader is the one who most quickly develops the capacity to be a leader. An intelligent follower has many advantages, including the opportunity to acquire knowledge from their leader, the main attributes of leadership. The following factors are important in every leader. First, unwavering courage based on self-knowledge and knowledge of one's profession. No follower wants to be dominated by a leader lacking confidence and courage. No intelligent follower can remain under such a leader for long. Second, self-control. A person who is incapable of controlling themselves can never control others. Self-control is a powerful example for followers, one that the most intelligent will emulate. Third,
a clear sense of justice. Without a sense of fairness and justice, no leader can lead their followers and maintain their respect. Fourth, precision in decisions. A person who hesitates in their decisions demonstrates a lack of self-confidence and cannot lead others successfully. Fifth, accuracy in plans. A successful leader must plan their work and work their plan. A leader who operates on guesswork without practical or precise plans is like a ship without a rudder. Sooner or later, they will run aground. Sixth, the habit of going above and beyond. One of the costs of leadership is that a leader must be willing to do more than they require of their followers. Seventh, a pleasant personality. No slovenly or careless person can become an effective leader. Leadership requires respect, and followers will not respect a leader who does not excel in all the factors that make up a pleasant personality. Eighth, empathy and understanding. The successful leader must be empathetic toward their followers and understanding of them and their problems. Ninth, mastery of detail. Effective leadership demands mastery of the details of the leader's position. 10th, willingness to take full responsibility. The successful leader must be willing to take responsibility for the mistakes and oversights of their followers. If they try to shirk this responsibility, they will cease to be a leader. If one of their followers makes a mistake or appears incompetent, the leader must consider themselves the one who has failed. 11th, cooperation. The successful leader must understand and apply the principle of cooperative effort and be able to motivate their followers to do the same. Leadership requires power, and power requires cooperation. There are two forms of leadership. The first, and far more effective, is leadership with the consent and sympathy of the followers. The second is leadership by force, without the consent or sympathy of the followers. History is full of evidence that leadership by force does not last. The fall and disappearance of dictators and kings is significant. It indicates that people will not indefinitely obey leadership imposed by force. Napoleon, Mussolini, and Hitler were examples of leaders by force. Their leadership has passed. Leadership with the consent of the followers is the only kind that endures. People may temporarily obey leadership by force, but they will not do so willingly. The new brand of leadership will encompass the 11 factors described in this chapter, plus some others. The person who makes them the foundation of their leadership will find abundant opportunities to lead in all walks of life. The 10 main causes of leadership failure. We now come to the main mistakes of leaders who fail, because knowing what to do is just as important as knowing what not to do. First, an inability to organize details. Effective leadership requires the ability to organize and control details. No genuine leader is ever too busy to do anything that might be asked of them in their capacity as a leader. When someone, whether a leader or an assistant, admits they are too busy to change plans or attend to an emergency, they're admitting their incompetence. The successful leader must be the one who controls all the details related to their position.
This means, of course, acquiring the habit of delegating details to capable assistants. Second, a reluctance to perform humble services. Truly great leaders are always willing, when the occasion demands it, to perform any kind of task asked of them. The best among you will be the servant of all. This is a truth that all capable leaders observe and respect. Third, expecting gratification for what they know and not for what they do with what they know. The world doesn't pay leaders for what they know, but for what they do or what they inspire others to do. Fourth, fear of competition from followers. A leader who fears that one of their followers might take their place is practically doomed to have their fears realized sooner or later. A capable leader trains substitutes to whom they can delegate any detail of their position at will. Only in this way can a leader be multitasking and prepared to be in many places and attend to many things at the same time. It is an eternal truth that leaders are paid more for their ability to get others to work than for their own efforts. An effective leader can, through their knowledge of their work and the magnetism of their personality, increase the effectiveness of others and induce them to perform more and better services than they would without their guidance. Fifth, lack of imagination. Without imagination, a leader is incapable of overcoming emergencies and creating plans that allow them to guide their followers effectively. Sixth, selfishness. The leader who claims all the credit for the work of their followers is doomed to breed resentment. The true leader demands no honor whatsoever. They are happy to see honors, when they are given, go to their followers, because they know that most people will work more enthusiastically for recognition and appreciation than just for money. Seventh, lack of discipline. Followers do not respect leaders who lack discipline. Moreover, a lack of discipline in any form destroys the resilience and vitality of those who allow themselves to be dominated by it. Eighth, disloyalty. Perhaps this cause should top the list. The leader who is not loyal to their organization and their team, to those above them and those below them, will not be able to maintain their leadership for long. Disloyalty marks a person as someone who is at the level of the dust we walk on and attracts the contempt they deserve. Disloyalty is one of the main causes of failure in all areas of life. Ninth, emphasizing the authority of the leader. An effective leader teaches through encouragement and does not try to intimidate their followers. A leader who tries to impress their followers with their authority falls into the category of leadership by force. If a leader is truly one, they don't need to announce it, except through their conduct, with empathy, understanding, a sense of justice, and by demonstrating that they know their job. 10th, insisting on the title. A competent leader doesn't need titles to gain the respect of their followers. The person who insists too much on their title generally doesn't have much else to rely on. The doors to a true leader's office remain open to all who wish to enter, and their workplace is as free of formality as it is of ostentation. Among the causes of failure in leadership, these are the most common. Any one of them is enough to cause failure. Study the list carefully if you aspire to leadership, and make sure you do not commit any of these errors. There are some fertile fields where there will be a demand for new leaders. Before we conclude this chapter, we will draw your attention to some fertile fields where a decline in leadership has occurred and where the new type of leader may find abundant opportunities. First, in the field of politics, there is persistent demand for new leaders, a demand that points to nothing less than an emergency. Second, reform is underway in the banking world. Third, industry needs new leaders. To endure, the new industrial leader must be regarded as almost a public servant whose duty it is to manage his company in a manner to impose no hardship on any individual or group. Fourth, the religious leader of the future will be compelled to pay more attention to the temporal needs of his followers, to solving the economic and personal problems of the present, and less attention to the past, which no longer exists, and the future, which has not yet arrived. Fifth, in the professions of law, medicine, and education, a new form of leadership will be needed, and to some extent, new leaders as well. This is especially true in the field of education. The leader of the future must find new ways and means to teach people how to apply the knowledge they have been given, focusing more on practice and less on theory. Sixth, new leaders will be needed in the field of journalism. These are just a few of the fields where opportunities for new leaders and a new form of leadership are currently available. The world is undergoing rapid changes, and this means that the means by which changes in human habits are promoted must adapt to the times. The means we describe here, more than any other, determine the trend of civilization, when and how to go out in search of employment. The information presented here is the result of many years of experience during which thousands of women and men were helped to effectively market their services. Experience has shown that the following means offer the most effective and direct methods for connecting those who need to sell their personal services with those who need to buy them. First, employment agencies. Care should be taken to select only reputable agencies where management can provide records demonstrating satisfactory results. These agencies, however, are quite rare. Second, advertisements in newspapers, magazines, and trade publications. Classified ads can generally be relied upon for those seeking office jobs or other common salaried positions. Featured ads are more suitable for those seeking exclusive connections and should be placed in the section of the newspaper most likely to attract the desired type of employer. The ad should be prepared by an expert who knows how to highlight the marketable qualities needed to elicit responses. Fourth, personal cover letters addressed to specific firms or individuals who may require the services offered. The letters should be neatly typed and include a handwritten signature. A comprehensive summary of the applicant's qualifications should be sent along with the letter. Both the cover letter and the resume should be prepared by an expert. Fifth, networking. Whenever possible, the applicant should try to establish contact with a potential employer using their personal connections.
This method is especially advantageous for those seeking executive positions who do not want to give the impression of selling themselves like cheap trinkets. Fifth, personal presentation. In some cases, it may be more effective for the applicant to offer their services personally to potential employers. In that case, a complete list of qualifications should be submitted in writing, as it often happens that the potential employer wants to review the candidate's background with their associates. The information to be included in a written dossier. The dossier should be prepared with as much care as a lawyer would prepare a case to defend in court. Unless the applicant has experience in preparing such documents, they should consult with an expert and hire their services for this purpose. Successful business people employ advertising specialists who master the art and psychology of presenting the merits of their products. Likewise, anyone who must sell their personal services should do the same. The following information should be included in your application. First, education. Briefly but clearly, state your level of education in areas of specialization, explaining the reasons for your specialization. Second, experience. If you have previous experience in positions similar to the one you were seeking, describe it in detail, including the names and addresses of your former employers. Highlight any specific experience that qualifies you for the position you are seeking. Third, references. Almost all companies want complete information about the previous jobs and backgrounds of applicants for positions of responsibility. Along with photocopies of your application, include copies of letters from A. previous employers, B. professors or teachers you have studied with, and C. relevant individuals whose judgment you can trust. Fourth, a photograph. Include a recent photograph. Fifth, offer yourself for a specific position. Always include an accurate description of the position or activity you are seeking in your application. Do not simply ask for a position, as this indicates a lack of specialized qualifications. Sixth, state your qualifications for the position you are seeking. Explain in detail why you believe you are qualified for the position you are seeking. This is the most important point of your presentation and will determine, more than any other, the consideration you receive. Seventh, offer to take a trial period. Although it may seem like a radical suggestion, experience has shown that it rarely fails to secure at least one opportunity. If you are confident in your qualifications, a trial is all you need. This offer indicates that you are confident in your ability to perform the job. It is very convincing. Make it clear that your offer is based on 3 points. A. Your confidence in your ability to perform the job.
B. Your confidence in what your prospective employer will decide once you have been given a trial. C. Your determination to get the job. 8th, demonstrate your knowledge of your prospective employer's business activities. Before applying for a position, research the business to familiarize yourself with it and indicate in your resume any knowledge you have in that field. This will make a good impression because it demonstrates imagination and a genuine interest in the position you are seeking. Remember, it's not the lawyer with the most legal knowledge who wins the case, but the one who prepares it best. If your case is well prepared and presented, you're halfway there. Don't be afraid to submit a comprehensive file. Employers are just as interested in hiring highly qualified people as you are in getting a job. The truth is, the success of most employers is primarily due to their ability to select competent employees, and for that, they need all the information they can get. Also, remember that the neatness of your file will reflect how detail-oriented and responsible you are. I've helped prepare resumes for some truly unique and unusual people who are hired without even an interview. Once you've completed your file, have it bound and label it as follows: Robert K. Smith's qualifications file for the position of private secretary to the president of blank company, Inc. Change the names each time you submit your file. This personal touch will draw attention to you. Have it neatly typed or printed on the best paper you can find and place it in a cardboard folder similar to those used for book covers so it can be easily replaced if you apply to more than one company. Your photograph should appear on at least one page. Follow these instructions precisely and make any improvements you can think of. Successful salespeople dress well because they understand that first impressions last. Your resume is your salesperson. Present it well so that it clearly stands out from any other your prospective employer has seen. If the position you're seeking is worthwhile, it's worth your effort. Furthermore, if you manage to present yourself in a way that impresses with your individuality, you're likely to be paid more for your services from day one compared to someone who seeks employment through conventional means. If you're looking for work through an advertising agency or employment office, have the agent use copies of your resume when offering your services. This will help you position yourself favorably with both the agent and your potential employers, helping you land the job you want. We all enjoy doing the kind of work we feel most suited for. A painter loves to paint, a craftsperson loves working with their hands, and a writer loves writing. Those with fewer specific talents also have preferences for certain fields in trade or industry. First, decide exactly what job you want. If the job you want doesn't yet exist, perhaps you can create it. Second, choose the company or person you want to work for. Fourth, study your potential employer, their business policies, their management style, and your chances of advancement. Fifth, forget about looking for a job. Think about whether or not there is a vacancy available. Forget the question, "Do you have a job for me?" Focus on what you can offer. Sixth, once you have a clear mental plan, find someone capable of writing it down clearly and in detail. Seventh, present it to the person with sufficient authority and let them handle the rest. All companies seek people who can offer them something of value, whether it be ideas, services, or contacts. Every company has room for those who arrive with a defined action plan that represents an advantage for the company. This plan may take you a few extra days or weeks to prepare, but the difference in income, promotions, and recognition will save you years of hard work and low pay. It has many advantages, the main one being that it will prevent you from waiting between 1 and 5 years to reach your goal. Everyone who has achieved success, regardless of where they started, has needed deliberate and careful planning to get there. The new way of marketing services in the future. The men and women who best market their services must recognize the change that has occurred in the relationship between employers and employees. The future relationship between employers and employees will be more like a partnership based on shared efforts and benefits. A, the employer, B, the employee, C, the public they serve. If we say this way of marketing personal services is new, it's for several reasons.
First, because in the future, both employer and employee will be considered ordinary employees, both at the service of a single client, the public. Their business will consist of serving that client efficiently. In the past, employers and employees were entangled in struggles to extract the maximum benefit from each other without realizing that ultimately they were harming a third party, the public they served. Courtesy and service are the current watchwords of marketing, and they apply to the individual providing personal services even more directly than to the employer for whom they work, because ultimately both the employer and his employee are employees of the public. If they fail to provide good service, they pay with the loss of the privilege of serving. We all remember the days when the gas meter reader would bang on the door so hard he seemed intent on breaking it. When it was finally opened, he'd slink in with a swagger and a sneer that said, "Why the hell did you make me wait?" All that has changed. Today, the gas meter reader behaves like a gentleman who seems delighted to be serving you. Before the gas companies realized their employees were accumulating unpayable debts, the courteous oil burner salesman came along and took over the market. During the Great Depression in the United States, I spent several months in the anthracite coal country of Pennsylvania, studying the conditions that nearly destroyed that industry.
The coal operators and their employees negotiated mutually beneficial deals, adding the price of those negotiations to the cost of the coal, until they finally discovered they had created a marvelous business for the oil burner manufacturers and crude oil producers. I relate these examples for those who have personal services to offer in order to demonstrate that if we are where we are and who we are, it is due to our own conduct. If there is a principle of cause and effect that governs business, finance, and transportation, that same principle applies to individuals and determines their economic status. What is your CE rating? The causes of success in the effective and lasting marketing of services have been clearly described. Unless you study, analyze, understand, and apply these causes, no one can market their services effectively and sustainably. Each person must be their own personal service salesperson. The quality and quantity of services rendered, as well as the spirit in which they are provided, largely determine remuneration and the duration of employment. To effectively market personal services means having a permanent market at a satisfactory price and under agreeable conditions. One must adopt and follow the CQCE formula, which stands for quality plus quantity plus spirit of cooperation equals perfect service sales. Remember the CQCE formula, but do more than that. Apply it consistently. Let's analyze the formula to ensure we understand its meaning. First, service quality should be understood as performing every detail related to your position as efficiently as possible, always aiming for greater effectiveness. Second, service quantity should be understood as the habit of providing the full range of service you are capable of at all times, with the purpose of increasing the quantity of services as your skill grows with practice and experience. We emphasize the word habit again. Third, service spirit should be understood as the habit of maintaining pleasant and harmonious conduct that encourages cooperation from your associates and other employees. Simply adjusting the quality and quantity of service is not enough to maintain a permanent market for your services. The conduct or spirit with which you provide service is a determining factor that influences both your compensation and the length of your employment. Andrew Carnegie emphasized this point more than any other when discussing the factors that lead to success in marketing personal services. He repeatedly stressed the need for harmonious conduct. He emphasized that he would not retain any man, no matter how abundant the quantity or efficient the quality of their work, if they did not act in a spirit of harmony. Carnegie demanded that his men be courteous and agreeable. To demonstrate how much he valued this quality, he helped many of them who met his standards to become wealthy. Those who did not had to give up their positions to others. The importance of a pleasant personality is highlighted because it allows one to provide services with the appropriate spirit. Those who possess a pleasant personality and offer their work harmoniously have advantages that compensate for deficiencies in the quality or quantity of the service offered. However, nothing can successfully replace pleasant conduct.
The capital value of one's services. A person whose income comes from the sale of personal services is no less a merchant than someone who sells consumer goods and is subject to the same rules of conduct as any seller of merchandise. This is emphasized because many people who live by selling their services make the mistake of believing that they are exempt from the rules and responsibilities of those who trade in products. The era of going out to get is over. Today it has been replaced by those who go out to give. The true capital value of your mind can be determined by the amount of income you are able to generate by marketing your services. You can estimate this value by multiplying your annual income by 16.2, as it is reasonable to calculate that your annual income represents 6% of your capital value. Money yields approximately 6% annually, and money is not worth more than brains. In fact, it is often less. If marketed effectively, a competent mind represents a far more desirable form of capital than that needed to run a business based on material goods. Brains are a form of capital that does not permanently devalue due to crises, nor can they be stolen or worn out. Furthermore, money without the direction of an efficient mind is nothing more than a pile of sand. The 31 main causes of failure. The greatest tragedy in life is that of men and women who try their best and fail. The real tragedy lies in the overwhelming majority who fail compared to the few who achieve success. I have had the privilege of analyzing several thousand people, 98% of whom were categorized as failures. My analysis demonstrated that there are 31 fundamental reasons for failure and 13 essential principles by which people accumulate fortunes. This chapter will present the 31 primary causes of failure. As you read the list, mark off, item by item, how many of these causes might be standing between you and success. Unfavorable family history. Little or nothing can be done for people born with impaired brain power. Our philosophy offers only one method for overcoming this difficulty: the help of the mastermind group. It's worth noting that this is the only one of the 31 causes of failure that an individual cannot easily correct. Lack of a defined purpose in life. There is no hope of success for someone who lacks a central purpose or a clear goal towards which to strive. 98% of the people I have analyzed lacked this, and that was probably the main cause of their failure. Lack of ambition to rise above mediocrity. There is no hope for someone so indifferent that they are not interested in progressing in life or willing to pay the price of effort. Insufficient education is a disadvantage that can be overcome with relative ease. Experience shows that the best educated people are often those who are self-made or self-taught. Being an educated person requires more than a university degree. A truly educated person is someone who has learned to get what they want without violating the rights of others. Education is not so much about accumulating knowledge, but about knowing how to apply it effectively and persistently. People are not paid just for what they know, but for what they do with what they know. Insufficient self-discipline. Discipline stems from self-control, which means mastering all negative qualities. Before one can control other circumstances, one must begin by mastering oneself. Self-control is the most difficult task of all. If one fails to achieve it successfully, one will be at its mercy. When one looks in the mirror, one will see both its best friend and its worst enemy. Poor health. No one who is not in good health can enjoy lasting success. Many causes of poor health can be controlled. Among them, the main ones are A. Overeating or consuming harmful foods, B. Maintaining negative thought habits, C. Abusing one's sex life or falling into excessive indulgence, D. Lack of adequate physical exercise, and E. Unfavorable environmental influences during childhood. A tree must be straightened while it is young, as the saying goes. Most people with criminal tendencies acquired them through a negative environment or inappropriate relationships during childhood. Procrastination. This is one of the most common causes of failure. The tendency to put everything off lurks in the shadows of all human beings, waiting for its opportunity to destroy their chances of success. Many fail because they wait for the perfect moment to start something worthwhile. Don't wait because that perfect moment will never come. Start where you are and work with what you have, as you will find better tools along the way. Lack of persistence. Most people are good at starting, but few at finishing what they start. Moreover, many give up at the first sign of difficulty. There is no substitute for persistence. Those who make it their motto will discover that in the end, failure tires of pursuing them and retreats. Failure cannot triumph over persistence. Negative personality. There is no hope of success for those who repel others with a negative attitude or personality. Success is achieved through the application of power, and power is gained through cooperation with others. A negative personality never generates cooperation. Lack of control over sexual impulses. Sexual energy is the most powerful of the stimuli that drive people to action. As the most intense emotion, it must be controlled through transmutation and channeled into other constructive avenues. Uncontrolled desire to get something for nothing. The gambling instinct has led millions to failure. A clear example is the Wall Street crash of 1929, when crowds tried to get rich by gambling and betting on the stock market. Lack of well-defined decision-making power. Successful people make decisions quickly and change them if they are slow. Unsuccessful people, on the other hand, decide slowly and change their minds frequently. Indecision and procrastination are twin sisters. Where one appears, the other usually accompanies it. Eliminate this pair from your life before it chains you to failure. One or more of the 6 basic fears. These fundamental fears, which must be mastered before one can effectively market their services, are analyzed in a later chapter.
Poor choice of partner in marriage. This is a very common cause of failure. Marriage puts people in constant, intimate contact, and if that relationship is not harmonious, failure is almost inevitable. Moreover, this type of failure is characterized by misery, unhappiness, and the destruction of all ambition. Excessive caution. Those who do not dare to take risks often settle for what is left after others have chosen first. Excessive prudence can be as harmful as complete recklessness. Both extremes should be avoided, for life itself is full of risks. Poor choice of associates in business. This is one of the most common causes of failure. When offering your personal services, it is essential to choose an employer or partner capable of inspiring you, someone intelligent and successful. People tend to resemble those with whom they associate most closely. Therefore, choose an employer worthy of emulation. Superstition and prejudice. Superstition is a form of fear and also a sign of ignorance. Successful people are open-minded, fearless, and unswayed by unfounded ideas. Poor career choice. No one can succeed in a job they dislike. The most important step in marketing personal services is choosing a vocation you are passionate about and can wholeheartedly dedicate yourself to. Lack of focus. Those who try to do a little of everything rarely do anything well. Concentrate all your efforts on one main, well-defined goal and dedicate all your energy to achieving it. The habit of indiscriminate spending. Spendthrifts cannot succeed because they are ruled by the fear of poverty. Get into the habit of systematically saving a fixed percentage of your income. Having money in the bank gives you confidence and power when negotiating the sale of your personal services. Those without savings should accept whatever is offered and be grateful. Lack of enthusiasm. Without enthusiasm, you can't convince anyone. Enthusiasm is contagious, and those who possess and properly control it are usually well received in any group. Intolerance. Close-minded people, regardless of the subject, rarely progress. To be intolerant means to stop learning. The most damaging forms of intolerance are those related to ethnic, religious, or political differences. Lack of moderation. Its most harmful manifestations are excesses in food, alcohol, and sexuality. Excesses in any of these areas are destructive to success. Inability to cooperate with others. More people lose their jobs and opportunities for this reason than for any other. It is a flaw that no well-informed leader or entrepreneur will tolerate. Possession of power not acquired through one's own effort. This includes heirs to fortunes or those who receive money without having earned it.
Power in the hands of someone who has not acquired it gradually is usually fatal to success. Rapid enrichment is often more dangerous than poverty. Deliberate dishonesty. There is no substitute for honesty. A person can be forced to act improperly by circumstances beyond their control without suffering permanent harm, but those who choose dishonesty willingly are doomed. Sooner or later, they will become prisoners of their actions, paying with the loss of their reputation and even their freedom. Egotism and vanity. These qualities act as warning signs for others who perceive them as reasons to keep their distance. They are fatal to success. Guessing instead of thinking. Most people are too indifferent or lazy to gather the facts that would allow them to think accurately. They prefer to act based on unfounded opinions, conjectures, or hasty judgments. Lack of capital is a common cause of failure among those who start a business without sufficient resources to withstand initial mistakes or sustain themselves until they establish a solid reputation. Additional personal causes. In this category, list any other causes of failure you have experienced that are not included in this list. These 31 main causes of failure essentially describe the tragedy of human life, the tragedy of almost everyone who tries and fails. It's advisable to enlist the help of someone who knows you well to review this list together and analyze your situation in relation to each point. However, you can also do it alone. Most people aren't able to see themselves as others see them, and you might be one of them. Do you know your own worth? One of the oldest pieces of advice is to know yourself. If you market a product successfully, you must know exactly what you're selling. The same is true when it comes to offering your personal services. You must know your weaknesses to overcome them or eliminate them completely. You must also know your strengths to highlight them when offering your services, and you can only achieve self-knowledge through accurate analysis. The lack of self-awareness is illustrated in the story of a young man who went to apply for a job at a well-known company. He had made a good impression until the manager asked him what salary he expected. The young man replied that he hadn't thought of an exact figure, which revealed a lack of a defined purpose. The manager retorted, "We'll pay you what you're worth after a 1-week trial." To which the young man responded, "I won't accept that because I'm paid more where I'm working now." Before asking for a raise or looking for a new job, make sure you're truly worth more than what you're currently being paid. Wanting more is one thing. Everyone wants that. But being worth more is quite another. Many people confuse their wants with their worth. Your financial needs don't determine your value. It's established solely by your ability to offer useful services or to inspire others to do so. Take stock of yourself. An annual assessment is as essential to the effective marketing of personal services as annual inventories are to businesses. Moreover, these assessments should show a decrease in mistakes and an increase in virtue. In life, one either moves forward, stagnates, or regresses. An annual self-assessment will allow you to know if you have progressed and how much, or if, on the contrary, you have regressed. Effective marketing of personal services requires constant movement. Even if progress is slow, you should conduct your self-assessment at the end of each year so that the conclusions become clear goals for the new year. To do this, ask yourself the following questions and verify your answers with the help of someone who won't allow you to deceive yourself. Self-assessment questionnaire for personal inventory. Have I achieved the goal I set for myself this year? You should work with a defined annual goal as part of your main purpose in life. Have I offered my services with the best possible quality, or could I have improved them? Have I worked as hard as I am capable of? Has the spirit of my conduct always been harmonious and cooperative? Have I allowed procrastination to affect my efficiency? If so, to what extent? Have I improved my character? If so, in what way? Have I been consistent in following through with my plans until completion? Have I made my decisions quickly and firmly in all situations? Have I allowed one or more of the 6 basic fears to diminish my effectiveness? Have I been overly cautious or, conversely, too bold?
Have my relationship with my coworkers been pleasant or unpleasant? If unpleasant, was the fault mine or only partly so? Have I dissipated my energy through a lack of focus in my efforts? Have I maintained an open and tolerant mindset at all times? In what ways have I improved my work capacity? Have I become lax in any of my habits? Have I openly or secretly expressed any form of egotism? Have my conduct with my colleagues led them to respect me? Have my opinions and decisions been based on conjecture or on a precise and well-founded analysis of the facts? Have I managed my time, expenses, and income prudently and conservatively? How much time that could have been better spent have I devoted to unproductive endeavors? How can I reorganize my time and modify my habits to be more efficient next year? Do I acknowledge any wrongdoing on my part? To what extent have I worked harder and better than my salary requires? Have I been unfair to anyone? If so, in what way? If I had been the buyer of my services this past year, I would have been satisfied. Am I in a job I truly enjoy? If not, why not? Has the person or company that buys my services been satisfied? If not, why not? What is my current assessment of the fundamental principles of success? Evaluate yourself honestly and have someone with sound judgment and integrity objectively review your answers. After reading and understanding all the information in this chapter, you are prepared to design a practical plan to effectively market your personal services. These pages offer a comprehensive overview of the essential principles for planning the sale of personal services, along with the main attributes of leadership, the most common causes of failure, areas of opportunity for leadership, and fundamental questions for self-analysis. This extensive and detailed exposition has been included because it is indispensable for anyone who needs to begin building wealth, offering their personal services. Both those who have lost their fortune and those just beginning to generate income rely solely on their skills and knowledge as tools of exchange to create wealth. Therefore, having this practical information is essential to maximizing their chances of success.
A thorough understanding and assimilation of the principles presented here will be useful not only for those who need to sell their own services, but also for improving analytical, leadership, and interpersonal skills. This information will be invaluable for human resources managers, recruiters, and executives responsible for employee selection and maintaining efficient organizations. If you have any doubts about the value of this knowledge, test it by answering the 28 questions in the self-assessment questionnaire and compare your answers with your own life experiences. There you will find the exact point where you can begin your transformation towards success, where and how opportunities to accumulate wealth can be found. Now that we have analyzed the principles by which wealth can be accumulated, we naturally wonder where one can find favorable opportunities to apply them. Let's take stock of what the United States offers to the individual seeking wealth on a small or large scale. Let's remember, to begin with, that all Americans live in a country where every law-abiding citizen enjoys a freedom of thought and action unparalleled anywhere in the world. Most of us have never fully grasped the advantages of this unlimited freedom. We have never compared it to the curtailed freedom of other countries. Here we have freedom of thought, freedom to choose and enjoy education, religious and political freedom, freedom to choose business, professional, or occupational activities, and freedom to accumulate and own without restriction all the property we can accumulate, freedom to choose our place of residence, freedom to marry, freedom of equal opportunity for all races, freedom to travel from state to state, freedom in the choice of our food, and freedom to aspire to any life position for which we have prepared ourselves, even the presidency of the United States. We have other forms of freedom, but this list gives a bird's-eye view of the most important ones that constitute opportunities of the highest order. This advantage of freedom is all the more remarkable because the United States is the only country that guarantees all its citizens, whether native-born or naturalized, such a broad and varied list of freedoms. Now let us review some of the blessings with which the breadth of our freedoms has showered us. Let us take as an example the average American family,
by which I mean a middle-income family, and add up the benefits that each member of the family enjoys in this land of opportunity and abundance. A. Food. In addition to freedom of thought and action, there is food, clothing, and shelter, the three basic necessities of life. Thanks to our universal freedom, the average American family has at their doorstep the finest selection of food available anywhere in the world at prices within their budget. B. Housing. This family lives in a comfortable apartment with central heating, electricity, and gas for cooking. The toast they eat for breakfast is made in an electric toaster that costs only a few dollars. The apartment is cleaned with an electric vacuum cleaner. Hot and cold water is available at any time in the kitchen and bathroom. Food is kept cold in an electric refrigerator. The woman curls her hair and washes and irons her clothes with easy-to-use electric appliances. The husband shaves with an electric razor, and they all have access to entertainment from around the world 24 hours a day if they wish, simply by turning the dial on the radio or television. There are other amenities in this apartment, but the list above gives a rough idea of some concrete examples of the freedom we enjoy in the United States. C. Clothing. Anywhere in the country, a woman's everyday clothing can be purchased for less than $400 a year, and the average man can dress for the same amount or less. We have only mentioned the three basic necessities of food, clothing, and shelter. The average American enjoys other privileges and advantages in exchange for modest effort that does not exceed 8 hours of work per day. The average American possesses security regarding their property rights that has no equivalent in any other country in the world. They can deposit their surplus money in a bank with the assurance that their government will protect it and return it if the bank fails. If an American citizen wants to travel from one state to another, they do not need a passport or anyone's permission. They can go wherever they want and return whenever they want. Moreover, they can do so by train, car, bus, plane, or boat, depending on their budget. The miracle that has provided these blessings is remarkable. We often hear politicians proclaim the freedom of the United States when seeking votes, but it is rare for them to take the time or make the effort to analyze the source or nature of that mysterious, abstract, and generally misunderstood something that grants all citizens of the United States more privileges, more opportunities to accumulate wealth, and more freedom in every aspect of life than can be found in any other country. I have the right to analyze the source and nature of that invisible power because I have known for over half a century many of the people who organized that power and many who are currently responsible for maintaining it. The name of that mysterious benefactor of humanity is capital. Capital consists not only of money, but more specifically of intelligent and well-organized groups of people that devise ways to use money efficiently for the public good and profitably for themselves. These groups are made up of scientists, educators, chemists, inventors, systems analysts, advertising specialists, transportation experts, accountants, lawyers, doctors, and all sorts of people with specialized knowledge in the various fields of industry and business. These men and women break new ground, experiment in new fields opened to their initiative, support universities, hospitals, and schools, build good roads, publish newspapers, pay most of the government costs, and attend to the numerous details essential to human progress. In short, capitalists are the brains of civilization because they provide all the material for education, civilization, and progress. Without a brain to control it, money is always dangerous. If used properly, it is the most essential element of civilization. You can get a rough idea of the importance of organized capital by imagining yourself, without any help from capital, burdened with the responsibility of gathering the ingredients for a simple breakfast and serving it to a family. To get tea, you would have to travel to China or India, and both countries are a great distance from the United States. Unless he were an excellent swimmer, he would tire himself out long before completing the journey. Besides, he would encounter other problems. Even if he had the physical strength to swim across the ocean, what would he use for money? To get sugar, he would have to set a new swimming endurance record to reach Cuba, and another trek awaited him to the sugar beet sector in the remote state of Utah. But even then, he might return without the sugar, because its production, not to mention what it takes to refine it, transport it, and serve it on the breakfast table, requires as much organized effort as money. He would find eggs at the nearest farms, but he would have to make a long round trip to Florida to serve grapefruit juice, and another trek awaited him to Kansas or any other of the grain-producing states to get wheat bread. He would have no choice but to serve breakfast without cereal because he couldn't obtain it without the effort of a skilled and organized workforce, not to mention the necessary machinery.
And all of that requires capital. After resting, he could set off on another little trip, swimming again to South America, where he would harvest a couple of bananas, and on the way back he would only have to walk a little further to the nearest farm where they had organized dairy production to get some butter and cream. Then his family could sit down to enjoy breakfast. It seems rather absurd, doesn't it? Well, the procedure I just described would be the only possible way to obtain these simple food items if we didn't have the blessing of the capitalist system. Capital is the cornerstone of our lives. The sum of money required for the construction and maintenance of the railroads and ships used to serve you such a simple breakfast is so enormous that it makes one dizzy. It amounts to hundreds of millions of dollars, not to mention the armies of skilled workers needed to crew such means of transport. But this is only a small part of the demands that modern civilization places on capitalist America. Before anything can be shipped, it must have been grown or manufactured and prepared for market, and this requires millions and millions of dollars in equipment, machinery, packaging, marketing, and to pay the wages of millions of men and women. Ships and railroads don't spring from the earth or operate automatically. They arise in response to the civilizing vocation, thanks to the effort, ingenuity, and organizational skills of people endowed with imagination, faith, enthusiasm, determination, and perseverance. These people are known as capitalists. They are motivated by the desire to build, construct, acquire, provide useful services, earn a profit, and accumulate wealth. And the fact that they are the ones who provide services without which civilization would not exist sets them on the path to great wealth. With no other purpose than to keep my argument simple and understandable, I will add that these capitalists are the same people we have all heard street orators talk about. They are the same people whom radicals, blackmailers, dishonest politicians, and corrupt labor leaders label predatory interests or Wall Street. It is not my intention to make any case for or against any group of people or any economic system. The purpose of this book, a purpose to which I have devoted more than half a century, is to present to all who wish to know it the most reliable of ideologies by which individuals can accumulate wealth in whatever quantity they desire. I have analyzed here the economic advantages of the capitalist system with the twofold purpose of demonstrating, first, that all those who seek wealth must recognize the system that controls any possibility of making a fortune and adapt to it. Second, to present the opposite side of the picture painted by politicians and demagogues who deliberately obscure the problems they raise by referring to organized capital as if it were a poison. The United States is a capitalist nation. It grew through the use of capital. We who claim the right to share in the blessings of freedom and opportunity, we who aim to accumulate wealth, had better understand that neither wealth nor opportunity would be within our reach if organized capital had not provided these benefits. There is only one sure method of accumulating and preserving wealth, and that is by rendering useful services. No system has ever been created whereby people can legally acquire wealth by sheer numbers or without giving in return, in one way or another, equivalent value, their opportunities amidst that wealth. The United States offers all the freedom and all the opportunities to accumulate wealth that any honest person could need. When one sets out on the trail, one chooses places where prey is plentiful, and of course, the same rule applies when one sets out to acquire wealth. If you are looking for riches, don't overlook the possibilities of a country whose citizens are so wealthy that women alone spend more than $500,000 a year on lipstick, blush, and beauty products.
If you are looking for money, seriously consider a country that spends hundreds of millions of dollars a year on cigarettes. Don't be in too hurry to leave a country whose inhabitants willingly, even gleefully, spend millions of dollars annually on football, baseball, and boxing. Remember, too, that this is only the beginning of the sources available to you for making money. We have mentioned only a few superfluous luxuries here, but don't forget that the business of producing, transporting, and marketing these few superfluous items provides regular employment to millions of people who receive millions of dollars a month for their services and who spend it freely on both necessities and luxuries. Remember especially that behind all this exchange of goods and personal services lie abundant opportunities to accumulate wealth. We Americans have our freedom to our advantage. There is nothing to prevent you or anyone else from engaging in any aspect of the effort necessary to carry on with our business. Those who are rich in talent, education, and experience can accumulate wealth in great quantities. Those less fortunate will accumulate smaller amounts. Anyone can earn a living in exchange for a nominal amount of labor and effort. So, there you have it. Opportunity has laid its wares before you. Approach the counter, select what you want, make your plan, put it in action, and follow it with perseverance. Capitalist America will take care of the rest. On that, you can rely. Our capitalist nation assures all people the opportunity to render useful services and to reap wealth in proportion to the value of their services. The system does not deny anyone this right, but it does not promise, nor can it promise, anything for nothing, because the system itself is irrevocably controlled by the law of capitalist economics, which does not recognize or tolerate for long giving without receiving. Chapter 8. Decision. The Dominion of Procrastination. The seventh step to wealth. Analysis of over 25,000 men and women who had experienced failure revealed that indecisiveness was almost always the primary reason among the 31 major causes of failure. Procrastination, the opposite of decision, is a common enemy that almost all human beings must overcome. You will have the opportunity to test your ability to make quick and decisive choices when you finish reading this book and are prepared to apply the principles described here. Analysis of several hundred people who had accumulated fortunes well over $1 million showed that each of them had the habit of making quick and decisive choices and changing them slowly if necessary. In contrast, people who fail to accumulate enough money to cover their needs have the habit of making decisions slowly and changing them quickly and frequently. One of Henry Ford's most remarkable qualities was his habit of making quick and decisive choices and changing them slowly. This quality was so pronounced that it earned him the reputation of being a stubborn man. It was precisely this quality that led him to continue manufacturing his famous Model T, the ugliest car in the world, at a time when all his advisors, and even many buyers, were urging him to change it. Perhaps Ford took too long to make the change, but the other side of the coin is that his firmness of decision allowed him to amass an enormous fortune before it became necessary to modify the model. Undoubtedly, his habit of making definite decisions bordered on stubbornness, but this same quality is preferable to indecisiveness when making decisions and excessive haste in changing them. Advice for making your own decisions. Most people who fail to accumulate enough money to cover their needs are easily influenced by the opinions of others. They allow newspapers, conversations, or neighbors' gossip to affect their thinking. Opinions are the cheapest commodity on earth. Everyone has plenty of them ready to share with anyone willing to listen. If you allow yourself to be influenced by the opinions of others when making decisions, you will not succeed in any endeavor, least of all in turning your desires into money. When you begin to apply the principles described here, be guided by your own judgment, make your own decisions, and stand firm on them. Trust no one but the members of your mastermind group, and make sure you have chosen them well. Choose only those who are in complete harmony with your purpose and who sympathize with it. Often, close friends and relatives create obstacles through their opinions, even unintentionally. Sometimes they do so even through ridicule, feigning humor. Thousands of men and women suffer from inferiority complexes throughout their lives because some well-intentioned but ignorant person destroyed their self-confidence through ridicule or misguided opinions. You have your own brain and mind. Use them and make your own decisions. If you need facts or information from others to help you decide, as will happen in many cases, acquire those facts or discreetly obtain the information you need without revealing their motives.
One of the characteristics of people with limited knowledge is trying to give the impression that they possess a great deal. Generally, such people talk too much and listen very little. Keep your eyes and ears open and your mouth closed if you want to develop the habit of making quick decisions. Those who talk a lot accomplish little. If you talk more than you listen, you will deprive yourself of many opportunities to acquire useful knowledge and expose your plans to people who might disappoint you because deep down they envy you. Remember that every time you speak in the presence of someone with a wealth of knowledge, you are revealing your own level of knowledge, or lack thereof. True wisdom is often shown through modesty and silence. Keep in mind that everyone you associate with will be looking just like you for the opportunity to accumulate money. If you speak too freely about your plans, you might be surprised to find that someone has beaten you to the punch and achieved the very goal you set for yourself, using the very same plans you spoke so rashly about. Let one of your first decisions be to keep your mouth shut and your eyes and ears open. As a reminder, copy this epigram in capital letters and place it where you will see it every day. Tell the world what you intend to do, but do it before you say it. That amounts to saying, what matters are the facts, not the words. Freedom or death in one decision. The value of any decision depends on the courage required to carry it out. The great decisions, those that formed the foundation of civilization, were made by assuming great risks, often with the possibility of facing death. Lincoln's decision to issue the Emancipation Declaration, granting freedom to people of color in the United States, was made knowing that this act would turn thousands of friends and political supporters against him. Socrates' decision to drink the hemlock rather than compromise his personal beliefs was an act of great courage. He was years ahead of his time and gave the right to freedom of thought and speech to those who were not yet born. General Robert L. Lee's decision to break with the Union and take the side of the South was also a courageous action, as he knew it could cost him his life as well as the lives of many others. 56 risked the gallows, but the greatest decision of all time in the Declaration of Independence concerning the citizens of what would later become the United States was made on July 4, 1776, in Philadelphia, when 56 men affixed their signatures to a document that, as they well knew, would either bring freedom to all Americans or leave each of the 56 hanging by a rope. You have undoubtedly heard of this famous document, though perhaps you haven't grasped the profound lesson of personal achievement it so simply teaches. Many remember the date this momentous decision was made, but few realize the courage it took. We remember our history as it is taught to us. We remember the dates and the names of the men who fought. We remember Valley Forge and Yorktown. We remember George Washington and Lord Cornwallis, but we know very little about the real forces behind these names, dates, and places, and we know even less about that intangible power that gave birth and freedom for the nation destined to establish new levels of independence for all the peoples of the earth. And I say that it is almost a tragedy because it is precisely the same power that every individual must use to overcome the difficulties that life presents and to force it to pay the price demanded. Let us review, albeit briefly, the events that gave rise to that power. The story begins with an incident occurring in Boston on March 5, 1770. British soldiers were patrolling the streets, threatening the citizens with their mere presence. The colonists did not like seeing armed men walking through their cities. They began to openly express their resentment of this, throwing stones and hurling insults at the patrolling soldiers until the commanding officer gave the order, "Prepare bayonets, attack."
The battle that began at that moment resulted in the deaths of many, while others were wounded. The incident provoked such resentment that the Provisional Assembly, composed of prominent colonists, called a meeting to decide on some concrete action. Two of the members of that assembly were John Hancock and Samuel Adams. They took the floor and spoke boldly, declaring that they should organize a movement to expel all British soldiers from Boston. We must remember that this was a decision made by two men, which we can consider the beginning of the freedom we all enjoy now in America. Nor can we forget that the decision of those two men required faith and courage, because it was a decision that entailed dangers. Before the assembly ended, Samuel Adams was chosen to visit the provincial governor, Hutchinson, to demand the withdrawal of the British troops. The request was granted, and the soldiers withdrew from Boston. But the incident was not over. It had set in motion a situation whose outcome was destined to change the course of an entire civilization. Richard Henry Lee played an important role in this story. He and Samuel Adams communicated frequently, sharing fears and hopes about the well-being of the people in their respective provinces. From this practice, Adams conceived the idea that a mutual exchange of letters among the 13 colonies could help produce the much-needed coordination of efforts in addressing their problems. 2 years after the confrontation with British soldiers in Boston, in March 1772, Adams presented this idea to the Assembly in the form of a motion to establish a committee of correspondence among the colonies, with correspondents appointed in each for the purpose of friendly cooperation in the improvement of the colonies of British America. Thus, the Mastermind Group was formed, consisting of Adams, Lee, and Hancock. The Committee of Correspondence was organized. The citizens of the colonies had been developing a disorganized physical resistance against the British soldiers through incidents similar to the Boston riots, but no advantage had been gained from all of this. Their individual grievances had not been consolidated under a mastermind. No group of individuals had put their hearts, minds, souls, and bodies together in a concrete decision to resolve their difficulty with the British once and for all, until Adams, Hancock, and Lee began working together. Meanwhile, the British were not idle either. They too engaged in planning and formed their own mastermind groups, with the advantage of having the support of money and an organized army. A decision that changed history. The Crown appointed Gage to replace Hutchinson as governor of Massachusetts. One of the new governor's first acts was to summon Samuel Adams by messenger in an attempt to quell his opposition by instilling fear in him. Will we better understand the spirit of what transpired if we quote the conversation between Colonel Faitherton, the messenger sent by Gage, and Adams himself? Colonel Faitherton: I have been authorized by Governor Gage to assure you, Mr. Adams, that the governor has been granted extensive powers to bestow upon you as many benefits as you deem satisfactory, on the condition that you cease your opposition to the government's measures. The governor advises you not to continue displeasing His Majesty. Your conduct makes you liable to the punishments provided for in a law of Henry VII, by which persons may be sent to England to be tried there for treason or imprisoned for treason at the discretion of the governor of a province. But if you change your political course, you will not only gain great personal advantages, but you will also be at peace with the king. Adams had to choose between two options: to cease his opposition and receive personal rewards for it, or to continue and risk being hanged. Clearly, the time had come when Adams was forced to make a decision that could cost him his life. Adams insisted that Colonel Faitherton, on his word of honor, would convey his reply to the governor, repeating exactly the same words he had spoken to him. Adams replied, "Tell Governor Gage that I have long trusted to be at peace with the King of Kings. No personal consideration will induce me to abandon the just cause of my country. And tell Governor Gage that Samuel Adams advises him not to continue insulting the feelings of an exasperated people." When Governor Gage received Adams' caustic reply, he flew into a rage and issued a proclamation stating, "The undersigned, in name of Her Majesty, offers and promises his most gracious pardon to all those persons who henceforth lay down their arms and return to the duties proper to peaceful subjects.
The only exceptions to the benefit of such pardon are Samuel Adams and John Hancock, whose offenses, of nature too brutal, admit no other consideration than that of appropriate punishment. We might say that both Adams and Hancock were in a difficult position. The threat from the irresponsible governor forced the two men to make another equally perilous decision. They called a hasty meeting of their most loyal followers. Once everyone was present, Adams locked the door, put the key in his pocket, and informed them that it was imperative to organize a Congress of the colonists and that no one would leave that room until that decision had been made. This announcement was followed by great excitement.
Some weighed the possible consequences of such radicalism. Others expressed serious doubts as to the prudence and advisability of such a definitive decision that so clearly defied the crown. Locked in that room were two men immune to fear, blind to the possibility of failure. Hancock and Adams, through the influence of their minds, induced the others to accept that arrangements should be made through the Committee of Correspondence to convene the First Continental Congress to be held in Philadelphia on September 5, 1774. That date is worth remembering. It is far more important than July 4, 1776. Had the decision not been made to convene a Continental Congress, the signing of the Declaration of Independence would not have taken place. Before the first meeting of the new Congress was held, another leader, elsewhere in the country, was deeply engaged in the task of publishing a concise statement of rights of British America. It was Thomas Jefferson of the province of Virginia, whose relations with Lord Donmore, the Crown's representative in Virginia, were as strained as those of Hancock and Adams with their governor. Shortly after the publication of the concise statement of rights, Jefferson was informed that there was an order to pursue him for high treason against Her Majesty's government. Inspired by the threat, one of Jefferson's colleagues, Patrick Henry, clearly expressed his thoughts and concluded his remarks with a phrase that has since become classic: "If this is treason, let it be the greatest of all." It was men like these who, without power, authority, army, or money, took their seats in solemn consideration of the colony's fate, thus initiating the First Continental Congress, which continued to meet every 2 years until June 7, 1776, when Richard Henry Lee arose, approached the presiding chair, and to the astonishment of the assembly, presented the following motion: "Gentlemen, I do move that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, absolved from all alliance with the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the country of the United Kingdom is dissolved, and so ought to remain." The most momentous decision ever put on paper. Lee's astonishing motion was debated with such fervor and for so long that he began to lose patience. Finally, after days of discussion, he returned to the Speaker's podium and declared in a clear and firm voice, "Mr. Speaker, we have been discussing this matter for days. It is the only course of action we can pursue. Why then delay it any longer? Why continue deliberating? Let this happy day give birth to an American republic that will rise not to devastate and conquer, but to restore the reign of peace and law." Before his motion could be voted on, Lee was recalled to Virginia due to a serious family illness, but before leaving, he entrusted the cause to his friend Thomas Jefferson, who promised to fight until a favorable outcome was achieved. Shortly thereafter, the Speaker of the House, Hancock, appointed Jefferson chairman of a committee tasked with drafting the Declaration of Independence. The committee worked long and hard on drafting a document that, when accepted by Congress and signed by each of the delegates, would mean a death sentence for all signatories should the colonies lose the struggle that, without a doubt, was inevitable. A conflict would erupt between them in the United Kingdom. The document was drafted, and the original version was read before Congress on June 28th. For several days it was discussed, revised, and its final wording prepared.
On July 4, 1776, Thomas Jefferson stood before the assembly and without the slightest fear in his voice read the most momentous decision ever written on paper. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal status to which the laws divine and natural entitle them, decent respect for the opinions of mankind requires that such people declare the causes which impel them to the separation. When Jefferson had finished reading, the document was put to a vote and approved, and then the 56 men present signed it. Each of them risked their own life with the decision to affix their signature to that paper. Thanks to that decision, a nation came into being, a nation destined to contribute forever to humanity the privilege of making its own decisions. By analyzing the events that led to the Declaration of Independence, we can be convinced that this nation, which now holds a position of respect and power among all other countries of the world, was the fruit of the decision of a mastermind composed of 56 men. Note well the fact that their decision was what ensured success for Washington's armies, because the spirit of that decision was in the heart of every soldier who fought with him and served as a spiritual power that does not recognize failure. Note also, and for your own greater benefit, that the power that gave freedom to this nation is the same power that every individual has had to use to achieve self-determination. This power is made from the principles described in this book. It is not difficult to detect in the history of the Declaration of Independence at least 6 of these principles: desire, decision, faith, perseverance, mastermind, and organized planning. Know what you want, and you will generally get it. Throughout this philosophy, you will find the suggestion that thinking supported by a mastermind is essential. A strong desire has a tendency to transform into its physical equivalent. Both in this story and in that of the organization of the United Steel Corporation, you will find a perfect description of the method by which thought produces this amazing transformation. In your search for the secret of the method, do not expect any miracles, because you will not find them. You will only find the eternal laws of nature. These laws are available to anyone who has sufficient faith and courage to use them. They can be employed both to bring freedom to a nation and to accumulate wealth. Those who make decisions quickly and decisively know very well what they want. They generally get it. Leaders in all fields of life are people who decide quickly and firmly. That is the main reason they have become leaders. The world has a habit of making way for the person whose words and actions show that they know where they are going. Indecision is a habit that often appears in youth. The habit becomes permanent as the young person goes through elementary school, high school, and even college without a definite purpose. The habit of indecision accompanies the student when he starts the job he chooses to do, if he chooses it at all. In general, the young person who has just finished his studies looks for any job. He accepts the first one offered because he has fallen into the habit of indecision. 98 out of every 100 people who currently work for a salary occupy the positions they hold because they lacked the necessary decisiveness to plan for reaching a specific position, as well as the knowledge about how to choose an employer. Decisiveness always requires courage, and sometimes even a great deal of courage. The 56 men who signed the Declaration of Independence put their lives on the line when they decided to affix their signature to that paper. The person who makes the firm decision to get a specific job and to accept the price they ask for in life does not put their life on the line with that decision. The only thing at stake is their economic freedom. Financial independence, wealth, a desirable business, or a good professional position are not within reach of the person who neglects or rejects the expectation, planning, and demands for those very things. The one who wishes to obtain wealth with the same spirit in which Samuel Adams desired to obtain freedom for the colonies will surely lead him to accumulate a great fortune. Chapter 9. Persistence.
the sustained effort necessary to induce faith, the 8th step towards wealth. Persistence is an essential factor in the process of transforming desire into its monetary equivalent. The foundation of persistence is willpower. When willpower and desire are properly combined, they form an irresistible partnership. In general, those who accumulate great fortunes are known as cold, sometimes even ruthless. They are often misunderstood. What they have is willpower, which they combine with persistence, using both to support their desires and thus ensure the achievement of their goals. The vast majority of people are prepared to throw their aims and purposes overboard, abandoning them at the first sign of opposition or misfortune. A few continue despite all opposition until they achieve them. There may be no heroic connotation in the concept of persistence, but that quality is to a man's character what carbon is to steel. In general, building a great fortune involves putting the 13 factors of this philosophy into practice. Everyone who accumulates money must understand these principles and apply them with persistence. Their persistence test. If you are following what is said in this book with the intention of applying the knowledge it imparts, your first test of your persistence level will come when you begin to follow the 6 steps described in the 2nd chapter. Unless you are one of the 2 people out of every 100 who already have a set goal, is striving to achieve it, and have a defined plan to achieve it, you can read the instructions and then continue with your daily routine, never actually following those instructions.
Lack of persistence is one of the major causes of failure. Moreover, experience with thousands of people has shown that lack of persistence is a common weakness among most people. It is a weakness that can be overcome through effort. How easily you overcome lack of persistence will depend entirely on the intensity of your effort. Each person's desire. The starting point of all achievement is desire. Keep this in mind constantly. Weak desires lead to weak results, just as a small fire produces very little heat. If you feel you lack persistence, remedy this by building a much stronger fire within yourself to fuel your desires. Continue reading to the end, then return to Chapter 2 and immediately begin implementing the instructions given there regarding the 6 steps. The eagerness with which you follow these instructions will clearly indicate how much or how little you desire to accumulate money. If you find yourself indifferent, I assure you that you have not yet acquired the awareness of the amount of money you must possess before you can be certain of accumulating a fortune. Fortunes gravitate toward those whose minds have been prepared to attract them, as surely as water gravitates toward the ocean. If you conclude that your persistence is weak, focus your attention on the instructions in the chapter on power. Surround yourself with a mastermind, and you will be able to develop the perseverance through the cooperative efforts of the members of that group of people. You will find further instructions for increasing persistence in the chapters on autosuggestion and the subconscious mind. Follow the instructions outlined in those chapters until the nature of the habit conveys to your subconscious mind a clear picture of the object of your desire. From that point on, you will no longer be hindered by a lack of persistence. Your subconscious mind is continually at work, whether you are awake or asleep. Are you money conscious or poverty conscious? Spasmodic or occasional efforts to apply the rules will be of no value to you. If you want results, you must apply all the rules until that application has become a fixed habit. In no other way can you develop the necessary money consciousness. Poverty is attracted to the person whose mind is favorable to it, while money is attracted to one who has deliberately prepared to attract it. And, according to the same laws, poverty consciousness will take hold of the mind that does not concern itself with money consciousness. Money consciousness, on the other hand, must be created, unless one is born with it. Understand the full meaning of the statements made in the preceding paragraph, and you will have grasped the importance of persistence in accumulating wealth. Without persistence, you will be defeated before you even begin. With persistence, you are sure to win. If you have ever experienced a nightmare,
you will realize the value of persistence. You are lying in bed, half awake, feeling as if you were about to drown. You cannot turn over or move a single muscle. You realize that you must regain control of your body. Through a persistent effort of willpower, you finally manage to move the fingers of one hand. As you continue to move your fingers, you extend your control to the muscles of one arm until you can lift it. Then, in the same way, you gain control of the other arm. Next, you manage to control the muscles of one leg and then the other. Finally, and with a supreme effort of will, you regain complete control of his muscular system and then manages to escape his nightmare. The trick has been performed step by step. How to get rid of mental inertia. You may need to get rid of your mental inertia. You must do so by a similar procedure, with slow movements at first, then gradually increasing your speed until you regain complete control over your will. Be persistent, no matter how slowly you move at first. With persistence will come success. If you carefully select your mastermind group, you will find at least one person who will help you develop persistence. Some men who have amassed great fortunes did so driven by necessity. They developed the habit of persistence because they were pushed by circumstances and had to become persistent. Those who have cultivated the habit of persistence seem to enjoy a kind of insurance against failure. No matter how many times they are defeated, they always end up climbing the last rung of the ladder. Sometimes it seems as if there is a hidden guide whose task was to test the men through all kinds of disheartening experiences. Those who after defeat get up and keep trying eventually succeed. Then the whole world shouts, "Bravo, I knew you could do it." The hidden guide doesn't allow anyone to enjoy great achievements without passing the test of persistence. Those who don't overcome it also never reach where they want to go. Those who do are rewarded for their persistence. As a compensation, they receive the achievement of the goal they have been pursuing. But that's not all. They also receive something much more important than material compensation, the knowledge that every failure carries within it the seed of an equivalent advantage. Rise above your failures. There are exceptions to this rule. A few people know from experience how healthy persistence is. They are the people who have accepted defeat only as temporary. They are those whose desires are applied so persistently that defeat eventually transforms into victory. Those of us who observe what happens in life see an overwhelming number. A great many people are crushed by defeat and never get back up. We see the few who accept the punishment of defeat as an urgent need to make an even greater effort. These latter, fortunately, never learn to accept life's setbacks. But what we don't see, what most don't even suspect exists, is the silent but irresistible power that comes to the rescue of those who continue fighting against discouragement. If we talk about that power, we call it persistence and leave it at that. But there's something we all need to know. Without persistence, you won't achieve any notable success in any field. As I write these lines, I look up from my work and see before me, less than a block away, the great and mysterious Broadway, the graveyard of dead hopes, and the front door of opportunity. People from all over the world have come to Broadway in search of fame, fortune, power, love, or whatever human beings consider success. Occasionally, as someone leaves the long procession of seekers, the world receives the news that another person has managed to triumph on Broadway. But Broadway is not conquered easily or quickly. It recognizes talent, knows how to distinguish genius, and rewards with money after one has refused to give up. Only then do we know that this person has discovered the secret of how to conquer Broadway. And that secret will always be inextricably linked to one word: persistence. The secret lies in the struggle of Fannie Hurst, whose persistence allowed her to conquer the Great White Way. She arrived in New York in 1915 to transform her writing into wealth. Although that transformation didn't happen immediately, it did. For 4 years, Miss Hurst knew the sidewalks of New York through first-hand experience. Day by day she worked, and night by night she trusted. When the future seemed bleak, she didn't tell herself, "Very well, Broadway, you win." On the contrary, she thought, "Very well, Broadway, you may defeat some, but not me. I will force you to surrender. An editor, the one at the Saturday Evening Post, sent her her 36th rejection letter before she managed to break the ice and get a story published. The average writer, like all average people, would have given up as soon as they received the first rejection. She walked the streets for 4 years because she was determined to win. Then the reward came. The spell was broken. The invisible guide had tested Fanny Hurst, and she had passed. From that moment on, publishers followed the trail to her door. The money came so quickly she barely had time to count it. Later, the film industry discovered her, and the money didn't trickle in, but came in waves. You have just briefly read a description of what persistence can achieve. Broadway, where men and women accumulate great wealth, can be sure that they have first acquired persistence. Broadway is capable of giving a cup of coffee and a sandwich to any beggar, but it demands persistence from those who aim high. Kate Smith will say amen when she reads this. For years, she sang without money and without reward in front of any microphone she could get her hands on. Broadway told her, "Come and get it if you can handle it." She endured until one happy day Broadway grew tired of it and said, "What's the point? Obviously you don't know when you're finished, so name your price and get to work." Miss Smith stated her price, and it was very high. You can train yourself to be persistent. Persistence is a state of mind, and consequently can be cultivated, like all states of mind.
Persistence is based on definite causes, among which are the following. A. Definition of purpose. Knowing what one wants is the first and perhaps most important step toward developing persistence. A sufficiently strong motivation drives us to overcome many difficulties. B. Desire. It is comparatively easy to acquire and maintain persistence in pursuing the object of an intense desire. C. Self-confidence. Believing in one's ability to carry out a plan stimulates one to achieve it with persistence. Self-confidence can be developed by means of the principle described in the chapter on autosuggestion. D. Definition of plans. Organized plans, even if weak or impractical, stimulate persistence. E. Accurate knowledge. Persistence is strengthened by knowing that one's plans are sound and based on experience or observation. Assuming, rather than knowing, destroys persistence. F. Cooperation. Sympathy, understanding, and harmonious cooperation with others tend to develop persistence. G. Willpower. The habit of concentrating thoughts on constructing plans aimed at achieving a definite purpose leads to persistence. H. Habit. Persistence is the direct result of habit. The mind absorbs and becomes a part of the daily experiences on which it feeds. Fear, which is the worst of all enemies, can be effectively cured by the forced repetition of acts of courage. Anyone who has fought in a war knows this well. Take your own inventory of persistence. Before you leave the subject of persistence, take stock of yourself and determine in what particular aspect, if any, you lack this essential quality. Measure yourself courageously, point by point, and determine how many of the 8 factors of persistence is lacking. Analysis can lead to discoveries that will provide a new understanding of yourself. Here you will find the true enemies standing between you and remarkable achievement. You will not only find the symptoms that indicate a weakness in persistence, but also the deeply rooted subconscious causes of this weakness. Study the list very carefully and look at yourself honestly if you truly want to know who you are and what you are capable of. These are the weaknesses that all those who accumulate wealth must master. Failure to recognize and determine clearly and accurately what is desired. Procrastination, with or without cause, usually supported by a whole host of justifications and excuses. Lack of interest in acquiring specialized knowledge. Indecisiveness. The habit of passing the buck on every occasion instead of addressing issues head-on, also supported by numerous justifications. The habit of relying on justifications instead of creating definite plans for solving problems. Self-satisfaction. There is very little remedy for this affliction and no hope for those who suffer it. Indifference.
usually reflected in a predisposition to compromise on all occasions rather than confront and fight opposition. A habit of blaming others for one's own mistakes and accepting unfavorable circumstances is inevitable. Weakness of desire due to negligence in choosing the motives that impel action. A predisposition and even eagerness to abandon the struggle at the first sign of defeat based on one or more of the 6 basic fears. Lack of organized plans set out in writing so that they can be analyzed. A habit of neglecting to act on ideas or to seize opportunity when it arises. Wishing instead of wanting. A habit of making a compromise with poverty rather than aspiring to wealth. A general absence of ambition to be, to do, or to possess. Seeking every shortcut to wealth, trying to acquire without being willing to give a fair equivalent, which is often reflected in a gambling habit and a tendency to look for bargains. Fear of criticism and failure when creating plans and putting them into practice, due to what others think, do, or say. This enemy should be at the top of the list because it usually exists in the subconscious mind, where its presence is not typically recognized. See the 6 basic fears in a later chapter. If you are afraid of criticism, let's examine some of the symptoms of the fear of criticism. Most people allow relatives, friends, and the general public to influence them to such an extent that they are unable to live their own lives because of their fear of criticism. Many people make a mistake in marrying, but they accept the situation and lead a miserable and unhappy life because they fear the criticism they would receive if they decided to correct the mistake. Anyone who has succumbed to this form of fear knows very well the irreparable damage it causes, as it destroys ambition and the desire to achieve anything. Millions of people neglect to acquire a proper education later in life because, having left school, they fear criticism. Countless men and women, both young and old, allow relatives to squander their lives in the name of duty because they fear criticism. Duty does not require anyone to submit to the destruction of their personal ambitions or the right to live their life as they see fit. People refuse to take risks in business because they fear the criticism they would face if they failed. In such cases, the fear of criticism is far stronger than the desire for success. Too many people refuse to set high goals and even neglect to choose a career because they fear criticism from relatives and friends who might say, "Don't aim so high because people will think you're crazy." When Andrew Carnegie suggested that I spent 20 years organizing a philosophy of individual achievement, my first impulse was fear of what people might say. The suggestion presented me with a goal far beyond anything I had ever conceived. With lightning speed, my mind began searching for justifications and excuses, all of which traced back to the inherent fear of criticism. Inside me, something told me, "You can't do it. The work is too much and time-consuming. What will your relatives think of you? How will you make a living? No one has ever organized a philosophy of success. What right do you have to think you can do it? Who are you? In any case, to aim so high, remember your humble beginnings. What do you know about philosophy? People will think you're crazy." And they did. Why hasn't someone else done it before you? These and many other questions raced through my mind and demanded my attention. It seemed as if suddenly everyone had turned their attention to me for the purpose of ridiculing me into abandoning all desire to carry out Mr. Carnegie's suggestion. I had an excellent opportunity right there at that moment to kill all ambition before it gained control over me. Later, after analyzing thousands of people, I discovered that almost all ideas are stillborn and need to be injected with the air of life through definite plans of immediate action. The best opportunity to nurture an idea is the moment it is born. Every minute it lives provides it with a better chance of survival. The fear of criticism lies at the heart of the destruction of most ideas that never reach the planning and implementation phase. Strokes of luck can be tailored to suit individual needs. Many people believe that material success is the result of strokes of luck. There is an element that can support this belief, but those who rely entirely on luck will almost always be disappointed because they overlook another important factor that must be present before one can be certain of success. This is the knowledge by which strokes of luck can be tailored to suit individual needs. During the Depression, W.C. Fields, the comedian, lost all his money and found himself without income, without a job, and without any means of support, as vaudeville had disappeared. Moreover, he was over 60, an age at which many people consider themselves old. He was so eager to make a comeback on stage that he even offered to work for free in a new field. The film industry, in addition to all of his other problems, suffered a decline, and he injured his neck. There were too many difficulties, enough to make him want to abandon the place and give it all up, but Fields persisted. He knew that if he continued, sooner or later, chance would present itself. And so it did, though not by chance. Marie Dressler also found herself at rock bottom and ruined, with no money and no work, when she was about 60. She too sought a stroke of luck and found it. Her persistence brought her astonishing success in the latter part of her life, well beyond the age at which most men and women have already given up their ambition to achieve anything. Andy Cantor also lost his money in the stock market crash of 1929, but he still had persistence and courage. Endowed with these two weapons, plus two prominent eyes, he exploited himself to an income of $10,000 a week. Certainly, if one has persistence, one can go very far, even without many of the other qualities. The only stroke of luck one can rely on is the one knows how to forge his own path, and that is achieved through the application of persistence. The starting point is always the definition of purpose. Examine the first 100 people you meet and ask them what they most desire in life. 98 of them will answer that they are unable to say. If you press them for an answer, some will say security, others money, a few happiness, some others fame and power, others social recognition, a comfortable life, or the ability to dance, sing, or write. But none of them will be able to define those terms or offer the slightest indication of the existence of a plan by which they trust to achieve their vaguely expressed desires. Wealth does not respond to desires, only to definite plans supported by concrete desires achieved through constant persistence. How to develop persistence. There are 4 simple steps that lead to the habit of persistence. They do not require a great deal of intelligence or a particular education. They only require minimal time and effort. The necessary steps are a definite purpose supported by a burning desire to accomplish it, a definite plan expressed in continuous action, a mind closed to all negative influences and discouragement, including negative suggestions from relatives, friends, and acquaintances. A friendly alliance with one or more people capable of encouraging you to follow through with the plan and purpose. These 4 steps are essential for success in all areas of life. The entire purpose of the 13 principles of this philosophy is to enable you to take these 4 steps so that they become a habit. They are the steps by which you can control your own financial destiny. They are the steps that lead to freedom and independence of thought. They are the steps that lead to wealth in small or large amounts. They are the steps that lead to power, fame, and worldwide recognition. They are the 4 steps that guarantee strokes of luck. They are the 4 steps that turn dreams into physical realities. They are the 4 steps that lead to the mastery of fear, discouragement, and indifference. There is a magnificent reward for all those who learn to take these 4 steps, the privilege of writing what their own life is to be and achieving it. That it provides what is requested. How to overcome the difficulties. What is the mystical power that gives persistent people the ability to overcome difficulties? Does the quality of persistence awaken some form of spiritual, mental, or chemical activity in one's mind that grants access to supernatural forces? It seems that infinite intelligence sides with the person who continues the fight even after the battle has been lost, despite the rest of the world being on the opposite side.
These and many other questions arose in my mind as I observed people like Henry Ford, who, starting from nothing, built an industrial empire of enormous proportions, relying initially on little more than great persistence. Or Thomas A. Edison, who with less than 3 months of schooling became the world's leading inventor and transformed persistence into the phonograph, the motion picture camera, and the incandescent light bulb, not to mention 50 other very useful inventions. I had the happy privilege of analyzing both Mr. Edison and Mr. Ford year after year for a long period of time, and consequently I had the opportunity to study them closely. Therefore, I speak from personal knowledge when I say that I found in neither of them any other quality except persistence that even remotely explained the great source from which their achievements sprang. When one undertakes an impartial study of the prophets, philosophers, miracle-working men, and religious leaders of the past, one inevitably arrives at the conclusion that persistence, concentration of effort, and a clear purpose were the great sources that enabled them to achieve their accomplishments. Consider, for example, the strange and fascinating story of Muhammad. Analyze his life and compare it with the lives of the highly successful men of this present age of industry and finance, and you will see that they all share one prominent common trait: persistence. If you are keenly interested in studying the strange power that persistence provides, read the biography of Muhammad, especially the one written by Esad Bey. The following brief excerpt from the book published by Thomas Sugru in the Herald Tribune offers a preview of what awaits those who take the time to read the full story of one of the most astonishing examples of the power of persistence known to civilization. The Last Great Prophet, reviewed by Thomas Sugru. Muhammad was a prophet, but he never performed miracles. He was not a mystic. He had no formal education. He did not begin his mission until he was 40 years old. When he announced that he was God's messenger, the bearer of the word of the true religion, he was ridiculed and branded a lunatic. Children mocked him, and women threw garbage at him. He was banished from his home city of Mecca, and his followers were stripped of their possessions and sent into the desert after him. After preaching for 10 years, he had nothing to show for it except exile, poverty, and ridicule. However, before another 10 years had passed, he had become the dictator of all Arabia, ruler of Mecca, and the head of a new religious world that would eventually extend to the Danube and the Pyrenees before exhausting the momentum he provided. That momentum was of 3 kinds: the power of words, the efficacy of prayer, and the kinship of manna with God. His career never had any real meaning. Muhammad was born to impoverished members of a ruling family in Mecca. Because Mecca was a crossroads of the world, home to the magical stone called the Kaaba, a great trading city and a center of caravan routes, children were sent to the desert to be raised by Bedouins. Thus, Muhammad was nourished and gained strength and health from the milk of experienced nomadic mothers. He tended sheep and was soon employed by a wealthy widow as the head of her caravans. He traveled to all parts of the Eastern world, spoke with many men of diverse faiths, and witnessed the decline of Christianity, divided into warring sects. When he was 28 years old, Khadija, a widow, took a liking to him and married him. Her father would have opposed the marriage, so she got him drunk and obtained his paternal blessing. For the next 12 years, Muhammad lived as a wealthy, respected, and very shrewd merchant. Then he began wandering in the desert, and one day he returned with the first verse of the Quran and told Khadija that the archangel Gabriel had appeared to him and told him he would be God's messenger. The Quran, the word revealed by God, was the closest thing to a miracle that Muhammad performed in his entire life. He was not a poet, he lacked the gift of eloquence, and yet the verses of the Quran, as he received them and faithfully recited them, were better than any verses the professional poets of the tribes could produce. This was a true miracle for the Arabs, because for them, the gift of eloquence was the greatest gift. The poet was all-powerful. Moreover, the Quran stated that all people were equal before God, that the world should be a democratic state, Islam. This political heresy, coupled with Muhammad's desire to destroy the 360 idols in the Kaaba, earned him exile.
The idols attracted desert tribes to Mecca, and that meant trade. So the business-minded people of Mecca, the capitalists of whom he himself had been a part, turned on Muhammad. He then withdrew to the desert and claimed sovereignty over the entire world. The rise of Islam began. From the desert arose a blaze that would not be extinguished, a democratic army fighting as one and prepared to die without flinching. Muhammad invited Jews and Christians to join him because he wasn't creating a new religion. He was calling all those who believed in one God to unite in one faith. If the Jews and Christians had accepted his invitation, Islam would have conquered the entire world. But it didn't. They didn't even accept Muhammad's innovation of a more humane war. When the Prophet's armies entered Jerusalem, they didn't kill a single person because of their faith. In contrast, when the Crusaders entered the Holy City several centuries later, they spared no Muslim life, man, woman, or child. The Christians, however, embraced a Muslim idea, the place of learning, the university. Chapter 10, The Power of Teamwork, the Driving Force, the 9th step to wealth. Power is essential for success in accumulating wealth. Plans are inert and useless without sufficient power to transform them into action. This chapter describes the method by which an individual can obtain and apply power. Power can be defined as organized and intelligently directed knowledge. Power, as the term is used here, refers to sufficient organized effort that enables an individual to transform desire into its monetary equivalent. Organized effort occurs through the coordination of the efforts of two or more people working towards a specific goal in a spirit of harmony. Power is necessary to achieve the accumulation of money and also to preserve money once it has been acquired. Let us find out how power can be acquired. If power is organized knowledge, let us examine the sources of knowledge. A. Infinite intelligence. We can access this source of knowledge through the procedure described in another chapter with the help of creative imagination. B. Accumulated experience. The accumulated experience of man, or that part of it that has been organized and recorded, can be found in any well-stocked public library. A significant portion of this accumulated experience is taught in public schools and universities, where it has been classified and organized. C. Experimentation and research. In the field of science, as in almost every other area of life, people are engaged daily in gathering, classifying, and organizing new facts. This is the source to which we must turn when knowledge is unavailable through accumulated experience.
Here, too, creative imagination must be frequently employed. Knowledge can be acquired from any of the aforementioned sources and converted into power by organizing that knowledge into definite plans and expressing those plans in terms of action. Examining these three major sources of knowledge reveals the difficulty any individual will encounter who relies solely on their own efforts to gather knowledge and express it through definite plans in terms of action. If their plans are broad and involve large-scale operations, they must induce others to cooperate with them before they can inject the necessary element of power into them. Gain power through a mastermind. A mastermind can be defined as the coordination of knowledge and effort in a spirit of harmony between two or more people for the achievement of a defined purpose. No individual will have great power without having a mastermind at their disposal. Instructions for creating plans to transform desire into its monetary equivalent were given in a previous chapter. If you carry out those instructions with perseverance and intelligence and use discernment in selecting your mastermind, your goal will be half achieved even before you realize it. Therefore, to help you understand the intangible potential of the power available to you through a properly selected mastermind, we will explain the two characteristics of the mastermind principle, one economic and the other psychological. The economic characteristic is self-evident. Anyone can gain financial advantages by surrounding themselves with the guidance, advice, and cooperation of a group of people willing to offer honest assistance in a spirit of perfect harmony. This form of cooperative alliance has been the foundation of almost all great fortunes.
Your understanding of this fundamental truth can ultimately determine your financial status. The psychic phase of the mastermind principle is much more difficult to grasp. Perhaps you can glean a significant insight from the following statement. No two minds can unite without creating a third, invisible and intangible force that can link with a third mind. The human mind is a form of energy, a part of which is spiritual in nature. When the minds of two people coordinate in a spirit of harmony, the spiritual units of energy in each mind form an affinity that constitutes the psychic phase of the mastermind. Over 50 years ago, Andrew Carnegie was the first to draw my attention to the mastermind principle, or rather, its economic aspect. The discovery of this principle was responsible for my choice of life's work. Mr. Carnegie's mastermind consisted of about 50 people whom he carefully selected for the specific purpose of manufacturing and selling steel. He attributed his entire fortune to the power accumulated through this mastermind. If you analyze the history of any man who has amassed a great fortune, and also those who have achieved more modest fortunes, you will discover that they have all employed, consciously or unconsciously, the mastermind principle. No great power can be accumulated by any other principle. How do you multiply the power of your brain? A man's brain is comparable to an electric battery. It is a well-known fact that a group of electric batteries will provide more energy than a single one. It is also a well-known fact that any individual battery will provide energy in proportion to the number and capacity of the cells it contains. The brain functions in a similar way. This explains why some brains are more efficient than others and leads to the next important assertion. A group of brains coordinated or connected in a spirit of harmony will provide more thought energy than a single brain, just as a group of electric batteries will provide more energy than a single battery. Through this metaphor, it becomes clear that the mastermind principle contains the secret of the power obtained by those who know how to surround themselves with other intelligent people. From this follows another assertion that will lead us to a more accurate understanding of the psychic phase of the mastermind. When a group of individual brains coordinate and function in harmony, the energy generated and increased by that alliance is transformed into something available to each of the individual brains that are part of the group. It is a well-known fact that Henry Ford began his career with obstacles of poverty, education, and ignorance. It is also a well-known fact that in the inconceivable short span of 10 years, Mr. Ford managed to overcome these three obstacles, and that 25 years later, he had become one of the richest men in America. If we connect this fact with the additional knowledge that Mr. Ford's most extraordinary achievements began to occur after he met Harry Firestone, John Burbank, and Luther Burrough, each of whom was a man of great intellectual capacity, we will have found further evidence that power can be produced through the friendly alliance of minds. Men partake of the nature, habits, and thinking power of those with whom they associate in a spirit of sympathy and harmony. Through his association with Edison, Burbank, Burrough, and Firestone, Mr. Ford added to the power of his own brain the sum and substance of the intelligence, experience, knowledge, and spiritual forces of these four men. Moreover, he appropriated and utilized the mastermind principle. This principle is applied through the procedural methods described in this book, and that same principle is also available to you. We have already mentioned Mahatma Gandhi. Now let us examine the method by which he obtained his enormous power. This can be explained in a few words. He gained power by inducing more than 200 million people to coordinate themselves physically and mentally in a spirit of harmony to achieve a defined purpose. In short, Gandhi achieved a true miracle, for that is what happens when 200 million people are induced, not forced, to cooperate in a spirit of harmony. If you doubt that this is a miracle, try to induce any two people to cooperate in a spirit of harmony for any extended period of time. Anyone who runs a business knows how difficult it is to get employees to work together in anything remotely resembling harmony. The list of the primary sources of power is headed, as we have already seen, by infinite intelligence. When two or more people coordinate in a spirit of harmony and work together towards a definite goal, They position themselves through this alliance to draw power directly from the vast, universal reservoir of infinite intelligence. This is the greatest source of power there is. It is the source to which genius and all great leaders turn, whether they are aware of it or not. The other two major sources from which the knowledge necessary for accumulating power can be obtained are no more or less reliable than the five senses, and we all know that the senses are not always reliable. Later chapters will adequately describe the methods by which infinite intelligence can be most easily accessed. This is not a course in religion. None of the fundamental principles described in this book should be interpreted as being intended to interfere with anyone's religious practices, either directly or indirectly. This book has the sole purpose of instructing the reader on how to transform the definite purpose of wanting money into its monetary equivalent. Read, think, and meditate as you go. The subject will soon unfold before you, and then you will be able to see it with the necessary perspective. What you are seeing now are the details of each individual chapter. The power of positive emotions. Money is shy and elusive. It must be sought and obtained by methods not much different from those employed by a determined person in love pursuing their dream partner. Accordingly, the power used in the act of acquiring money is not much different from the power used in courting a woman. For this power to be used successfully in acquiring money, it must be combined with faith, desire, and persistence. It must be applied through a plan, and that plan must be put into action. When money appears in large quantities, it flows to the one who accumulates it as easily as water flows downward. There is a great, invisible current of power that can be compared to a river, except that one part flows in one direction and carries all those on that side of the current towards wealth. The other part flows in the opposite direction and drags all those who fail to escape it into misery and poverty.
Everyone who has accumulated a great fortune has recognized the existence of this current of life. It consists of a thought process. Positive emotions form the side of the current that carries one toward wealth. Negative emotions form the side of the current that carries one toward poverty. This contains a thought of great importance for anyone who follows this book for the purpose of accumulating wealth. If you find yourself on the side of the current of power that leads to poverty, this may serve as a kind of oar by which to propel yourself to the other side of the current, but it will only serve you through application and use. Merely reading and judging what you read, either one way or the other, will not benefit you at all. Poverty and wealth often exchange places. When wealth takes the place of poverty, the change occurs through well-conceived and carefully executed plans. Poverty, on the other hand, needs no plan. It needs no help because it is energetic and rough. Wealth, in contrast, is reserved and shy. Therefore, it must be attracted. Chapter 11. The Mystery of the Transmutation of Sex, the 10th Step to Wealth. The meaning of the word transmute is, in simple language, the change or transfer of one element or form of energy into another. The emotion of sex produces a certain state of mind. Due to widespread ignorance on the subject, this mental state is often associated with the physical and with the incorrect influences to which most people have been subjected during the process of acquiring knowledge about sex. The mental aspects have been largely neglected. The emotion of sex has three inherently constructive potentialities: the perpetuation of humanity, the maintenance of health, which is unparalleled as a therapeutic agent, and the transformation of mediocrity into genius through transmutation. The transmutation of sex is easy and simple to explain. It means the shift of the mind from thoughts of physical expression to thoughts of another nature. Sexual desire is the most powerful of human desires. When driven by it, people develop keen imagination, courage, willpower, perseverance, and creative ability unknown to them under other circumstances. The desire for sexual contact is so strong and compelling that people will risk their own lives and reputations to satisfy it. This motivating force, when controlled and directed toward other ends, retains all its attributes of sharpness, imagination, courage,
courage, strength, and perseverance, which can then be used as powerful creative forces in literature, art, or any profession or enterprise, including, of course, the accumulation of wealth. The transmutation of sexual energy requires the exercise of willpower, but the effort is worthwhile in exchange for the reward. The desire for sexual expression is innate and natural. This desire cannot and should not be suppressed or eliminated, but it must be given an outlet through forms of expression that enrich the body, mind, and spirit. If this outlet is not provided through transmutation, it will seek to express itself through purely physical channels. If the water of a river is controlled for a time, it is possible to build a dam, but ultimately the river will find a way out. The same can be said of the emotion of sex. It may be submerged and controlled for a time, but its very nature compels it to always seek means of expression. If it is not transformed into some other creative endeavor, it will find a far less valuable outlet, fulfillment in highly developed sexual natures. The person who has discovered how to provide sexual emotion with an outlet through some form of creative endeavor can consider themselves very fortunate. Scientific research has revealed the following significant facts. The men who have achieved the greatest accomplishments are those who have developed highly developed sexual natures, men who have learned the art of sexual transmutation. The men who have amassed great fortunes and achieved prominent recognition in literature, art, industry, architecture, and the professions were motivated by the influence of a woman. The research from which these discoveries were made was based on pages of biography and history spanning more than 2,000 years. Whenever evidence was found concerning the lives of men and women who had achieved great accomplishments, it very convincingly indicated that these people possessed highly developed sexual natures. The emotion of sex is an irresistible force against which there can be no opposition like that of an immovable body. When driven by this emotion, men are endowed with a superpower for action. Once you have grasped this truth, you will have understood the meaning of the statement that sexual transmutation contains the secret of creative ability. Destroy the sex glands, whether in a man or an irrational animal, and you have eliminated the greatest source of action. As proof of this, observe what happens to any animal that has been castrated. After being sexually altered, a fierce bull becomes as docile as a cow. Sexual alteration deprives the male, whether man or beast, of all the fighting capacity within him. Sexual alteration has the same effect on the female. The 10 stimuli of the mind. The human mind responds to stimuli by which it can be excited to reach high vibrational states known as enthusiasm, creative imagination, intense desire, and so on. The stimuli to which the mind responds most freely are the desire for sexual expression, love, a burning desire for fame, power, or financial gain, money, music, friendship with people of the same or opposite sex, a mastermind alliance based on the harmony of 2 or more people who join together for spiritual or temporal progress, mutual suffering, such as that experienced by people who are persecuted, autosuggestion, fear, narcotics, and alcohol. The desire for sexual expression is at the top of the list of stimuli because it most effectively elevates the mind and sets the wheels of physical action in motion. 8 of the stimuli on this list are natural and constructive, 2 are destructive. This list has been presented to allow you to make a comparative study of the major sources of mental stimulation. From this study, you will easily see that the thrill of sex is by far the most intense and powerful of all mental stimuli. Some wise person once said that a genius is a man with long hair who eats carelessly, lives alone, and is the butt of jokes. A much better definition of a genius is a man who has discovered how to increase the intensity of thought to the point of being able to communicate freely with sources of knowledge unavailable through ordinary thinking. Anyone who thinks will want to ask more questions regarding this definition of what a genius is. The first question would be, how can one communicate with sources of knowledge that are unavailable through ordinary thinking? And if so, what sources are these and how exactly can they be accessed? We will provide evidence that you can use through your own experimentation, and in doing so, we will also answer these 2 questions. Genius develops through the 6th sense. The reality of the existence of the sixth sense has been fairly well established. This sixth sense is creative imagination. The faculty of creative imagination is something most people never use in their life, and if they do, it usually happens by mere accident. A relatively small number of people use the faculty of creative imagination deliberately and with premeditated purpose. Those who use this faculty voluntarily and understands its functions are geniuses. The faculty of creative imagination is the direct link between the finite mind of man and infinite intelligence. All so-called revelations referred to in the realm of religion and all discoveries of basic or new principles in the field of invention occur through the faculty of creative imagination, from which hunches arise. When ideas or concepts arise in a person's mind through what is popularly called a hunch or intuition, they come from one or more of the following sources: infinite intelligence, the subconscious mind itself, where every sensory impression and every thought impulse that has reached the brain through any of the five senses is stored; the mind of someone else who has just expressed the thought, or who outlines or describes the idea or concept through conscious thought; the subconscious storehouse of another person. There are no other known sources from which inspired ideas or hunches can be received. When the brain's activity has been stimulated by one or more of the 10 mental stimuli, that action elevates the individual far above the horizon of ordinary thought and enables them to glimpse distance, perspective, and quality of thought unavailable on the lower plane, such as those produced when one is engaged in solving the problems of routine business or professional life. When one rises to that higher level of thought by any form of mental stimulation, the individual occupies almost the same position as someone who has ascended in an airplane to an altitude from which they can look beyond the horizon line that limits their field of vision when on the ground. While at that elevated plane of thought, the mind's creative faculty gains freedom for action. In this way, the path is cleared for the functioning of the sixth sense. The individual becomes receptive to ideas that would not have come to mind under other circumstances. The sixth sense is the faculty that distinguishes a genius from an ordinary individual. The increase in creative capacity. The creative faculty becomes more alert and receptive to factors originating outside the individual's subconscious, and this happens to a greater extent the more it is used and the more the individual relies on it to generate demands for thought impulses.
This faculty can be cultivated and developed only through use. What we know as consciousness operates entirely through the faculty of the sixth sense. Great artists, writers, musicians, and poets achieved this because they developed the habit of trusting the small, silent voice that speaks to us from within through the faculty of creative imagination. This is a well-known fact among people with keen imaginations. Their best ideas often stem from what are called hunches. There's a great orator who only reaches his full potential when he closes his eyes and begins to rely entirely on the faculty of creative imagination. When asked why he closes his eyes just before the climax of his speech, he replies, "I do it because then I speak through ideas that come to me from within." One of the most well-known and successful financiers in the United States had the habit of closing his eyes for 2 or 3 minutes before making a decision. When asked why he did it, he replied, with his eyes closed, "I am able to use a source of superior intelligence." Like an inventor who achieved his best ideas through the process of cultivating and utilizing the creative faculty, the late Dr. Elmer R. Gates of Chevy Chase, Maryland, created more than 200 useful patents. His method is both significant and interesting for anyone interested in achieving the status of genius, to which Dr. Gates undoubtedly belonged. Dr. Gates was one of the world's greatest scientists, though less well known to the general public. In his laboratory, he had what he called his personal communication room. It was a soundproof room arranged so that all light could be eliminated. It was furnished with a small table on which he always kept a notebook. In front of the table, on the wall, was an electric switch that controlled the lights. When Dr. Gates wanted to harness the power of his creative imagination, he would enter a room, sit down at a table, turn off the lights, and concentrate on the known aspects of the invention he was working on.
He would remain there until ideas began to flow in his mind, connected to the unknown aspects of the invention. On one occasion, ideas came to him so rapidly that he was compelled to write for nearly 3 hours. When the flow of thoughts ceased and he examined his notes, he discovered that they contained a detailed description of principles unparalleled in the known scientific world. Moreover, the answer to his problem was cleverly presented in those notes. Dr. Gates earned a living by sitting down to receive ideas for individuals and corporations. Some of the largest American companies paid him substantial hourly rates simply to sit and receive ideas. The faculty of reasoning is often flawed because it is largely guided by accumulated experience. Not all knowledge accumulated through experience is accurate. Ideas received through the creative faculty are far more reliable for the simple reason that they come from more certain sources than any available to the mind's reasoning faculty. The methods used by geniuses are available to you. The main difference between the genius and the ordinary eccentric inventor lies in the fact that the former works through their faculty of creative imagination, while the eccentric knows nothing of this faculty. The scientific inventor makes use of both the synthetic and creative faculties of imagination. For example, when a scientific inventor begins an invention, they organize and combine known ideas or principles accumulated through experience, employing their synthetic faculty, that is, the faculty of reasoning. If they discover that this accumulated knowledge is insufficient to carry out their invention, then they use the sources of knowledge available to them through their creative faculty. The method they employ varies with each individual, but this is essentially the procedure. Stimulate your mind to function on a higher plane than normal by using one of the 10 mental stimuli or another of your own choosing. Concentrate on the known factors, the completed part of your invention, and create a perfect mental image of the unknown factors, the unfinished part. Hold this image until it has been absorbed by your subconscious. Then, relax, eliminate all thoughts, and wait for the answer to arise. Sometimes the results are immediate and definitive. Other times they are negative, depending on the level of development of your sixth sense or creative faculty. Mr. Edison tried more than 10,000 different combinations of ideas through the synthetic faculty of his imagination before connecting with the creative faculty. It was then that he found the answer that allowed him to perfect the incandescent light bulb. His experience was similar when he invented the phonograph. There's ample, reliable evidence for the existence of the faculty of creative imagination. We have this evidence thanks to the precise analysis of individuals who have become leaders in their fields without extensive formal education. Lincoln was a remarkable example of a great leader who achieved greatness through the discovery and use of the faculty of creative imagination. He discovered and began to utilize this faculty as a result of the stimulation of love he experienced after meeting Annalene Rutledge, a statement of the highest importance in connection with the study of the source of genius, the driving force of sex. The pages of history are filled with cases of great leaders whose achievements were based on the influence of women who awakened the creative faculties of their minds through sexual stimulation. Napoleon Bonaparte was one of them. When he was inspired by his first wife, Josephine, he was irresistible and invincible. When his better judgment or his reasoning led him to abandon Josephine, he began to decline. His defeat and exile on St. Helena were not far off. If good taste would permit, we could mention a great number of men well known in the United States who achieved great success under the stimulating influence of their wives, only to plummet into ruin when money and power went to their heads and they abandoned their wives for another woman. Napoleon was not the only man to discover that sexual influence from a proper source is far more powerful than any substitute for convenience that can be created by reason alone. The human mind responds to stimulation. The power of sex as a driving force for success is among the greatest and most powerful stimuli of the human mind. When controlled and transmuted, this driving force is capable of elevating men to a higher plane of thought, enabling them to master the sources of worry and the petty annoyances that stand in their way on the lower plane. To illustrate this principle, and based on known facts from the biographies of certain individuals, the names of some who achieved extraordinary success and in all cases possessed a highly developed sexual nature are presented below. The genius that characterized each of them found its source of power in transmuted sexual energy. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Napoleon Bonaparte, Albert Hubbard, William Shakespeare, Albert H. Gary, Abraham Lincoln, Woodrow Wilson, Ralph Waldo Emerson, John H. Patterson, Robert Burns, and Andrew Jackson. Your knowledge of the biographies of great individuals will allow you to expand this list. Find, if you can, a single individual in the entire history of civilization who achieved extraordinary success in any field who was not driven by a well-developed sexual nature. If you do not wish to rely on biographies, observe the highly accomplished individuals you know and see if you can find among them one who does not possess a highly developed sexual nature. Sexuality is the creative energy of all geniuses. There has never been, nor will there ever be, a great leader, builder, or artist who lacked the driving force of sex. However, it is important to clarify that not everyone with a high sex drive is a genius. A man only achieves genius status when he stimulates his mind in such a way that he can utilize the available forces through the creative faculty of imagination. Sexual energy is the primary stimulus capable of producing this ascent, but simply possessing that energy is not enough to create a genius. On the contrary, far from becoming geniuses thanks to this energy, most men degrade themselves through a misinterpretation and misuse of this great force, reducing themselves to the level of lower animals. Why do men rarely achieve success before the age of 40? Analysis of over 25,000 people revealed that men who achieve remarkable success rarely do so before the age of 40, and very often they don't make their real breakthrough until after 50. This fact was so surprising that it warranted a deeper examination of its causes. The study revealed that the main reason most men don't begin to succeed before 40 or 50 is due to their tendency to dissipate their energies through excessive indulgence in the physical expression of sexual emotion. Most never learn that the sex drive has other possibilities that far transcend mere physical expression. This discovery usually comes after having wasted years of life during the peak of sexual energy between 35 and 45, and frequently, after that period, comes another of great achievement. The lives of many men nearing or past 40 reflect a continuous dissipation of energies that could have been directed much more profitably towards creative outlets. They squander their most powerful and exquisite emotions, scattering them without purpose or direction. The desire for sexual expression is by far the strongest of all human emotions. For this very reason, when this desire is controlled and transmuted into creative action rather than mere physical expression,
it can elevate a person to the attainment of great achievements, the greatest of all mental stimulants. History is replete with examples of individuals who attain the status of genius as a result of using artificial mental stimulants, whether in the form of alcohol or narcotics. Edgar Allan Poe wrote The Raven under the influence of liquor, dreaming dreams that no mortal dared to dream. James Whitcomb Riley produced his best work while under the influence of alcohol. Perhaps this allowed him to see the orderly intertwining of reality and dream, the mill above the river and the mist above the stream. Robert Burns wrote his finest verses while intoxicated. 4 times old, my love, will have a cup of kindness now, for times old. But we must remember that many of these individuals ultimately destroyed themselves. Nature has created its own poisons with which humans can stimulate their minds and connect with exquisite and rare thoughts that seem to come from nowhere. However, a satisfactory substitute for natural stimulants has never been found. It is a well-known fact among psychologists that there is a close relationship between sexual desires and spiritual urges, which explains the peculiar behavior of those who participate in religious rituals or revivals so common among primitive peoples. Human emotions govern the world and determine the fate of civilization. People do not act on reason, but on feelings. Emotions, not cold reason, are what set in motion the mind's full creative capacity, and the most powerful of all human emotions is sex.
There are other mental stimulants, some already mentioned, but none, not even all combined, can match the driving power of sex. A mental stimulant is any force capable of temporarily or permanently increasing the intensity of thought. The 10 major stimulants described above are the most frequently used. Through them, we can communicate with infinite intelligence or penetrate at will the storehouse of the subconscious, whether our own or someone else's, a procedure that defines genius. The storehouse of personal magnetism. A professor who trained and managed over 30,000 salespeople discovered something surprising. The most effective salespeople were those with a high sexual nature. The explanation lies in the fact that the personality factor, known as personal magnetism, is nothing more than sexual energy. People with a developed sexual nature always possess a large reservoir of magnetism. This vital force, understood and cultivated, can become an immense advantage in human relationships. This energy can be communicated to others through a handshake. Physical contact immediately reveals the presence or absence of magnetism. The tone of voice. Sexual energy colors the voice, making it warm, musical, and charming. Posture and body language. People with a high sexual nature move with grace, energy, and confidence. Thought vibrations. Those with active sexual energy blend the excitement of sex with their thoughts at will, powerfully influencing those around them. Personal presence and adornment are key. People with intense sexual energy are often meticulous about their physical appearance. They choose clothing, colors, and styles that reflect their personality and harmonize with their figure. Top sales managers prioritize personal magnetism in their salespeople. Those lacking sexual energy will never be enthusiastic or inspire enthusiasm, and this is one of the essential requirements for success in any field, regardless of what is being sold or promoted. The power of sexual energy in influence and success. A public speaker, orator, preacher, lawyer, or salesperson who lacks sexual energy is generally cumbersome in their approach to influencing others. If we consider that most people can only be influenced through an appeal to their emotions, we can understand the enormous importance of sexual energy as an essential part of a salesperson or leader's persuasive ability. Good salespeople are good because they transform. Consciously or unconsciously, one transforms the energy of sex into enthusiasm and personal magnetism. This statement contains a practical key to the true meaning of sexual transmutation. The salesperson who manages to shift their mind away from physical desire and toward the sales effort with the same enthusiasm and determination has learned the art of transmuting their sexual energy into creative drive. Unknown to them, most salespeople who use this principle do so without being aware of how they apply it. Transmuting sexual energy requires more willpower than the average person possesses, but those who persevere in its practice gradually acquire this skill. Although it demands discipline, the reward makes the effort worthwhile. False beliefs about sex and personality. The vast majority of people are unforgivably ignorant about all things related to sex. For centuries, sexual energy has been misunderstood by ignorant or malicious people who have slandered and ridiculed it. Men and women blessed with a heightened sexual nature are often viewed with suspicion, as if they possessed a curse rather than a blessing. Millions of people suffer from inferiority complexes due to the false belief that a strong sex drive is a disgrace. However, the thrill of sex is a virtue when used with intelligence and discernment. When used uncontrollably or without purpose, it can impoverish both body and mind. But when channeled properly, it becomes the greatest source of creativity, vitality, and personal power. The author discovered that almost all the great leaders he studied achieved their success under the inspiration of a woman. In most cases, that woman was a modest and self-sacrificing wife. In a few others, it was another woman. In either case, it was feminine inspiration that awakened their creative power and determination. Just as excessive alcohol or narcotics destroy the body and will, excess in sexual expression can be equally damaging to the mind and creativity. A man dominated by uncontrolled sexual desire is not very different from a drug addict. Both lose control over their reason and willpower. Ignorance of sexual transmutation imposes severe punishments on those who are unaware of it and deprives of great benefits those who never learn to master it. The mystery and silence that have traditionally surrounded the subject of sex have only increased curiosity and confusion, just as happened during the prohibition of alcohol. The result has been that many seek knowledge on this forbidden subject without finding clear and wise guidance. To the shame of legislators and educators, few have understood the need to instruct young people truthfully and maturely about this powerful force, which, when properly directed, can elevate human beings to their highest expression of genius and fulfillment. The fruitful years after 40. An individual rarely begins a highly creative endeavor before the age of 40. The average person reaches their peak creative capacity between 40 and 60. These statements are based on the analysis of thousands of carefully observed men and women and should be encouraging to all those who have not yet achieved their goals before 40 or who fear aging as they approach that age. As a general rule, the years between 30 and 40 are the most productive. A man should approach this age with hope, enthusiasm, and expectation, not with fear or resignation. If you want proof, look at the biographies of great achievers. Henry Ford achieved his success after 40. Andrew Carnegie began to reap the rewards of his past efforts at that age. James J. Hill was still operating a telegraph at 40, and his achievements came later. The lives of many industrialists and financiers show that the period between 40 and 60 is often the most productive. Between 30 and 40, a man begins, if he ever learns, the art of transmuting sex. This discovery is usually accidental. Few understand its cause, but around 35 or 40, nature begins to harmonize the emotions of love and sex so that a person can use them together as powerful stimuli for action. Call upon the energy center of your emotions. Sex alone is a powerful force, but it can be as chaotic and uncontrollable as a cyclone. When the thrill of love blends with the thrill of sex, the result is balance, purpose, and inner serenity. A man driven solely by sexual desire may achieve great things, but his actions will lack direction and can become destructive. In contrast, when love unites with sex, that same impulse becomes a constructive, wise, and balanced force. Love, romance, and sex are emotions capable of elevating human beings to heights of superachievement. Emotions are mental states, and nature has endowed human beings with a true chemistry of the mind, similar to the chemistry of matter. Just as a chemist can create a lethal poison by mixing harmless elements, emotions can also combine in destructive ways. For example, when sex and jealousy are mixed, the result can be a beast dominated by emotional madness. Every destructive emotion poisons the mind and nullifies the sense of justice and balance. The path to genius is traveled through the development,
Control and conscious use of the emotions of sex, love, and romance. The process is clear. Stimulate these emotions as dominant thoughts in your mind. Discourage the presence of destructive emotions. The mind feeds on the thoughts it frequently dominates. Through the power of will, it is possible to discourage a negative emotion and replace it with a positive one. Mental control is achieved with persistence and habit. The secret lies in understanding the process of transmutation. When a negative emotion arises, deliberately change it into a constructive one. The only path to genius is conscious, voluntary effort. A man can achieve great financial or business successes thanks to sexual energy, but history shows that many lose their happiness for not having learned to master their temper. Ignorance of this principle has cost thousands of people not only their fortunes, but also their peace and their ability to enjoy life. One who truly loves can never truly lose. The memories of love never fade. They remain, guiding and influencing long after the source of inspiration has vanished. There's nothing new in this. Anyone who has been touched by genuine love knows that it leaves lasting imprints on the human heart. The effect of love endures because the nature of love is spiritual. A person who cannot be stimulated to great heights of achievement through love has no hope. They are as good as dead, even though they may appear alive. Recall some things from the past and immerse your mind in the beautiful memories of a past love. This will soften the influence of present worries and troubles, the realities of life. And who knows,
During this temporary retreat, your mind may take you to a world of fantasy, ideas, or plans capable of changing the entire financial or spiritual status of your life. If you believe you are unhappy because you have loved and lost, forget that idea. Anyone who is truly loved never loses completely. Love is capricious and temperamental. It arrives when it wants and leaves without the slightest warning. Accept it and enjoy it while it lasts, but don't waste your time worrying about its disappearance, because that way you'll never get it back. Also, reject the idea that love comes only once in a lifetime. Love may appear and disappear countless times, but no two love experiences affect a person in the same way. There can be, and indeed are, one love experience that leaves a deeper mark on the heart than others, but all love experiences are beneficial, except for those who feel resentful or cynical when love disappears. There should be no disillusionment in love, and there isn't if people understand the difference between the emotions of love and those of sex. The great difference is that love is spiritual, while sex is biological. No experience that affects the human heart with a spiritual force can be harmful except as a consequence of ignorance or jealousy. There's no doubt that love is life's greatest experience. It allows one to commune with infinite intelligence. When combined with the emotions of love, sex, and romance, it can lead one very high up the ladder of creative endeavor. The emotions of love, sex, and romance are the sides of the eternal triangle of genius, capable of achieving and building. Love is an emotion with numerous colors, shades, and faces, but the most intense and ardent of all kinds of love is that which is experienced when the emotions of love and sex are combined. Marriages that are not blessed with the eternal affinity of love, properly balanced and proportioned with sex, cannot be happy and rarely last. Love alone will not bring happiness to marriage, nor will sex alone. When these two beautiful emotions are combined, marriage can produce a state of mind close to the spiritual one that is known on this earthly plane. When the emotions of love and sex are combined with that of romance, the obstacles between the finite mind of the man and infinite intelligence are removed. Then a genius is born, which explains why a wife can either elevate or destroy a man. Here is an interpretation that, if properly understood, brings harmony to the chaos that exists in too many marriages. The disharmony, often expressed as arguments, usually stems from a lack of knowledge about sex. Where love, romance, and a proper understanding of the emotion and function of sex exist, there is no disharmony between couples. Fortunate is the man whose wife understands the true relationship between the emotions of love, sex, and romance. When motivated by this holy triumvirate, no form of work seems burdensome, because even the lowest form of effort takes on the nature of work done out of love. It is often said that a man's wife can either elevate or destroy him, but the reason for this is not always clear. The rise or fall of a husband is the result of whether or not he understands the emotions of love, sex, and romance. If a wife allows her husband to lose interest in her and become more interested in other women, it is usually due to her ignorance or indifference in matters of sex, love, and romance. This statement, of course, presupposes the prior existence of genuine love between a man and a woman. The same applies to a man who allows his wife's interest in him to die. Married couples often argue about a lot of trivialities. If these are carefully analyzed, it will be discovered that the real cause of the problem almost always lies in indifference or ignorance about all these subjects. The uselessness of wealth without women. A man's greatest motivating force is his desire to please a woman. The hunter, prominent in prehistoric times before the dawn of civilization, excelled in his task because of his desire to appear great in the eyes of a woman. The nature of man has not changed in that respect. The hunter today does not return home with the furs of wild animals, but rather indicates his desire to gain the favor of woman by providing her with exquisite clothes, cars, and wealth. Men experience the same desire to please woman as they did before the dawn of civilization. The only thing that has changed is his method of pleasing. Men who amassed great fortunes and reached great heights of power and fame did so primarily to satisfy their desire to please women. If women were removed from their lives, great wealth would be useless to almost all men. This inherent desire of man to please woman is what gives her the power to elevate or destroy him. The woman who understands male nature and is attuned to it has no reason to fear competition from other women. Men can be giants with an indomitable will when dealing with other men, but the women they themselves have chosen can handle them with ease. Most men will not admit that the women they prefer influence them with such ease, for one of the characteristics of a man's nature is to desire to be recognized as the strongest of the species. Moreover, the intelligent woman recognizes this masculine characteristic and does not question it. Some men know they are influenced by the women of their choice, wife, lover, mother, or sister, but they refrain from contact so as not to rebel against that influence, because they are intelligent enough to know that no man is happy or complete without the modifying influence of the right woman. The man who does not recognize this important truth deprives himself of the power that has contributed more than any other forces combined to helping his gender achieve success. Chapter 12. The Subconscious, the link that establishes the connection. The 11th step towards wealth. The subconscious is a field of consciousness in which every thought impulse that reaches the conscious mind through any of the 5 senses is sorted and recorded. Thoughts can be recalled or retrieved from it in the same way that letters are taken from a filing cabinet. It receives and files sensory impressions or thoughts regardless of their nature. Any plan, thought, or purpose that one wishes to translate into its physical or monetary equivalent can be planted at will in the subconscious. It acts first on dominant desires that have become mixed with emotional sensations, such as faith. Consider this in connection with the instructions in the chapter on desire to take the 6 steps outlined there, as well as with the instructions concerning the construction and execution of plans, and you will understand the significance of this thought. The subconscious works day and night through a method of procedure unknown to the conscious mind. The subconscious mind utilizes the forces of infinite intelligence to possess the power of voluntarily transmuting a person's desires into their monetary equivalent, always employing the most practical means to achieve this end. The subconscious mind cannot be completely controlled, but it is possible to transmit to it any plan, desire, or purpose that one wishes to transform into a concrete form. Reread the instructions on using the subconscious in the chapter on autosuggestion. There is ample evidence to support the belief that the subconscious is the connecting link between the finite mind of man and infinite intelligence. The subconscious is the intermediary through which the forces of infinite intelligence can be used at will. It alone contains the secret process by which mental impulses are modified and changed to constitute their spiritual equivalent. It alone is the medium through which prayer can be transmitted to the source capable of answering that prayer. How can the subconscious be energized for creative endeavor? The possibilities of creative endeavor connected with the subconscious are vast and immeasurable to the point of inspiring awe.
I never approach the discussion of the subconscious without experiencing a sense of inadequacy and inferiority, perhaps due to the fact that our pool of knowledge on the subject is so limited. Once you accept the reality of the subconscious mind and understand its potential as a means of transmuting desires into their physical or monetary equivalent, you grasp the full meaning of the instructions given in the chapter on desire. You also understand why the need to clarify desires and reduce them to a written form has been repeatedly emphasized. Furthermore, you understand the importance of perseverance in carrying out these instructions. The 13 principles are the stimuli through which you acquire the ability to reach and influence the subconscious mind. Do not be discouraged if you do not succeed on the first attempt. Remember that the subconscious mind can only be directed voluntarily through habit and under the guidelines set forth in the chapter on faith. You have not yet had enough time to master faith. Be patient and persistent.
Many of the statements made in the chapters on faith and autosuggestion are repeated here for the purpose of benefiting the subconscious mind. Remember that it operates voluntarily regardless of whether you make any effort to influence it. This suggests that thoughts related to fear and poverty, as well as all negative thoughts, serve as stimuli for your subconscious mind, unless you control these impulses and feed your subconscious with more desirable thoughts. The subconscious will not remain idle. If you fail to plant desires within it, it will feed on thoughts that arise as a result of your own neglect. Thought impulses, both positive and negative, continually reach the subconscious mind from the sources mentioned in the chapter on the transmutation of sex. For now, it suffices to remember that you live daily amidst all kinds of thought impulses that reach your subconscious mind even without your awareness. Some of these impulses are negative, while others are positive. You are now engaged in the task of attempting to shut off the flow of negative impulses and helping to voluntarily influence your subconscious through positive impulses of desire. Once you accomplish this, you will possess the key that unlocks the door to your subconscious. Furthermore, you will control that door so completely that no unwanted thought can influence your subconscious mind. Everything a person creates begins with a thought impulse. You can't create anything you haven't first conceived in your mind. Thought impulses can be transformed into plans through the aid of imagination. When under control, imagination can be used to create plans or purposes that lead to success in your chosen occupation. All thought impulses that tend to transform into their physical equivalent and are voluntarily planted in the subconscious mind must first pass through the imagination and be mixed there with faith. The introduction of faith into a plan or purpose with the intention of delivering it to the subconscious mind can only be done through imagination. It follows that the voluntary use of the subconscious requires the coordination and application of all principles. Make your positive emotions work for you. The subconscious mind is more susceptible to influence from thought impulses when these are mixed with a feeling or emotion than when they originate solely from the reasoning part of the mind. In fact, there's much evidence to support the theory that emotionally charged thoughts are the only ones that exert any significant influence on the subconscious mind. It is a well-known fact that emotion or feeling governs most people. If the subconscious mind responds more quickly and is more easily influenced by thought impulses mixed with emotion, the importance of becoming familiar with the major human emotions becomes clear. There are 7 major positive emotions and 7 major negative emotions. Negative emotions are voluntarily injected into thought impulses, ensuring their passage into the subconscious mind. Positive emotions, on the other hand, must be consciously injected through the discipline of self-suggestion into the thought impulses that the individual wishes to transmit to the subconscious. These emotions or sentimental impulses can be compared to yeast in a loaf of bread because they constitute the element of action that transforms thought impulses from a passive to an active state. This explains why it is easier to act on thoughts well mixed with emotion than upon those originating from cold reasoning. You are preparing to influence and control the internal audience of your subconscious mind in order to convey the desire to obtain money that you wish to convert into its monetary equivalent. Therefore, it is essential to understand the correct method of approaching this internal audience. You must speak its language, since the subconscious best understands the language of emotion and feeling. Below are the 7 major positive emotions and the 7 major negative emotions, so that you may use the former and avoid the latter when transmitting instructions to your subconscious. 7 major positive emotions: the emotion of desire, the emotion of faith, the emotion of love, the emotion of sex, the emotion of enthusiasm, the emotion of romance, the emotion of hope. There are other positive emotions, but these 7 are the most powerful and the ones most frequently employed in creative endeavors. Master these 7 emotions, which can only be achieved through practice, and the other positive emotions will also be available to you when you need them. Remember that you are studying a book intended to help you develop a money consciousness by filling your mind with positive emotions. The 7 major negative emotions to be avoided are fear, jealousy,
hatred, revenge, greed, superstition, and anger. The mind cannot be occupied by both positive and negative emotions at the same time. At any given moment, one or the other will dominate. Our responsibility is to ensure that positive emotions are the dominant influence in our minds. The law of habit will be of great help in this. Acquire the habit of applying and using positive emotions. In time, they will dominate your mind so completely that negative emotions will not be able to penetrate it. Only by following these instructions literally and completely will you be able to gain control over your subconscious mind. The presence of even a single negative emotion within you is enough to destroy all possibilities of obtaining constructive help from your subconscious, the secret of effective prayer. If you are an observant person, you will have noticed that most people resort to prayer only after everything else has failed. Otherwise, they tend to pray through a repetitive ritual of words with no true meaning. Since it is a fact that most people only pray when everything else has failed, they come to prayer with minds full of fear and doubt. And these are precisely the emotions that act on the subconscious mind and are transmitted to the infinite intelligence. Therefore, this is the emotional energy that the infinite intelligence receives and acts upon. If you pray for something, but while doing so you feel fear of not receiving it or doubt that your prayer will be heard, then that prayer will be in vain. Sometimes prayer results in the fulfillment of that for which one is asked. If you have ever experienced receiving what you asked for in prayer, step back and recall your state of mind at that moment. You will undoubtedly discover that this teaching is more than just a theory. The method by which you can communicate with infinite intelligence is very similar to how sound vibrations are transmitted through a radio. If you understand the operating principle of a radio station, you know that sound cannot be communicated until it is transformed into a series of vibrations that the human ear cannot detect. The broadcasting station picks up the human voice and modifies it, raising its vibration millions of times. Only in this way is it possible to transmit sound energy through space. Radio receivers then convert that energy back to the original vibration level so that it can be recognized as sound again. Similarly, the subconscious mind acts as the intermediary that translates human prayers into terms that infinite intelligence can recognize. It presents the message and brings back the answer in the form of a plan, an idea, or an inspiration that leads to the fulfillment of the prayer. If you understand this principle, you will know why the mere words read in a prayer book do not, and never will, serve as a channel of communication between the mind of man and infinite intelligence. Chapter 13. The Brain, a Receiving and Transmitting Station for Thought Vibrations. The 12th Step to Wealth. Over 40 years ago, the author, then working with Dr. Alexander Graham Bell and Dr. Elmer Richards, observed that every human brain is both a receiving and transmitting station for thought vibrations. Similar to the principle of broadcasting, every human brain is capable of picking up thought vibrations emitted by other brains. In this regard, we can compare the description of creative imagination, as explained in the chapter on imagination. Creative imagination is the brain's receiving apparatus that picks up thoughts emitted by other brains.
It functions as the channel of communication between the conscious or reasoning mind and the four sources from which thought stimuli can be received. When the mind is stimulated or raised to a higher vibrational frequency, it becomes more receptive to thoughts from external sources. This process of elevation occurs through both positive and negative emotions. Thought vibrations can be intensified by emotion. The emotion of sex tops the list of human emotions in terms of intensity and driving force. The brain, stimulated by the emotion of sex, operates at a much higher speed than when that emotion is inactive or absent. The result of the transmutation of sex is the elevation of thought to such a high level that the creative imagination becomes highly receptive to ideas. Furthermore, when the brain operates at high speed, it not only attracts thoughts and ideas emitted by other brains, but also infuses its own thoughts with the emotion necessary for the subconscious to grasp and act upon them. The subconscious is the brain's transmitting station, through which thought vibrations are projected. The creative imagination is the receiving apparatus through which thought energies are captured. Alongside these two fundamental factors, the subconscious and creative imagination, which constitute the transmitting and receiving mechanisms of the mental machinery, the principle of autosuggestion must be considered. This is the means by which you can activate your own mental broadcasting station. The instructions in the chapter on autosuggestion clearly explain the method by which you can transmute your desire into its monetary equivalent. Operating your mental broadcasting station is a relatively simple procedure. You only need to keep in mind 3 principles that you must apply each time you wish to use your station: the subconscious, creative imagination, and autosuggestion. Remember that the entire process begins with desire. The greatest forces are intangible. Throughout the ages, humankind has relied excessively on its physical senses, limiting its knowledge to the material things it can see, touch, weigh, and measure. However, we're entering a wonderful era that will teach us about the intangible forces that exist in the world around us. Perhaps we will come to understand that the other self is far more powerful than the physical self we see reflected in a mirror. People often speak lightly of the intangible, of that which they cannot perceive with their 5 senses. When we hear them, we must remember that we are all controlled by invisible and intangible forces. All of humanity has no power to confront the intangible force that moves the ocean waves, much less to control it. Nor does humankind possess the capacity to understand the invisible force and intelligence that resides in the earth itself, the one that provides the food it eats, the clothes it wears, and the resources it carries in its pockets. The spectacular story of the brain. Last but not least, man, despite his culture and education, understands very little about the intangible force of thought, the most powerful of all. He knows almost nothing about the physical brain and its vast network of intricate machinery through which the power of thought is transformed into its material equivalent. Fortunately, we have entered a new era that sheds light on this subject. Scientists have begun to study this marvelous organ, the brain, and although they are still in the early stages of their research, they have already discovered astonishing facts. Dr. C. Judson Herrick of the University of Chicago stated that the central panel of the human brain and the number of connections between brain cells equals 1 followed by 15 million zeros. The figure is so spectacular, he said, that astronomical magnitudes of hundreds of millions of light years are insignificant in comparison. It has been determined that there are 10 to 14 billion nerve cells in the cerebral cortex, organized in a definite and precise manner. Such arrangements are not random, but perfectly ordered. Modern methods of electrophysiology have detected electrical currents in specific cells. Even fibers connected to microelectrodes, amplified by radio tubes, have registered potential differences of 1/1,000,000th of a volt. It is inconceivable that such complex machinery exists solely to regulate the body's physical functions. It seems more logical to suppose that this same system, which allows billions of brain cells to communicate with one another, also provides the means to communicate with intangible forces. The New York Times published an editorial explaining that a major university and a renowned researcher in the field of mental phenomena were conducting systematic research that confirmed the conclusions described in this chapter and the next. The editorial referred to the work of Dr. J.B. Rhine and his team of assistants at Duke University, who are exploring the mysteries of thought and perception beyond the limits of the human senses. What is telepathy? Some time ago, the remarkable results obtained by Professor J.B. Rhine and his team of researchers at Duke University were published, after conducting over 100,000 tests designed to determine the existence of telepathy and clairvoyance. These findings were initially disseminated in Harper's Magazine in a series of articles written by E. H. Wright, who attempted to synthesize what had been learned, as well as reasonable inferences about the nature of these modes of extrasensory perception.
As a result of Professor Rhine's experiments, several scientists began to consider the existence of telepathy and clairvoyance highly probable. In the tests, some subjects had to guess cards from a deck without looking at them and without having any sensory access to them. A small group of people were discovered who were so remarkably accurate that there was not a single 1 in a million billion chance that the results were due to chance. How did they do it? These powers, if they truly exist, do not appear to be sensory in nature, as no physical organ is known to explain them. Furthermore, the experiments were successful not only when the subject was in the same room, but also at distances of several hundred kilometers. According to Wright, these results rule out physical theories of radiation as an explanation, since all known radiant energy decreases in intensity with increasing distance. However, telepathy and clairvoyance do not seem to be affected by distance. Rhine also discovered that these phenomena vary according to the individual's physical and mental condition, contrary to popular belief. They do not intensify during sleep or trance, but rather increase when the mind is more awake and alert. Narcotics reduce accuracy, while stimulants tend to increase it. Apparently, concentration and conscious intention are determining factors. One of Wright's most compelling conclusions was that telepathy and clairvoyance are not separate gifts, but rather manifestations of the same faculty. The ability to see a face-down card appears to be the same that allows one to read another person's thoughts. In all the individuals studied who possessed one of these gifts, the other was equally present and with the same intensity. Neither distances, nor walls, nor physical barriers seem to affect its functioning. Based on this conclusion, Wright suggested the possibility that other extrasensory experiences, such as prophetic dreams, premonitions of disasters, and certain intuitions, could be manifestations of this same mental faculty. The reader is not asked to accept these conclusions blindly, but the evidence gathered by Rhine is impressive enough to warrant serious consideration. How can minds be brought together in a team? Taking into account Dr. Rhine's discoveries regarding modes of extrasensory perception, the author adds his own experience and that of his team of collaborators. Through practice, they learned the ideal conditions for stimulating the mind and practically activating the so-called sixth sense, which will be described in the next chapter. These conditions were achieved through a close working alliance between 3 people. Through experimentation, they learned to merge their minds into a single stream of thought in order to solve various personal and professional problems. The procedure is simple. The 3 participants sit around a table, clearly state the problem to be addressed, and begin to discuss it openly. Each contributes their ideas and observations. What is striking is that this process of collective mental stimulation seems to put the participants in contact with unknown sources of knowledge located beyond their individual experience. Anyone who understands the mastermind principle will recognize this round-table method as a practical application of that principle. This type of mental collaboration, based on harmony and a shared focus on a specific topic, constitutes the simplest and most powerful use of the mastermind. By adopting and applying a similar plan, any student of this philosophy can acquire the famous Carnegie formula, briefly mentioned in the introduction. If you missed that reference at the time, bookmark this page and reread the introduction after you finish this chapter. Your understanding of it has reached a new depth. Chapter 14. The Sixth Sense, the Gateway to the Temple of Wisdom. The 13th Step to Wealth. The 13th principle is known as the Sixth Sense, through which infinite intelligence can and will communicate willingly with the individual without any effort or demand on his part. This principle constitutes the pinnacle of the philosophy.
It can only be understood, assimilated, and applied once the other 12 principles have been mastered. The sixth sense is that portion of the subconscious mind we have called creative imagination, the receptive apparatus through which ideas, plans, and thoughts arise in the mind. Sometimes these flashes are known as hunches, intuitions, or inspirations. The sixth sense defies all description. It is impossible to explain this to someone who has not mastered the other principles, because that person lacks the knowledge and experience necessary to compare or understand it. Understanding this principle can only be achieved through meditation and inner development. When you have mastered the principles described in this book, you will be prepared to accept as truth a statement that might otherwise seem unbelievable. With the help of the sixth sense, you will be warned of impending dangers with enough time to avoid them, and opportunities will be revealed to you well in advance so you can seize them. The sixth sense comes to your aid, and if you know how to develop and use it, you will always have a kind of guardian angel by your side, opening the door to the temple of wisdom at every moment. Miracles of the sixth sense. The author is not a believer in miracles in the traditional sense because he understands that nature never deviates from its laws. However, some of these laws are so profound and unknown that to the human eye, they appear to produce true miracles. The sixth sense is the closest thing to a miracle the author has ever experienced. There is a power, a first cause, or a universal intelligence that permeates every atom of matter and encompasses every form of energy perceptible to humankind. This intelligence transforms a seed into an oak tree, makes water flow downhill according to the law of gravity, and maintains the perfect balance between day and night, summer and winter. Through the principles of this philosophy, we can induce this intelligence to assist us in transmuting desires into material and concrete forms. The author states this with certainty because he has experienced it in his own life. Step by step, throughout the preceding chapters, you have been led to this final principle. If you have mastered each of the previous ones, you will be prepared to accept the statements made here without skepticism. But if you have not yet mastered them, you must do so before you can determine whether what is taught in this chapter is a real fact or merely fiction. When I went through the hero worship days, I found myself trying to imitate those I most admired. Moreover, I discovered that the element of faith I drew upon to emulate my idols gave me a remarkable ability to do so successfully. Let great men shape your life. I have never completely relinquished this habit of admiring heroes. My experience has taught me that the best thing a person can do to become truly great is to emulate the great, both in feeling and action. Long before I wrote a single line intended for publication or delivered a public speech, I acquired the habit of reshaping my character by attempting to emulate 9 men whose lives and works seemed to me the most impressive. These men were Emerson, Paine, Edison, Darwin, Lincoln, Burbank, Napoleon, Ford, and Carnegie. Every night for many years, I held an imaginary meeting with this group, whom I called my invisible advisors. The procedure was as follows. Shortly before falling asleep, I would close my eyes and in my imagination see this group of men sitting with me around a conference table. In these meetings, I not only had the privilege of being among those I considered the greatest, but I also presided over the group, guiding the conversation as their leader and moderator. I had a specific purpose in allowing my imagination to attend these nightly gatherings, to reconstruct my own character so that it would represent a compendium of the virtues and qualities of my imaginary advisors. From a young age, I understood that I had to overcome the obstacle of having been born into an environment steeped in ignorance and superstition. That is why I set myself the conscious task of being reborn using the method I have just described, character formation through auto-suggestion. I knew that all men become what they are thanks to their dominant thoughts and desires. I understood that every deeply rooted desire seeks an external form of expression that allows it to become reality. I also knew that auto-suggestion is a powerful factor in character formation, and that it is, in fact, the only principle by which character can be formed. With this understanding of how the mind works, I felt prepared to reshape my character. In these imaginary meetings,
I summoned my invisible advisors to impart the qualities I wished to incorporate into my life. I addressed each of them clearly, as if they were truly present. Mr. Emerson, I wish to acquire from you the profound understanding of nature that distinguished your life. I ask that you imprint upon my subconscious all those qualities that enabled you to understand the laws of nature and adapt to them. Mr. Burbank, I ask that you impart to me the knowledge that allowed you to harmonize the laws of nature and that enabled you to remove the thorns from the cactus to make it food. Grant me access to the wisdom that allowed you to grow 2 blades of grass where one once grew. Napoleon, I desire to acquire through emulation your extraordinary ability to inspire men and awaken in them the most determined spirit of action. I also wish to possess your unwavering faith, that inner strength that allowed you to transform defeat into victory and overcome the greatest obstacles. Mr. Payne, I wish to acquire from you the freedom of thought, courage, and clarity with which you expressed your convictions, qualities that so distinguished you. Mr. Darwin, I wish to incorporate into my character your marvelous patience and ability to study cause and effect without deviation or prejudice, as you exemplified in the field of natural sciences. Mr. Lincoln, I wish to incorporate into my character your keen sense of justice, your tireless spirit of patience, your sense of humor, your human understanding, and your tolerance, which were your most admirable traits. Mr. Carnegie, I wish to learn from you the profound understanding of the principles of organized effort that you applied so effectively in building your great industrial empire. Mr. Ford, I wish to acquire your spirit of perseverance, your determination, serenity, and self-confidence, the same qualities that enabled you to overcome poverty and organize, unify, and simplify human effort so that I too can help others follow in your footsteps. Mr. Edison, I wish to obtain from you the unwavering spirit of faith with which you discovered the secrets of nature and the steadfastness with which you managed to extract victory from defeat. The astonishing power of the imagination. The way in which I addressed the members of my imaginary cabinet varied depending on the character traits I wished to develop at different times. I thoroughly studied the lives of each of them with meticulous care. After several months of practicing this nightly procedure, I was surprised to find that these imaginary figures were beginning to seem real. Each of the 9 men developed individual characteristics that struck me as astonishingly distinct. For example, Lincoln had the habit of always arriving late, entering solemnly into the place where he was expected, with a serious countenance and few smiles. This was not the case with the others. Burbank and Payne often engaged in mocking conversations that sometimes shook the seriousness of the other cabinet members. I remember one occasion when Burbank arrived late and explained with great enthusiasm that he had gone on an experiment which he hoped would allow him to grow apples on any kind of tree. Payne mocked him, reminding him that it was precisely an apple that, according to the biblical story, caused the problems between man and woman. Darwin intervened cordially and suggested to Payne that he beware of small snakes when he went to the woods in search of apples, as these tend to grow into large snakes. Emerson added, "If there are no snakes, there are no apples," to which Napoleon replied, "Without apples, there is no state." These meetings became so realistic that at one point I began to fear their consequences and suspended the sessions for several months. I worried that if I continued them, I might forget that all of this was nothing more than a product of my imagination. This is the first time I have dared to share this experience publicly. For years, I remained silent on the subject, knowing that many might misunderstand it. Today, I recount it because I'm no longer concerned about what others might think. I want to make one thing very clear. I consider these meetings purely imaginary, but I also maintain that although the members of my cabinet are fictitious, they have led me down glorious paths of inner adventure. They have awakened in me a profound appreciation for true greatness,
Stimulated my creative spirit, and always represented the most honest expression of my thinking, touching the source of inspiration. Somewhere within the cellular structure of the brain lies an organ that receives the vibrations of thought,
commonly referred to as hunches or premonitions. At present, science has not discovered exactly where this organ of the sixth sense is located, but that is of no consequence. What is certain is that human beings can receive accurate knowledge through sources other than the five physical senses. Typically, this kind of knowledge manifests itself when the mind is under the influence of an extraordinary emotional stimulus. Any emergency situation that stirs emotions and quickens the pulse can activate the sixth sense. Anyone who has ever been in a near accident while driving knows that in those moments, an invisible force seems to intervene with miraculous precision, helping us avoid danger at the last second. I mention these facts to explain the following. During my meetings with my invisible advisors, I feel my mind become especially receptive to ideas, thoughts, and knowledge that come to me through the sixth sense. On numerous occasions, I have faced emergency situations, some so serious that my life was in real danger. In those moments, I felt miraculously guided to overcome the difficulties thanks to the influence of these invisible advisors. My original purpose in holding such meetings was to impress my subconscious mind through auto-suggestion to acquire certain qualities I wished to develop. However, over the years, my practice has evolved. Today, I consult my invisible advisors on every significant issue, whether my own or those of my clients. And on more than one occasion, the results have been truly astonishing, although I don't rely exclusively on this method. A powerful force of slow growth. The sixth sense isn't something you can turn on or off at will. The ability to use this power grows slowly as you apply and master the other principles described in this book. It doesn't matter who you are or what your purpose is in reading these pages. The truth is, you can benefit from its teachings without fully understanding the principle presented here. This is especially true if your primary purpose is the accumulation of money or material possessions. I've included this chapter because this work was designed to present a complete philosophy through which each person can achieve what they desire in life. The starting point of all achievement is desire, and the culmination is knowledge, which leads to understanding oneself, others, and the laws of nature, ultimately producing happiness. This understanding is only fully attained through the conscious use of the sixth sense. After reading this chapter, you may have noticed that your mind feels more stimulated. Excellent. Reread it in a month and observe how it reaches an even greater level of inspiration. Repeat this practice from time to time without worrying about how much you learn each time. In time, you will find yourself in possession of an inner power capable of freeing you from discouragement, mastering fear, overcoming procrastination, and using your imagination with complete freedom. Then you will feel the touch of that unknown something, the same spirit that has guided all the great thinkers, leaders, artists, musicians, writers, and statesmen in history. It will be the moment when your desires transform almost effortlessly into their physical or financial equivalent, just as you previously surrendered at the first sign of opposition. Chapter 15. The 6 Ghosts of Fear. Take stock of yourself as you read this last chapter and discover how many ghosts stand in your way. Before you can successfully use any part of this philosophy, your mind must be prepared to receive it. Preparation is not difficult, but it requires 3 fundamental steps: studying, analyzing, and understanding the 3 enemies that must be completely eliminated from the mind: indecision, doubt, and fear. The sixth sense can never function while these 3 negative elements remain present, whether together or separately. The 3 are closely related. Where one appears, the other 2 soon follow. Remember this: indecision is the seed of fear. Indecision crystallizes into doubt, and the 2 blend together to become fear. This process is so slow that it's rarely detected, making it an especially dangerous enemy. They germinate and grow silently, their presence unnoticed. The purpose of this chapter is to help you achieve an indispensable state of mind before fully implementing this philosophy. It also analyzes a condition that has led thousands of people into poverty and affirms an essential truth for all who wish to accumulate wealth, whether in the form of money or a prosperous state of mind, far more valuable than money itself. This chapter seeks to focus your attention on the cause and cure of the 6 basic fears. Before we can defeat an enemy, we must know it, its name, its habits, and where it dwells. As you read, honestly analyze yourself and determine which of the 6 basic fears accompanies you, if any. Don't be deceived by their subtlety. These enemies often hide in the subconscious, from which they exercise a powerful influence. They are difficult to locate and even more difficult to eliminate, but knowing them is the first step to freeing yourself from them. The 6 basic fears. There are 6 fundamental fears that, in some combination, all human beings experience at some point in their lives. Whoever manages to be completely free of them can consider themselves truly fortunate. Listed in the order in which they usually appear, they are the fear of poverty, the fear of criticism, the fear of illness, the fear of losing someone's love, the fear of old age, and the fear of death. All other fears are secondary and can be grouped under one or more of these 6 headings. Fears are nothing more than mental states, and mental states can be controlled and directed. Human beings cannot create anything they haven't first conceived as a thought impulse. But there is an even more important truth. Thoughts once formed immediately begin to transform into their physical equivalent, irrespective of whether they were created consciously or unconsciously. Thought impulses caught by chance, those that come from other minds, can determine a person's financial, professional, or social destiny with the same force as deliberately created thoughts. Herein lies the basis of a fundamental fact for understanding why some people seem to be lucky, while others, with equal or greater talent, preparation, and experience, seem destined for failure or misfortune. The difference lies in the fact that every human being has the power to control their own mind, and with it, the ability to open themselves to constructive mental impulses or close off to destructive ones, consciously choosing which thoughts to admit. Nature has granted humankind absolute control over one thing only: their thoughts. Everything a person creates begins as a thought impulse, and this fact leads us directly to the principle that allows us to master fear. While it is true that every thought tends to become its physical equivalent, and there is no doubt that this is so, it is also true that thoughts of fear, lack, or poverty can never be transformed into prosperity, abundance, or financial success. The fear of poverty. There can be no harmony between poverty and wealth because the paths that lead to them go in opposite directions. If your desire is to attain wealth, you must refuse to accept any circumstance or thought that brings you closer to poverty. The word wealth should be understood here in its broadest sense: spiritual, mental, and material. The starting point on the path to wealth is desire. In the first chapter, you received instructions on how to properly direct that desire. In this chapter on fear, you will learn how to prepare your mind to make practical use of it. This is the point where your inner resolve will be put to the test. Here you will be able to determine with absolute clarity how much of this philosophy you have truly assimilated. If after reading this chapter you feel prepared to accept poverty, then you better prepare your mind to receive it, because it's a choice no one can avoid. On the other hand, if what you demand from life is wealth, you must decide in what form you desire it, how much you need to feel satisfied, and resolutely follow the path that leads to it. You already have the map. The route has been shown you. If you don't begin the journey or stop before arriving, you can blame no one but yourself. The responsibility for your destiny is entirely yours. No excuse will free you from accepting this truth. Failure or success depends on the state of your mind, and that state cannot be bought or inherited. It is consciously created.
The most destructive fear, the fear of poverty, is merely a state of mind, but it is so powerful that it can destroy all possibilities of success in any field. It paralyzes reason, stifles imagination, eliminates self-confidence, weakens enthusiasm, and extinguishes initiative. It breeds uncertainty, fuels procrastination, destroys self-control, and reduces willpower to nothing. It robs an individual of personal charm, clouds the mind, distracts concentration, extinguishes perseverance, and destroys ambition. Opens the door to failure in all its forms. It kills love,
Withers the noblest emotions of the heart, discourages friendship, and leads to insomnia, misery, and unhappiness. And all this occurs in a world of abundance where nothing stands between you and your desires except the lack of a defined purpose and the presence of fear. The fear of poverty is undoubtedly the most destructive of the 6 basic fears, which is why it ranks first on this list. It is also the most difficult to overcome because it stems from an ancestral human tendency to devour one another economically. In the animal kingdom, lower creatures physically devour one another. Humankind, endowed with reason, devours its fellow human beings financially. It derives pleasure and power from defeating others in the struggle for resources. Human greed has been so great that societies have had to create laws, norms, and systems of protection to defend the individual from the abuse of others. Nothing causes as much suffering, humiliation, and degradation as poverty. Only those who have experienced it understand the full scope of this truth. It is no wonder, then, that people fear poverty. The experience inherited through generations has taught them to distrust others in everything related to money and material possessions. Human beings crave wealth with such intensity that in their eagerness to obtain it, they are often willing to acquire it by any means, whether legal if possible, or by other means if necessary or convenient. Self-analysis and the discovery of the fear of poverty. Self-analysis can reveal weaknesses that you may not want to acknowledge, but it is essential if you desire more from life than mediocrity and poverty. When examining yourself, remember that you are both judge and jury, prosecutor and defense attorney, accuser and defendant. You are facing an inner trial where the verdict will determine your destiny. Ask yourself specific questions and demand direct answers. Only in this way will you gain clarity. If you feel you cannot be impartial, seek someone you trust to help you see things objectively. What you seek is the truth, and you must obtain it regardless of the emotional cost, even if the truth temporarily shames you. When people are asked what they fear, most answer, "I fear nothing." But this answer is almost always false. Fear, in its many forms, lives hidden in the minds of most. It is such a subtle and deeply rooted emotion that many spend their lives under its sway without ever recognizing it. Only a courageous and honest analysis can expose it. If you dare to do so, carefully examine your character for the following symptoms of the fear of poverty, the most destructive of all fears. Symptoms of the fear of poverty. 1. Indifference. It manifests as a lack of ambition, passive acceptance of poverty, mental and physical laziness, lack of initiative, imagination, enthusiasm, and self-control. It is the habit of resigning yourself to whatever comes without striving for something greater. 2. Indecisiveness. The habit of letting others think for you, always staying on the sidelines and avoiding decisions that involve risk or responsibility. 3. Doubt appears in the form of excuses, justifications, or criticism of those who succeed. Doubt seeks to mask inaction and often disguises itself as prudence or realism. 4. Worry reveals in the tendency to criticize others, spending more than you earn, neglecting your personal appearance, taking refuge in alcohol or self-destructive habits. It also manifests as nervousness, distrust, and the habit of focusing on problems instead of solutions. 5. Excessive caution.
the habit of always seeing the negative side of things, constantly thinking and talking about possible failure while avoiding concentrating on the means to achieve success. This type of person always waits for the right moment to act until the habit of waiting becomes permanent. They clearly remember the failures of others, but forget their triumphs. They see the hole in the donut, but not the donut itself. They live in a pessimism that ultimately leads to mental indigestion, exhaustion, irritability, and a bad mood. Sixth, procrastination, the habit of putting off until tomorrow what should have been done yesterday. Spending time looking for excuses instead of taking action is closely linked to doubt and excessive caution. It manifests as a refusal to assume responsibilities, a preference for mediocre compromises instead of firm decisions, and a tendency to bargain with life for pennies instead of demanding prosperity, abundance, and satisfaction. Procrastinators often plan what they will do if they fail instead of deciding to succeed and eliminating the possibility of retreat. This attitude reveals a lack of self-confidence, an absence of a defined purpose, weakness of will, and little enthusiasm. It is the mindset of someone who expects poverty instead of demanding wealth. They seek the company of those who accept mediocrity and avoid surrounding themselves with those who demand success and achieve it. Honest self-analysis is not easy, but it is the only path to inner freedom. Recognizing these symptoms is the first step to replacing them with their opposite: action, faith, enthusiasm, decisiveness, initiative, and self-confidence. Money talks. Some will ask, why have you written a book about money? Why measure wealth in dollars? Some will think there are other forms of wealth far more desirable than money, and they would be right. Yes, there are riches that cannot be measured in monetary terms, but millions of people will say, give me all the money I need and I'll find what I want. The main reason I wrote this book is because millions of men and women are paralyzed by the fear of poverty. What that kind of fear is capable of doing to a person was very well described by Westbrook Pegler. Money is nothing more than clamshells or metal discs or scraps of paper, and there are treasures of the heart and soul that money cannot buy. But most people without money are unable to acknowledge this and sustain their spirit. When a man is at rock bottom, on the street, and unable to find work, something happens to his spirit that is reflected in the slump of his shoulders, the way he wears his hat, his gaze, and his gaze. He cannot escape a feeling of inferiority compared to people with secure employment, even though he knows that these people are not his equals in character, intelligence, and ability. Meanwhile, others, even his friends, experience a sense of superiority and consider him a victim, perhaps unconsciously. He might borrow for a while, but not enough to maintain the life he is accustomed to, nor will he be able to continue borrowing for long. But borrowing, even to survive, is a depressing experience, and money obtained in this way lacks the power of money earned by one's own effort. Obviously, none of this applies to vagrants and beggars, but only to men with normal ambitions and who respect themselves. Women in the same situation are somewhat different. Somehow we don't see them as marginalized people. They rarely live in poverty or beg on the streets, and when they are among people, they aren't recognized by the same signs that identify male beggars. Of course, I'm not referring to the ragged women of the big city, who are the opposite of confirmed male vagrants. I'm referring to fairly young, decent, and intelligent women. There must be many like that, but their desperation isn't so obvious. Maybe they commit suicide. When a man finds himself penniless and unemployed, he has time to lament. He might travel miles to look for a job and discover that the position has already been filled, or that it's just one of those jobs with no fixed salary, with only a commission on the sales of some useless trinket that no one would buy except out of pity. The man finds himself back on the street with nowhere to go except anywhere. So he walks and walks. He gazes at shop windows, observes luxuries that are not for him. He feels inferior and makes way for others who stop to look with active interest. He wanders through the station and goes into the library to rest his feet and warm up a little bit. But that's not the same as looking for a job, so he soon resumes his wanderings. He may not know it, but his lack of purpose will betray him, even if the lines of his figure don't. He may be well dressed in the clothes he had left from when he had a stable job, but those clothes do nothing to hide his downfall. He sees thousands of other people around him, all of them busy with their work, and he envies them from the depths of his soul. They all have their independence, their self-respect, and their pride, and he can't convince himself that he is a good man too, no matter how much he reflects and comes to a favorable verdict hour after hour. It is precisely money that makes the difference for him. With a little money, he would be the same again. Fear of criticism. No one can say exactly how humanity came to experience this fear, but the fact is that it does, and in a highly developed form. This author attributes the basic fear of criticism to that part of humanity's inherited nature that compels them not only to seize the goods and merchandise of their fellow human beings, but also to justify their actions by criticizing the character of others. It is a well-known fact that a thief criticizes the person they have robbed, that politicians seeking office do not display their own virtues and qualifications, but instead try to discredit their opponents. Astute clothing manufacturers have not been slow to capitalize on this basic fear of criticism with which all of humanity has been cursed. Every season, they change the styles of numerous items.
Who sets the styles? Certainly not the person who buys the clothes, but the manufacturer. Why do they change the styles so frequently? The answer is obvious: to sell more clothes. For the same reason, car manufacturers change the models of their vehicles every season. No one wants to drive a car that isn't one of the latest models. We have described how people behave under the influence of the fear of criticism as it applies to the small, petty things in life. Let us now examine human behavior when that fear affects people in relation to more significant events in human relationships. Take, for example, any person who has reached the age of mental maturity, roughly 35 to 40 years old. If we could read their secret thoughts, we would find a decided skepticism toward the fables taught by most dogmatists a few decades ago. Why does the average person, even in an age of such advanced knowledge as our own, not dare to deny their belief in fables? The answer is the fear of criticism. The Manns have been criticized for daring to express their skepticism about ghosts. It is hardly surprising that we have inherited a consciousness that makes us fear criticism. Not so long ago, criticism carried severe punishments, and it still does in some countries. The fear of criticism robs a person of initiative, destroys their power of imagination, limits their individuality, undermines their self-confidence, and damages them in countless ways. Parents often do irreparable harm to their children when they criticize them. The mother of one of my childhood friends used to punish him almost daily with a spanking, following up with the statement, "You'll be in jail before you're 20." At the age of 17, he was sent to a reformatory. Criticism is the kind of service everyone has in excess. We all have a good supply of free criticism to give, whether asked for or not. Often, our closest relatives are the worst offenders. It should be considered a crime. In fact, it is a crime of the worst kind for any parent to instill inferiority complexes in their child through unnecessary criticism. Employers who understand human nature get the best out of their employees not through criticism but through constructive suggestion. Parents can achieve the same results with their children. Criticism instills fear or resentment in the human heart, but it builds neither love nor affection. Symptoms of the fear of criticism. This fear is almost universal as the fear of poverty, and its effects are just as detrimental to personal achievement, especially because it destroys initiative and discourages the use of imagination. The main symptoms of the fear of criticism are as follows. Shyness. This is usually expressed through nervousness, timidity in conversation and in meeting strangers, awkward hand and foot movements, and shifting gaze. Lack of composure. This manifests as a lack of voice control, nervousness in the presence of others, poor posture, and poor memory. Personality. This includes a lack of firmness in decisions, personal charm, and the ability to express strong opinions, a habit of avoiding issues rather than addressing them directly, agreeing with others without carefully examining their opinions, an inferiority complex, a habit of expressing self-approval through words and actions as a means of masking feelings of inferiority, using grandiloquent language to impress others, often without even understanding its meaning,
imitating others in dress, speech, and attitudes. Boasting about imagined achievements. This sometimes creates a superficial image of superiority, extravagance, and a habit of trying to keep up with others by spending far more than one earns. Lack of initiative. Failure to seize opportunities for personal advancement, fear of expressing opinions, lack of confidence in one's own ideas, evasive answers to superiors, vacillation in attitude and speech, and deception in words or deeds, lack of ambition, mental and physical laziness, lack of self-assertion, slowness in making decisions, being easily influenced, criticizing others behind their backs and flattering them to their faces, accepting defeat without protest, or abandoning a project when faced with opposition, suspicion of others without cause, lack of tact in attitude and speech, and unwillingness to accept responsibility for one's own mistakes. Fear of illness. This fear has its origins in both physical and social inheritance. Its roots are closely associated with the causes of fear of old age and death because it leads one to the edge of unknown worlds about which one knows nothing, but about which one has been told disturbing stories. There is also a widespread opinion that certain unethical people have entered the business of selling health by instilling fear of illness. One's fear of illness stems from the terrible images implanted in one's mind about what might happen if death comes. People also fear it because of the financial burden it can represent. A prominent physician estimated that 75% of patients suffer from hypochondria, that is, imaginary illness. It has been demonstrated in the most convincing way possible that the fear of illness, even when there is no real cause, often produces the physical symptoms of the feared disease. The human mind is very powerful. It builds or destroys. Drug manufacturers have made enormous fortunes by playing on this weakness of fear of illness. This form of coercion over a credulous humanity became so prevalent a decade ago that Collier's magazine launched a campaign against the worst offenders in the patent medicine business. Through a series of experiments conducted some years ago, it was demonstrated that people can make themselves sick through their own actions. 3 acquaintances were sent to visit the victims, and each asked the same question: "What's troubling you? You look terribly ill." The first to ask the question usually elicited no more than a grimace of disgust and a casual, "Oh, nothing, I'm perfectly fine." The second person usually found the answer: "I don't know exactly, but I feel unwell." Finally, the victim admitted to the third person that they were ill. If you doubt this, try the same thing with an acquaintance, but don't take the experiment too far. There is a certain religious sect whose members take revenge on their enemies by means of bewitchment. They say they cast a spell on the victim. There is overwhelming evidence that illness often begins in the form of a negative thought impulse. Such an impulse can be passed from one mind to another through its management, or be created by an individual in their own mind. A man blessed with far more wisdom than this incident could indicate once said, "When someone asks me how I feel, my answer would be to punch them." Doctors advise their patients to change the climate for the benefit of their health, when what is really needed is a change of mental attitude. The seed of fear of illness nests in every human mind. Worry, fear, discouragement, disappointment in love, and failure in business allow this seed to germinate and grow. Disappointments in business and love are at the top of the causes of fear of illness. A young man suffered a heartbreak that landed him in the hospital. He struggled for months between life and death. A psychotherapist was called in who ordered a change of nurses, leaving the patient in the care of a charming young woman who, with the doctor's prior consent, began making love to the young man from the very first day of his arrival. After 3 weeks, the patient left the hospital still suffering, but from a completely different ailment. He had fallen in love again. The remedy was a spell, but the patient and the nurse ended up getting married later. Symptoms of fear of illness. The symptoms of this almost universal fear are as follows. Autosuggestion. The habit of the negative use of autosuggestion, which involves seeking out and hoping to find the symptoms of all kinds of illnesses, enjoying imaginary illnesses and talking about them as if they were real. The habit of trying all the fads and crazes recommended by others, considering them to have therapeutic value. Talking to others about surgeries, accidents, and illnesses. Experimenting with diets, exercise programs, and weight loss systems without professional guidance. Trying home remedies, patent medicines, and quack remedies. hypochondria, the habit of talking about illness, focusing the mind on it, and waiting for its onset until a nervous breakdown occurs. Nothing sold in bottles can cure this condition. It arises from negative thinking, and healing is achieved only by positive thinking. Hypochondria, the medical term for imaginary illness, is said to cause as much harm as the illness one fears having. Most so-called nervous conditions are nothing more than imaginary illnesses. Exercise. Fear of illness often interferes with proper physical exercise and results in weight gain, causing you to avoid the outdoors. Susceptibility. Fear of illness weakens the body's natural resistance and creates a state conducive to any form of illness you may encounter. The fear of illness is often linked to the fear of poverty, especially in the case of the hypochondriac, who constantly worries about having to pay medical bills, hospital bills, and other expenses. This type of person spends a lot of time preparing for illness, talking about death, and saving money for the cemetery and burial expenses. Self-indulgence. The habit of seeking sympathy by feigning an imaginary illness. People often resort to this trick to avoid going to work. It is also common to fake an illness to justify what is nothing more than laziness or a lack of ambition.
Lack of moderation. The habit of using alcohol or narcotics to eliminate pains such as headaches or neuralgia instead of finding and eliminating the cause. The habit of being interested in diseases and worrying about the possibility of being affected by one, as well as reading advertisements for patent medicines, are clear aspects of the fear of illness. The fear of losing love. The original source of this inherent fear evidently arose from the polygamous man's habit of stealing his fellow man's partner or taking liberties with her whenever possible. Jealousy and other similar forms of neurosis arise from the man's inherited fear of losing someone's love. This fear is the most painful of the 6 basic fears. It perhaps causes more damage to the body and mind than any of the other fundamental fears. The fear of losing love likely dates back to the Stone Age, when men stole women by brute force. They continue to steal them now, but their technique has changed. Instead of force, they use persuasion, the promise of beautiful dresses, luxury cars, and other lures far more effective than physical strength. The man's habits are the same as at the dawn of civilization, but he now expresses them in different ways. Careful analysis has shown that women are much more susceptible to this fear than men. This fact is easily explained. Experience has taught women that men are polygamous by nature and should not be fully trusted when faced with rivals. Symptoms of the fear of losing love. The most characteristic symptoms of this fear are the following: jealousy, the habit of suspecting friends and loved ones without reasonable evidence and accusing one's partner of infidelity without any cause; suspicion of everyone in general and a lack of faith in others; finding fault, the habit of noticing flaws in friends, relatives, associates, or loved ones at the slightest provocation or without any justifiable cause; gambling, the habit of gambling, stealing, cheating, or taking risks to obtain money for a loved one based on the belief that love can be bought; spending more than one earns, or going into debt to offer gifts and maintain a favorable image in the eyes of the loved one. Other symptoms: insomnia, nervousness, lack of perseverance, weakness of will, lack of self-confidence, and a bad temper. Fear of old age. Overall, this fear stems from 2 main sources. The first is the thought that old age may bring poverty. The second, and most common reason, stems from false and cruel teachings of the past, which mixed ideas of fire and brimstone with terrifying images of the afterlife, cleverly designed to enslave people through fear. In the case of the fear of old age, people have 2 very real reasons for their apprehension. One arises from distrust of others, who might take their possessions, and the other from the terrible images their minds harbor about what might happen after death. The possibility of declining health, which increases with age, also contributes to this fear. Eroticism comes into play, as no one likes the idea of seeing their sexual attraction diminish. The most common cause of the fear of old age is associated with the possibility of poverty. The word asylum sends a shiver down the spine of anyone who imagines spending their final years in a homeless shelter. Another factor reinforcing this fear is the possibility of losing freedom and independence, since old age can bring with it the loss of both physical and economic freedom.
Symptoms of the fear of old age. The most common symptoms of this fear are the following: the tendency to reduce activity and develop an inferiority complex around the age of mental maturity, around 40, with the false belief that one is neglecting oneself because of age. The truth is that the most productive years of a human being, both mentally and physically, are between 40 and 60. The habit of a 40-year-old who dresses to appear younger and acts with the affected mannerisms of the young, thereby inspiring ridicule from friends and strangers alike. The fear of death. For some, this is the cruelest of all basic fears. The reason is obvious. In most cases, religious fanaticism can be blamed for the terrible pangs of fear associated with the thought of death. So-called pagans feared death less than the most civilized. For thousands of years, humanity has pondered the same questions it has yet to answer. Where do I come from, and where am I going? During the darkest periods of the past, the most cunning were quick to offer answers to these questions for a price. Come to my temple, embrace my faith, accept my dogmas, and I will give you passage to heaven when you die, cries a cult leader. Stay outside my temple, and he may seize you and burn you for all eternity. The thought of eternal punishment destroys interest in life and makes happiness impossible. Although the religious leader cannot provide safe passage to heaven, nor does the lack of it condemn, the mere possibility of the latter seems so terrible that the thought seizes the imagination so realistically that it paralyzes reason and instills the fear of death in the human mind. The fear of death is not as common now as it was in the days before great universities. The men of science have shined the spotlight of truth on the world, and that truth is rapidly freeing human beings from this terrible fear. Those who attend universities are no longer easily impressed by fire and brimstone. With the help of biology, astronomy, geology, and other related sciences, the fears that dominated minds in darker times have been dispelled. The entire world is composed of only two things: energy and matter. In elementary physics, we learn that neither matter nor energy, the only two realities known to man, can be created nor destroyed. Both matter and energy can be transformed, but neither can be destroyed. If life is anything, it is energy. And if it is impossible to destroy energy and matter, it is evident that life can never be destroyed. Death is nothing more than a transition. If death is not simply a change or transition, then nothing exists after it save a long and eternal peaceful sleep, and sleep is nothing that we should fear. Thus, you can eliminate the fear of death forever. Symptoms of the fear of death. The general symptoms of this fear are the following: the tendency to constantly think about death rather than getting the most out of life. This is usually due to a lack of purpose or suitable occupation. This fear is most prevalent among the elderly, although it can also affect young people. The greatest remedy for the fear of death is the burning desire to achieve accomplishments supported by the performance of a useful service to others. A busy person rarely has time to think about death. Life is too exciting to dwell on it. Sometimes the fear of death is closely associated with the fear of poverty when one thinks that their own death might leave loved ones destitute. In other cases, this fear is caused by illness and the resulting physical weakening of the body. The most common causes of the fear of death are illness, poverty, lack of suitable occupation, romantic disappointment, dementia, and religious fanaticism. The worry of old age. Worry is a state of mind based on fear. It works slowly, but it is persistent, insidious, and subtle. Step by step, it makes its way in until it paralyzes the faculty of reasoning, destroys self-confidence, and nullifies initiative. Worry is a form of sustained fear caused by indecision. Therefore, it is a state of mind that can be controlled. An unbalanced mind is powerless, and indecision unbalances the mind. Most people lack the willpower to make decisions promptly and to stick to them once made. We don't worry about the circumstances when we've decided to follow a certain course of action. I once interviewed a man who was to be executed 2 hours later. The condemned man was the calmest of the 8 people with him in the death cell. His serenity led me to ask him how he felt knowing he would soon pass into eternity. He smiled calmly and replied, "I feel very well. Just think, brother, that all my troubles will soon be over. All my life, I have only had hardships. It has always been difficult for me to get food and clothing. Soon, I won't need any of that anymore. I have felt very well since I knew for certain that I was going to die. Then I mentally prepared myself to accept my fate with a good spirit. As he spoke, he devoured a dinner large enough for 3 men, enjoying every bite as if no disaster awaited him. The decision had given him resignation in face of his fate. Decision can also prevent the acceptance of unwanted circumstances. Through indecision, the 6 basic fears are transformed into a state of worry. Suppress forever the fear of death by making the decision to accept it as an inevitable event. Eliminate the fear of poverty by making the decision to acquire all possible wealth without anxiety. Crush the fear of criticism by deciding not to worry about what people think, say, or do. Eliminate the fear of old age by choosing to accept it not as an obstacle, but as a blessing that brings wisdom, self-control.
Are you aware that you possess spiritual forces powerful enough to keep your mind free from fear? Does your religion help you maintain a positive mindset? Do you believe it is your duty to share the concerns of others? If so, why? Do you believe that birds of a feather flock together? What have you learned about yourself by observing the friends you attract? What connection exists between the people you associate with and any unhappiness you experience? Could it be that someone you consider your best friend is actually your worst enemy? What negative influence do they have on your mind? By what principles do you judge who is beneficial to you and who is harmful? Are your closest associates mentally superior or inferior to you? Reflect on the allocation of your time. Out of every 24 hours, how many do you spend on A, your occupation, B, sleeping, C, playing and relaxing, D, to acquire useful knowledge, E, to waste time? Among your acquaintances, who motivates you the most? Who discourages you the most? Who disheartens you the most? What is your greatest worry, and why do you tolerate it? When others offer unsolicited advice, do you accept it without question, or do you analyze their motivations? What do you desire most above all else? Are you determined to achieve it? Are you willing to subordinate other desires to that goal? How much time do you dedicate each day to achieving it? Do you frequently change your mind? If so, why? Do you usually finish everything you start? Are you easily impressed by other people's business dealings, titles, or wealth? Do you worry about what other people think or say about you? Do you value people based on their social or financial status? Who do you consider to be the greatest person alive today? In what way do you believe that person is superior to you? Conclusion of the self-analysis. How much time have you spent studying and answering all these questions? At least a full day is needed to complete this analysis and answer each question truthfully. If you have answered honestly, you now know more about yourself than most people. Study the questions very carefully. Review them once a week for several months, and you will be amazed at how much valuable knowledge you will gain about your own nature simply by answering truthfully. If you are unsure of some answers, seek the advice of those who know you well, especially those who have no reason to flatter you, and see yourself through their eyes. The experience will be truly astonishing. The only thing over which you have absolute control is your thoughts. This is the most significant and inspiring fact known to humankind because it reflects your divine nature. This prerogative is the only means you possess to direct your destiny. If you cannot control your mind, you can be sure that you cannot control anything else. If you were to be careless in relation to anything, let it be only with material things. Your mind is your spiritual possession. Protect it and use it with the same care and reverence due to divine royalty. For that purpose, willpower has been given. Unfortunately, there is no legal protection against those who, whether through ignorance or intent, poison the minds of others through negative suggestion. This form of destruction should be punished by law because it can ruin, as it often does, a person's opportunities for material achievements that are legally protected. Men with negative minds tried to convince Thomas Edison that he could not build a machine that could record and reproduce the human voice.
No one has ever produced such a machine, they told him. Edison did not believe them. He knew that the mind was capable of creating anything it could conceive and believe, and that knowledge was what elevated him above the common herd. Men with negative minds also warned F.W. Woolworth that he would go bankrupt if he tried to run a store based on selling 5 and 10-cent items. Woolworth refused to believe them. He knew he could accomplish anything reasonable if he backed his plans with faith. He exercised his right to dismiss the negative suggestions of others and amassed a fortune exceeding $100 million. Skeptics scoffed when Henry Ford tested his first crudely made automobile on the streets of Detroit. Some claimed the contraption would never be practical. Others said no one would pay a single penny for it. Ford responded with determination, "I will fill the earth with motor vehicles," and he did. For the benefit of those who seek great wealth, let us remember that the main difference between Henry Ford and most workers is this: Ford had a mind, and he controlled it. Others have minds they don't even try to master. Mind control is the result of self-discipline and habit. Either you control your mind or your mind controls you. There is no middle ground. The most practical method for mastering the mind is to keep it occupied with a definite purpose, supported by a concrete plan. Study the life of anyone who has achieved remarkable success, and you will see that this person had control over their mind, exercised it, and directed it towards specific goals. Without that control, success is impossible. 55 excuses from the old man. Yes, people who don't achieve success have one thing in common. They know all the reasons that explain their failure and possess a large collection of what they consider valid justifications for their lack of achievement. Some of these excuses seem clever, and a few may even be based on real facts, but the truth is, there are no excuses that justify not being successful or not prospering. The world isn't interested in our reasons or our justifications. It only wants to know one thing: have you achieved success? A character analyzer compiled a list of the most common excuses. As you read them, honestly analyze yourself and determine how many, if any, you have used. Remember that the philosophy presented in this book invalidates each and every one of these excuses. The yes excuses. If I didn't have a wife and family, if I had enough drive, if I had money, if I had a good education, if I could get a job, if I were in good health, if I had time, if times were better, if other people understood me, if the conditions around me were different, if I could live my life over again, if I weren't afraid of what they say, if I had been given a chance, if I had a chance now, if other people hadn't done it for me, if nothing happened to stop me, if I were younger, if I could do whatever I wanted, if I had been born rich, if I could meet the right people, if I had the talent some people have, if I dared to assert myself, if I had only taken advantage of past opportunities, if people didn't make me nervous, if my family didn't make me nervous, if I were confident, if I weren't so lucky, if I had been born under a different sign, if I weren't what it is, what will be if I didn't have to work so hard, if I had lost my money, if I lived in a different neighborhood, if I didn't have a past, if I owned my own business, if other people listened to me, and this, the greatest of all excuses, if I had the courage to see myself as I truly am, I would discover what's wrong with me and correct it. Then I would have the opportunity to learn from my own mistakes and from the experience of others. I know something isn't quite right because I would be where I want to be if I had spent more time analyzing my weaknesses and less time looking for excuses to justify my lack of achievement. Finding excuses to justify failure is a universal pastime. This habit is as old as humankind itself and fatal to success. Why do people cling so tightly to their excuses? The answer is simple. They defend them because they create them themselves. Every excuse is a product of the imagination, and it is in human nature to protect that which springs from one's own thoughts. The habit of finding excuses is deeply ingrained. Habits are hard to break, especially if they offer us a justification for our actions. Plato expressed this truth wisely when he said, "The first and greatest victory is to conquer the self. To be conquered by the self is of all things the most shameful and vile." Another philosopher reflected on the same thing when he said, "I was greatly surprised to discover that most of the ugliness I saw in others was merely a reflection of my own nature." Elbert Hobart added, "It has always been a mystery to me why people spend so much time deceiving themselves, inventing excuses to justify their weaknesses. If that same time was used differently,
It would be enough to cure the weakness, and then we wouldn't need any excuses." Before concluding, I want to remind you of a powerful metaphor. Life is a chessboard, and the opponent is time. If you hesitate before moving or neglect to make your move promptly, time will defeat you. You are playing against an adversary who does not tolerate indecision. Until now, you may have had a logical excuse for not demanding from life what you truly desire, but that excuse is now obsolete because you now possess the master key that unlocks the door to life's vast riches. The master key is intangible, yet tremendously powerful. It grants you the privilege of creating in your own mind a burning desire to attain a specific form of wealth. There is no penalty for using it, but there is a price for not using it: failure. If you decide to use it, however, a reward of incalculable value awaits you: the satisfaction of conquering the self and compelling life to deliver what it asks for. That reward is worth all your effort. Are you ready to begin and convince yourself? The immortal Emerson said, "If we are related, we shall know each other." Let me end by adopting his thought and saying, if we are related, we have known each other through these pages.
Thank you so much, friend, for listening. Leave your ideas in the comments section so our community can grow by learning together. That's all for now. Until the next audiobook,